Next day, a day of crisp blue cold, the king comes down in the royal barge to see the progress of the work with the new French envoy. They are confidential, the king walking with a hand on de Danteville's shoulder, or rather on his padding. The Frenchman is wearing so many layers that he seems broader than the doorways, but he's still shivering. "Our friend here must get some sport to warm his blood," the king says. "And he is a bungler with the bow. When we went into the butts last, he shook so much, I thought he would shoot himself in the foot. He complains we are not serious falconers, so I have said he shall go out with you, Cromwell." Is this a promise of time off? The king strolls away and leaves them. "Not if it's cold like this," the envoy says. "I'm not standing in a field with the wind whistling. It will be the death of me. When shall we see the sun again?" "Oh, about June. The falcons will be moulting by then. I aim to have mine flying again in August, so nil desperandum, monsieur. We shall have some sport." "You wouldn't postpone this coronation, would you?" It's always so. After a little chaff and chat, out of his mouth pops an ambassador's purpose. "Because when my master made the treaty, he didn't expect Henry to be flaunting his supposed wife and her big belly. If he were to keep her quietly, it would be a different matter." He shakes his head. There will be no postponement. Henry claims he has the support of the bishops, the nobles, judges, Parliament, and the people. Anne's coronation is his chance to prove it. "Never mind," he says. "Tomorrow we entertain the papal nuncio. You will see how my master will manage him." Henry calls down to them from the walls. "Come up here, sir. See the prospect of my river." "Do you wonder I shake?" the Frenchman says with passion. "Do you wonder I tremble before him? My river, my city, my salvation, cut out and embroidered just for me? My personally tailored English god." He swears under his breath and begins to climb. When the papal nuncio comes to Greenwich, Henry takes him by the hand and tells him frankly how his ungodly counsellors torment him, and how he longs for a return of perfect amity with Pope Clement. You could watch Henry every day for a decade and not see the same thing. Choose your prince. He admires Henry more and more. Sometimes he seems hapless, sometimes feckless, sometimes a child, sometimes master of his trade. Sometimes he seems an artist, in the way his eye ranges over his work. Sometimes his hand moves, and he doesn't seem to see it move. If he had been called to a lower station in life, he could have been a travelling player and leader of his troop. At Anne's command, he brings his nephew to court, Gregory, too. Ralph the king already knows, for he is always at his elbow. The king stands gazing for a long time at Richard. "I see it. Indeed I do." There is nothing in Richard's face, as far as he can see, to show that he has Tudor blood, but the king is looking at him with the eye of a man who wants relatives. "Your grandfather, Ap Evan, the archer, was a great servant to the king my father. You have a fine build. I should like to see you in the tilt-yard. I should like to see you carry your colours in the joust." Richard bows, and then the king, because he is the essence of courtesy, turns to Gregory and says, "And you, Master Gregory, you are a very fine young man too." As the king walks away, Gregory's face opens in simple pleasure. He puts his hand on his arm, the place the king has touched, as if transferring regal grace to his fingertips. "He's very splendid. He's so splendid, beyond anything I ever thought. And to speak to me!" He turns to his father. "How do you manage to speak to him every day?" Richard gives him a sideways look. Gregory thumps him on the arm. "Never mind your grandfather the archer. What would he say if he knew your father was that big?" He shows between finger and thumb the stature of Morgan Williams. "I've been riding at the ring these many years. I've been riding at the Saracen's image and putting my lance just so, thud, right over his black Saracen's heart." "Yes," Richard says patiently, "but, Squib, you will find a living knight a tougher proposition than a wooden infidel. You never think of the cost. armour of show quality, a stable of trained horses. We can afford it, he says. It seems our days as foot soldiers are behind us. That night at Austin Friars, he asks Richard to come to speak with him alone after supper. Possibly he is at fault in putting it as a business proposition, spelling out to him what Anne has suggested about his marriage. Build nothing on it. We have yet to get the King's approval. Richard says, but she doesn't know me. He waits for objections. Not knowing someone. Is that an objection? I won't force you. Richard looks up. Are you sure? When have I? When have I ever forced anyone to do anything, he starts to say. But Richard cuts in. No, you don't. I agree. It's just that you are practised at persuading, and sometimes it's quite difficult, sir, to distinguish being persuaded by you from being knocked down in the street and stamped on. I know Lady Carey is older than you, but she is very beautiful. I think the most beautiful woman at court. And she is not as witless as everyone thinks, and she has not got any of her sister's malice in her. In a strange way, he thinks, she has been a good friend to me. And instead of being the King's unrecognised cousin, you would be his brother-in-law. We would all profit. A title, perhaps, for me and for you. Brilliant matches for Alice and Joe. What about Gregory? A countess at least for him. Richard's voice is flat. Is he talking himself into it? It's hard to tell. With many people, most people perhaps, the book of their heart lies open to him. But there are times when it's easier to read outsiders than your own family. And Thomas Boleyn would be my father-in-law, and Uncle Norfolk would really be our uncle. Imagine his face. Oh, his face. Yes, one would go barefoot over hot coals to see his expression. Think about it. Don't tell anybody. Richard goes out with a bob of the head, but without another word. It seems he interprets don't tell anybody as don't tell anybody but Rafe, because 10 minutes later Rafe comes in and stands looking at him with his eyebrows raised. Red-headed people can look quite strained when they are raising eyebrows that aren't really there. He says, You need not tell Richard that Mary Boleyn once proposed herself to me. There's nothing between us. It won't be like Wolf Hall, if that's what you're thinking. And what if the bride thinks different? I wonder you don't marry her to Gregory. Gregory is too young. Richard is 23. It is a good age to marry if you can afford it. And you have passed it. It's time you married too. I'm going, before you find a Boleyn for me. Rafe turns back and says softly, Only this, sir. And I think it is what gives Richard pause. All our lives and fortunes depend now on that lady. And as well as being mutable, she's mortal, and the whole history of the King's marriage tells us a child in the womb is not an heir in the cradle. In March, news comes from Calais that Lord Berners has died. The afternoon in his library, the storm blowing outside. It seems when he looks back, a haven of peace, the last hour he had to himself. He wants to make an offer for his books, a generous one to help Lady Berners, but the folios seem to have jumped off their desks and walked, some in the direction of Francis Bryan, the old man's nephew, and some to another connection of his, Nicholas Carew. Would you forgive his debts? He asks Henry, at least for his wife's lifetime. You know he leaves no sons. Henry's mind has moved ahead. Once I was in that unhappy state, no sons, but soon I shall have my heir. He brings Anne some majolica bowls. The word Maschio is painted on the outside, and inside are pictures of plump, blonde-haired babies, each with a coy little phallus. She laughs. The Italians say for a boy, you have to keep warm, he tells her. Heat up your wine to heat up your blood. No cold fruit, no fish. Jane Seymour says, Do you think it's already decided what it will be, or does God decide later? Do you think it knows itself what it is? Do you think if we could see inside you, we would be able to tell? Jane, I wish you were still down in Wiltshire, Mary Shelton says. Anne says, You needn't cut me up, Mistress Seymour. It is a boy, and no one is to say or think otherwise. She frowns, and you can see her bending, concentrating the great force of her will. I'd like a baby, Jane says. Watch yourself, Lady Rochford tells her. If your belly shows, mistress, we'll have you bricked up alive. In her family, Anne says, they'd give her a bouquet. They don't know what continence means down at Wolf Hall. Jane is flushed and trembling. I meant no harm. Leave her, Anne says. It's like baiting a field mouse. She turns to him. Your bill is not passed yet. Tell me, what is the delay? The bill, she means, to forbid appeals to Rome. He begins to explain to her the strength of the opposition, but she raises her eyebrows and says, My father is speaking for you in the Lords, and Norfolk. So who dare oppose us? I shall have it through by Easter, depend upon it. The woman we saw in Canterbury, they say her people are printing a book of her prophecies. That may be, but I shall make sure that no one reads it. They say on St. Catherine's Day last, while we were at Calais, she saw a vision of the so-called Princess Mary crowned queen. Her voice runs on, fluid, rapid. These are my enemies, this prophetess, and those about her, Catherine, who is plotting with the Emperor, her daughter Mary, the supposed heir, Mary's old governess Margaret Pole, Lady Salisbury, she and all her family are my enemies, her son, Lord Montague, her son, Reginald Pole, who is abroad. People talk of his claim to the throne, so why can he not be brought back, his loyalty examined? Henry Courtenay, the Marquis of Exeter, he believes he has a claim, but when my son is born, that will put him out of his conceit. Lady Exeter, Gertrude, she is forever complaining that noblemen are being put down from their places by men of low birth, and you know who she means by that. My lady, her sister, says softly, do not distress yourself. I am not distressed, Anne says. Her hand over the growing child, she says calmly. These people want me dead. The days are still short, the king's temper shorter. Chapuis bows and writhes before him, twisting and grimacing, as if he had in mind to ask Henry to dance. I have read with some perplexity certain conclusions reached by Dr. Cranmer. My archbishop, the king says coldly. At great expense, the anointing has taken place. Conclusions regarding Queen Catherine. Who? You mean my late brother's wife, the Princess of Wales? For your majesty knows that dispensations were issued in such form as to allow your own marriage to be valid, whether or no that former marriage was consummated. I do not want to hear the word dispensation, Henry says. I do not want to hear you mention what you call my marriage. The Pope has no power to make incest licit. I am no more Catherine's husband than you are. Chapuis bows. If the contract had not been void, Henry says, patient for the last time, God would not have punished me with the loss of my children. We do not know the blessed Catherine is beyond childbearing. He looks up with a sly, delicate glance. Tell me, why do you think I do this? The king sounds curious. Out of lust? Is that what you think? Kill a cardinal? Divide your country? Split the church? It seems extravagant, Chapuis murmurs. But that is what you think. That is what you tell the Emperor. You are wrong. I am the steward of my country, sir, and if I now take a wife in a union blessed by God, it is to have a son by her. But there is no guarantee that your majesty will have a son, or any living children at all. Why would I not? Henry reddens. He is on his feet, shouting, angry tears spilling down his face. Am I not a man like other men? Am I not? Am I not? He is a game little terrier, the Emperor's man. But even he knows that when you've made a king cry, it's time to back off. On the way out, he says, dusting himself down with his accustomed self-deprecatory flutter, there is a distinction to be drawn between the welfare of the country and the welfare of the Tudor line. Or do you not think so? So, who is your preferred candidate for the throne? You favour Courtenay or Pole?
You should not sneer at persons of royal blood.
Chapuis shakes out his sleeves.
At least, now I am officially informed of the lady's state, whereas before I could only deduce it from certain spectacles of folly I had witnessed. Do you know how much you are staking, Cromwell, on the body of one woman? Let us hope no evil comes nearer, eh?
He takes the ambassador by the arm, wheels him around. What evil? Say what you mean.
If you would let go your crepe on my jacket. Thank you. Very soon you resort to manhandling people, which shows, as they say, your breeding.
His words are full of bravado, but he is trembling.
Look around you, and see how, by her pride and presumption, she offends your own nobility. Her own uncle has no stomach for her tricks. The king's oldest friends make excuses to stay away from court.
Wait till she's crowned, he says. Watch them come running. On the 12th of April, Easter Sunday, Anne appears with the king at High Mass, and is prayed for as Queen of England. His bill went through Parliament just yesterday. He expects a modest reward, and before the royal party go in to break their fast, the king waves him over and gives him Lord Berners' old post, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Berners suggested you for it. Henry smiles. He likes giving. Like a child, he enjoys anticipating how pleased you will be. During Mass, his mind had wandered through the city. What noisome goose houses have they waiting for him at home? What rows in the street? What babies left on church steps? What unruly apprentices with whom he will please have a word? Have Alice and Joe painted Easter eggs? They are too grown up now, but they are content to be the children of the house until the next generation comes along. It's time he put his mind to husbands for them. Anne, if she had lived, could be married by now, and to Rafe, as he is still not spoken for. He thinks of Helen Barr, how fast she gets on with her reading, how they cannot do without her at Austin Friars. He believes now that her husband is dead, and he thinks, I must talk to her. I must tell her she is free. She is too proper to show any pleasure, but who would not like to know that she is no longer subject to a man like that? Through Mass, Henry keeps up a constant buzz of talk. He sorts papers and passes them up and down to his counsellors. Only at the consecration does he throw himself to his knees in a fever of reverence, as the miracle takes place and a wafer becomes God. As soon as the priest says, "Ita missa est," he whispers, "Come to me in my closet alone." First, the assembled courtiers must make their bows to Anne. Her ladies sweep back and leave her alone in a little sunlit space. He watches them, watches the gentlemen and counsellors, among whom, on this feast day, are many of the king's boyhood friends. He watches Sir Nicholas Carew in particular. Nothing is wanting in his reverence to his new queen, but he cannot help a downturn of his mouth. Arrange your face, Nicholas Carew, your ancient family face. He hears Anne saying, "These are my enemies." He adds Carew to the list. Behind the chambers of state are the king's own rooms, which only his intimates see, where he is served by his gentlemen, and where he can be free of ambassadors and spies. This is Henry Norris's ground, and Norris gently congratulates him on his new appointment, and moves away, soft-footed. "You know, Cranmer is to convene a court to make a formal dissolution of the—" Henry has said he does not want to hear any more about his marriage, so he will not even say the word. "I've asked him to convene at the Priory at Dunstable, because it is, 10-12 miles to Ant Hill, where she is lodged. So she can send her lawyers, if she likes, or come to the court herself. I want you to go to see her. Go secretly. Just talk to her. Make sure she springs no surprises. Leave Rafe with me while you are gone." At being so easily understood, the king relaxes into good humour. "I can rely on him to say what Cromwell would say. You have a good boy there, and he is better than you are at keeping his face straight." I see you, when we sit in council, with your hand before your mouth. Sometimes, you know, I want to laugh myself. He drops into a chair, covers his face as if to shade his eyes. He sees that once again the king is about to cry. Brandon says my sister is dying. There's no more the doctors can do for her. You know that fair hair she had once? Hair like silver. My daughter had that. When she was 7, she was the image of my sister, like a saint painted on a wall. Tell me, what am I to do with my daughter? He waits, till he knows it is a real question. Be good to her, sir. Conciliate her. She should not suffer. But I must make her a bastard. I need to settle England on my lawful children. A parliament will do it. Yes, he sniffs, scrubs his tears away. After Anne is crowned. Cromwell, one thing, and then we will have our breakfast, because I'm really very hungry. This project of a match for my cousin Richard. He thinks his way rapidly around the nobility of England. But no, he sees it's his Richard Cromwell. Lady Carey, the king's voice softens. Well, I have thought it over, and I think no. Or at least not at this time. He nods. He understands his reason. When Anne understands it, she will spit nails. Sometimes it is a solace to me, Henry says, not to have to talk and talk. You were born to understand me, perhaps. That is one view of their situations. He was 6 years or so in this world before Henry came into it, years of which he made good use. Henry takes off his embroidered cap, throws it down, runs his hands through his hair. Like Wyatt's golden mane, his hair is thinning, and it exposes the shape of his massive skull. For a moment he seems like a carved statue, like a simpler form of himself, or one of his own ancestors, one of the race of giants that roamed Britain, and left no trace of themselves except in the dreams of their petty descendants. He goes back to Austin Friars as soon as he can get away. Surely he can have one day off. The crowds outside his gate have dispersed, as Thurston has fed them an Easter dinner. He goes out to the kitchen first, to give his man a slap on the head and a gold piece. 100 open moors, I swear, Thurston says. And by supper time they'll be round again. It is a shame there should be beggars. Beggars, my arse. What comes out of this kitchen is so good, there are aldermen out there with their hoods up so we don't know 'em. And I have a houseful here. Whether you are with us or not, I have Frenchmen, Germans, I have Florentiners. They all claim to know you, and they all want their dinner to their own liking. I have their servants down here, pinch of that, soups on of the other. We must feed fewer or build another kitchen. I'll get it in hand. Master Rafe says for the tower, you bought out the whole of a quarry in Normandy. He says the Frenchmen are all undermined and dropping into holes in the ground. Such beautiful stone, the colour of butter. 400 men on the payroll, and anyone standing about instantly redeployed to the building work at Austin Friars. Thurston, don't let anybody put pinchers or soupçons in our dinner. He thinks that's how Bishop Fisher nearly died, unless it was an unboiled stockpot after all. You could never fault Thurston's stockpot. He goes and views it, bubbling away. Where is Richard, do you know? Chopping onions on the back step. Oh, you mean Master Richard, upstairs, eating. Where's anybody? He goes up. The Easter eggs he sees bear his own unmistakable features. Joe has painted his hat and his hair in one, so he seems to be wearing a cap with ear flaps. She's given him at least 2 chins. Well, sir, Gregory says, it is true you are getting stout. When Stephen Vaughan was here, he could not believe you. My master, the cardinal, waxed like the moon, he says. It is a mystery, because he hardly sat down to dine, but he would be leaping up to deal with some exigency, and even when he was at the table he could hardly eat for talking. I feel sorry for myself. I have not broken bread since last night. He breaks it, and says, Hans wants to paint me. I hope he can run fast, Richard says. Richard, have your dinner. My breakfast. No, never mind it. Come. The happy bridegroom, Gregory says, taunting. You, his father threatens him, are going north with Roland Lee. If you think I'm a hard man, wait till you meet Roland. In his office he says, How is your practice in the lists? Good. Cromwell's will knock down all comers. He's afraid for his son, that he will fall, be maimed, be killed. Afraid for Richard too. These boys are the hope of his house. Richard says, So am I? The happy bridegroom? The king says no. It's not because of my family, or your family. He calls you his cousin. He is, at this moment, his disposition to us, I would say, it is excellent. But he needs Mary for himself. The child is due in late summer, and he's afraid to touch Anne. And he does not wish to resume his celibate life. Richard looks up. He said this? He left me to understand it. And as I understand it, I convey it to you, and we are both amazed. But we get over it. I suppose if the sisters were more alike, one could begin to understand it. I suppose, he says, one could. And he is the head of our church. No wonder foreigners laugh. If he were a model of conduct in his private life, one would be surprised. But for me, you see, I can only concern myself with his kingship. If he were oppressive, if he were to override Parliament, if he were to pay no heed to the Commons and govern only for himself. But he does not. So I cannot concern myself with how he behaves to his women. But if he were not king, oh, I agree. You'd have him locked up. But again, Richard, leave aside Mary, and he has behaved well enough. He hasn't filled a nursery with his bastards, as the Scottish kings do. There have been women, but who can name them? Only Richmond's mother and the Boleyns. He has been discreet. I dare say Catherine knew their names. Who can say he will be a faithful husband? Will you? I may not get the chance. On the contrary. I have a wife for you. Thomas Murfin's girl. A Lord Mayor's daughter is not a bad prospect. And your fortune will more than match hers. I will make sure of that. And Frances likes you. I know because I have asked her. You have asked my wife to marry me? Since I was dining there yesterday. No point in delay, was there? Not really. Richard laughs. He stretches back in his chair. His body, his capable, admirable body, which has impressed the king so much, is rinsed with relief. Frances. Good. I like Frances. Mercy approves. He cannot think how she would have taken to Lady Carey. He had not broached the topic with the women. She says, Don't leave it too long to make a match for Gregory. He is very young, I know, but some men never grow up until they have a son of their own. He hadn't thought about it, but it might be true. In that case, there's hope for the Kingdom of England. 2 days later, he is back at the Tower. The time goes quickly between Easter and Whit, when Anne will be crowned. He inspects her new apartments and orders in braziers to help dry out the plaster. He wants to get on with the frescoes. He wishes Hans would come down, but he is painting de Danteville and says he needs to push on with it, as the ambassador is petitioning Francis for his recall, a whining letter on every boat. For the new queen, we are not going to have those hunting scenes you see painted everywhere, or grim virgin saints with the instruments of their torture, but goddesses, doves, white falcons, canopies of green leaves. In the distance, cities seated on the hills. In the foreground, temples, groves, fallen columns, and hot blue skies, delineated as within a frame by borders of Vitruvian colours, quicksilver and cinnabar, burnt ochre, malachite, indigo and purple. He unrolls the sketches the craftsmen have made. Minerva's owl spreads her wings across a panel. A barefoot Diana fits an arrow to her bow. A white doe watches her from the trees. He scribbles a direction to the overseer. Arrow to be picked out in gold. All goddesses have dark eyes. Like a wingtip from the dark, dread brushes him. What if Anne dies? Henry will want another woman. He will bring her to these rooms. Her eyes may be blue. We will have to scour away the faces and paint them again, against the same cities, the same violet hills. Outside he stops to watch a fight. A stonemason and the bricklayer's gaffer are swiping at each other with batons. He stands in the ring with the trowel men. "What's it about?" "Nothing. Stonemen have to fight brickmen." "Like Lancaster and York?" "Like that." "Have you ever heard of the field called Towton?" "The king tells me more than 20,000 Englishmen died." The man gawps at him. "Who were they fighting?" "Each other." It was Palm Sunday, the year 1461. The armies of two kings met in the driving snow. King Edward, the king's grandfather, was the winner, if you can say there was a winner at all. Corpses made a bobbing bridge across the river. Uncounted numbers crawled away, rolled and tumbled in their own blood. Some blinded, some disfigured, some maimed for life. The child in Anne's womb is the guarantee of no more civil war. He is the beginning, the start of something, the promise of another country. He walks into the fight. He bellows at them to stop. He gives them both a push, and they bowl over backwards. Two crumbly Englishmen, snappable bones, chalky teeth. Victors of Agincourt. He's glad Chapuis isn't there to see. The trees are in full leaf when he rides into Bedfordshire, with a small train on unofficial business. Christophe rides beside him and pesters him. "You have said you will tell me who is Cicero, and who is Reginald Pole." "Cicero was a Roman."
"A general?"
"No, he left that to others, as I, for example, might leave it to Norfolk."
"Oh, Norfolk."
Christophe subjects the Duke to his peculiar pronunciation.
"He is one who pisses on your shadow."
"Dear God, Christophe, I've heard of spitting on someone's shadow."
"Yes, but we speak of Norfolk. And Cicero?"
"We lawyers try to memorize all his speeches. If any man were walking around today with all of Cicero's wisdom in his head, he would be... He would be what?" "Cicero would be on the king's side," he says. Christophe is not much impressed.
"Pole? He is a general?"
"A priest. That is not quite true. He has offices in the church, but he has not been ordained."
"Why not?"
"No doubt so he can marry. It is his blood that makes him dangerous. He is a Plantagenet. His brothers are here in this kingdom under our eye, but Reginald is abroad, and we are afraid he is plotting with the Emperor."
"Send one to kill him. I will go."
"No, Christophe. I need you to stop the rain spoiling my hats."
"As you wish."
Christophe shrugs.
"But I will kill a Pole when you require it. Will be my pleasure."
The manor at Amt Hill, once fortified, has airy towers and a splendid gatehouse. It stands on a hill with views over wooded countryside. It is a pleasant seat, the kind of house you'd visit after an illness to get your strength back. It was built with money gained in the French wars, in the days when the English used to win them. To accord with Catherine's new status as Dowager Princess of Wales, Henry has trimmed her household, but still she is surrounded by chaplains and confessors, by household officers, each with their own train of menials, by butlers and carvers, physicians, cooks, scullions, maltsters, harpers, lutenists, poultry-keepers, gardeners, laundresses, apothecaries, and an entourage of wardrobe ladies, bedchamber ladies, and their maids. And when he is ushered in, she nods to her attendants to withdraw. No one had told her to expect him, but she must have spies on the road. Hence her nonchalant parade of occupation, a prayer book in her lap and some sewing. He kneels to her, nods towards these encumbrances. "Surely, madam, one or the other."
"So English today? Get up, Cromwell. We will not waste our time, as at our last interview, selecting which language to use, because nowadays you are such a busy man."
Formalities over, she says.
"First thing, I shall not attend your court at Dunstable. That is what you have come to find out, is it not? I do not recognize this court. My case is at Rome, awaiting the attention of the Holy Father."
Slow, isn't he? He gives her a puzzled smile.
"I will wait."
"But the king wishes to settle his affairs."
"He has a man who will do it. I do not call him an archbishop."
Clement issued the bulls.
"Clement was misled. Dr. Cranmer is a heretic."
"Perhaps you think the king is a heretic?"
"No." Only a schismatic.
If a general council of the Church were called, His Majesty would submit to its judgment.
It will be too late if he is excommunicate and put outside the Church.
We all hope, I'm sure you do, madam, that day will never come.
Nulla salus extra ecclesiam. Outside the Church there is no salvation. Even kings come to judgment. Henry knows it and is afraid.
Madam, give way to him. For the present. Tomorrow, who knows? Do not cut off every chance of rapprochement.
I hear Thomas Boleyn's daughter is having a child.
Indeed, but Catherine, above anyone, should know that guarantees nothing. She takes his meaning, thinks about it, nods.
I see circumstances in which he might turn back to me. I have had much opportunity to study that lady's character, and she is neither patient nor kind.
It doesn't matter. She only has to be lucky. In the event they have no children, you should think of your daughter, Lady Mary. Conciliate him, madam. He may confirm her as his heir, and if you will give way, he will offer you every honour and a great estate.
A great estate?
Catherine stands up. Her sewing slides from her skirts. The prayer book hits the floor with a fat, leathery thump, and a silver thimble goes skittering across the boards and rolls into a corner.
Before you make me any more preposterous offers, Master Cromwell, let me offer you a chapter from my history. After my Lord Arthur died, I passed 5 years in poverty. I could not pay my servants. We bought in the cheapest food we could find, coarse food, stale food, yesterday's fish. Any small merchant kept a better table than the daughter of Spain. The late King Henry would not let me go back to my father because he said he was owed money. He haggled over me like one of the doorstep women who sold us bad eggs. I put my faith in God. I did not despair, but I tasted the depth of humiliation.
So why would you want to taste it again? Face to face, they glare at each other. Assuming, he says, humiliation is all the king intends.
Say it plainly.
If you are found out in treason, the law will take its course with you, as if you were any other subject. Your nephew is threatening to invade us in your name.
That will not happen, not in my name.
That is what I say, madam. He softens his tone. I say the Emperor is busy with the Turks. He is not so fond of his aunt, saving your presence, that he will raise another army. But others say, oh, be quiet, Cromwell, what do you know? They say we must fortify our harbours, we must raise troops, we must put the country in a state of alert. Chapuis, as you know, continually agitates with Charles to blockade our ports and impound our goods and our merchant ships abroad. He urges war in every dispatch.
I have no knowledge of what Chapuis puts in his dispatches.
It is a lie so staggering that he has to admire it. Having delivered it, Catherine seems weakened. She sinks down again into her chair, and before he can do it for her, she wearily bends from the waist to pick up her sewing. Her fingers are swollen, and bending seems to leave her breathless. She sits for a moment, recovering herself, and when she speaks again, she is calm, deliberate. Master Cromwell, I know I have failed you. That is to say, I have failed your country, which by now is my country too. The king was a good husband to me, but I could not do that which is most necessary for a wife to do. Nevertheless, I am a wife. You see, do you, that it is impossible for me to believe that for 20 years I was a harlot? Now the truth is, I have brought England little good, but I would be loath to bring her any harm. But you do, madam. You may not will it, but the harm is done.
England is not served by a lie.
That is what Dr. Cranmer thinks. So he will annul your marriage, whether you come to the court or not.
Dr. Cranmer will be excommunicated too. Does it not cause him a qualm? Is he so lost to everything?
This archbishop is the best guardian of the church, madam, that we have seen in many centuries. He thinks of what Bainham said before they burned him. In England, there have been 800 years of mystification, just 6 years of truth and light, 6 years since the gospel in English began to come into the kingdom. Cranmer is no heretic. He believes as the king believes. He will reform what needs reformation, that is all. I know where this will end. You will take the church's lands and give them to the king. She laughs. Oh, you are silent. You will. You mean to do it. She sounds almost light-hearted, as people do sometimes when they're told they're dying. Master Cromwell, you may assure the king I will not bring an army against him. Tell him I pray for him daily. Some people, those who do not know him as I do, they say, oh, he will work his will. He will have his desire at any price. But I know that he needs to be on the side of the light. He is not a man like you, who just packs up his sins in his saddlebags and carries them from country to country, and when they grow too heavy, whistles up a mule or two and soon commands a train of them and a troop of muleteers. Henry may err, but he needs to be forgiven. I therefore believe, and will continue to believe, that he will turn out of this path of error in order to be at peace with himself. And peace is what we all wish for, I am sure.
What a placid end you make, madam. Peace is what we all wish for. Like an abbess. You are quite sure, by the way, that you would not think of becoming an abbess. A smile. Quite a broad smile. I shall be sorry if I don't see you again. You are so much quicker in conversation than the dukes. The dukes will be back. I am braced. Is there news of my Lady Suffolk? The king says she is dying. Brandon has no heart for anything. I can well believe it, she murmurs. Her income as Dowager, Queen of France, dies with her, and that is the greater part of his revenue. Still, no doubt, you will arrange him a loan at some iniquitous rate of interest. She looks up. My daughter will be curious to know I have seen you. She believes you were kind to her. He only remembers giving her a stool to sit on. Her life must be bleak if she remembers that. Properly, she should have remained standing, awaiting a sign from me. Her own pain-racked little daughter. She may smile, but she doesn't yield an inch. Julius Caesar would have had more compunction. Hannibal. Tell me, she says, testing the ground, the king would read a letter from me. Henry has taken to tearing her letters up unread, or burning them. He says they disgust him with their expressions of love. He does not have it in him to tell her this. Then rest for an hour, she says, while I write it. Unless you will stay a night with us, I should be glad of company at supper. Thank you, but I must start back. The council meets tomorrow. Besides, if I stayed, where would I put my mules? Not to mention my team of drivers. Oh, the stables are half empty. The king makes sure I am kept short of mounts. He thinks that I will give my household the slip and ride to the coast and escape on a ship to Flanders. And will you? He has retrieved her thimble. He hands it back. She bounces it in her hand, as if it were a die, and she were ready to cast it. No, I shall stay here, or go where I am sent, as the king wills, as a wife should. Until the excommunication, he thinks. That will free you from all bonds, as wife, as subject. This is yours, too. He opens his palm. In it a needle, tip towards her. The word is about town that Thomas More has fallen into poverty. He laughs about it with Master Secretary Gardiner. Alice was a rich widow when he married her, Gardiner says. And he has land of his own. How can he be poor? And the daughters? He's married them well. And he still has his pension from the king. He is sifting through paperwork for Stephen, who is preparing to appear as leading counsel for Henry at Dunstable. He has filed away all the depositions from the Blackfriars hearings, which seem to have happened in another era. Angels defend us, Gardiner says. Is there anything you don't file? If we keep on to the bottom of this chest, I'll find your father's love letters to your mother. He blows dust off the last batch. There you are. The papers hit the table. Stephen, what can we do for John Frith? He was your pupil at Cambridge.
Don't abandon him. But Gardiner shakes his head and busies himself with the documents, leafing through them, humming under his breath, exclaiming, "Well, who'd have known?" and "Here's a nice point." He gets a boat down to Chelsea. The ex-Chancellor is at ease in his parlour, daughter Margaret translating from the Greek in a drone barely audible. As he approaches, he hears him pick her up on some error. "Leave us, daughter," Moore says, when he sees him. "I won't have you in this devil's company." But Margaret looks up and smiles, and Moore rises from his chair, a little stiff as if his back is bad, and offers a hand. It is Reginald Pole, lying in Italy, who says he is a devil. Point is, he means it. It's not an image with him, as in a fable, but something he takes to be true, as he takes the gospel to be true. "Well," he says, "we hear you can't come to the coronation because you can't afford a new coat. The Bishop of Winchester will buy you one himself, if you'll show your face on the day." "Stephen, will he?" "I swear it." He relishes the thought of going back to London and asking Gardiner for £10. "Or the Guildsman will make a collection, if you like, for a new hat and a doublet as well." "And how are you to appear?" Margaret speaks gently, as if she's been asked to mind 2 children for the afternoon. "They are making something for me. I leave it to others. If I only avoid exciting mirth, it will be enough." Anne has said, "You shall not dress like a lawyer on my coronation day." She has called out to Jane Rochford, taking notes like a clerk. Thomas must go into crimson. "Mistress Roper," he says, "are you not yourself curious to see the Queen crowned?" Her father cuts in, talking over her. "It is a day of shame for the women of England. One can hear them say on the streets when the Emperor comes, 'Wives shall have their rights again.'" "Father, I am sure they take care not to say that in Master Cromwell's hearing." He sighs. "It's not much to know that all the merry young whores are on your side, all the kept women and the runaway daughters. Though now Anne is married, she sets herself up for an example. Already she has slapped Mary Shelton, Lady Carey tells him, for writing a riddle in her prayer book, and it was not even an indecent one. The Queen sits very erect these days, child stirring in her belly, needlework in hand, and when Norris and Weston and their gentlemen friends come swarming into her apartments, she looks at them when they lay compliments at her feet, as if they were strewing her hem with spiders. Unless you approach her with the Bible text in your mouth, better not approach her at all." He says, "Has the maid been up to see you again, the prophetess?" "She has," Meg says, "but we would not receive her." "I believe she has been to see Lady Exeter, at her invitation." "Lady Exeter is a foolish and ambitious woman," Moore says. "I understand the maid told her that she would be Queen of England." "I repeat my comment." "Do you believe in her visions? Their holy nature, that is?" "No, I think she's an impostor. She does it for attention." "Just that?" "You don't know what young women will do. I have a house full of daughters." He pauses. "You are blessed." Meg glances up. She recalls his losses. Though she never heard Anne Cromwell demand, "Why should Mistress Moore have the preeminence?" She says, "There were holy maids before this. One at Ipswich, only a little girl of 12. She was of good family, and they say she did miracles, and she got nothing out of it, no personal profit, and she died young." "But then there was the Maid of Leominster," Moore says with gloomy relish. "They say she is a whore at Calais now, and laughs with her clients after supper at all the tricks she worked on the believing people." So he does not like holy maids. But Bishop Fisher does. He has seen her often. He has dealings with her. As if taking the words out of his mouth, Moore says, "Of course, Fisher, he has his own views." "Fisher believes she has raised the dead." Moore lifts an eyebrow, but only for so long as it took the corpse to make his confession and get absolution. And then he fell down and died again. Moore smiles. "That sort of miracle." "Perhaps she's a witch," Meg says. "Do you think so? There are witches in the scriptures.
I could cite you.
Please don't.
Moore says,
Meg, did I show you where I put the letter?
She rises, marking with a thread her place in the Greek text.
I have written to this maid, Barton. Dame Elizabeth, we must call her, now she is a professed nun. I have advised her to leave the realm in tranquillity, to cease to trouble the king with her prophecies, to avoid the company of great men and women, to listen to her spiritual advices, and, in short, to stay at home and say her prayers.
As we all should, Sir Thomas. Following your example. He nods vigorously. Amen. And I suppose you kept a copy?
Get it, Meg, otherwise he may never leave.
Moore gives his daughter some rapid instructions, but he is satisfied that he is not ordering her to fabricate such a letter on the spot. I would leave, he says, in time, but I'm not going to miss the coronation. I've got my new clothes to wear. Will you not come and bear us company?
You'll be company for each other in hell.
This is what you forget, this vehemence. His ability to make his twisted jokes, but not take them. The Queen looks well, he says. Your Queen, I mean, not mine. She seems very comfortable at Amt Hill, but you know that, of course. Moore says, unblinking, I have no correspondence with the Princess Dowager. Good, he says, because I am watching 2 friars who have been carrying her letters abroad. I am beginning to think that whole order of the Franciscans is working against the king. If I take them, and if I cannot persuade them, and you know I am very persuasive, into confirming my suspicion, I may have to hang them up by their wrists and start a sort of contest between them as to which one will emerge first into better sense. Of course, my own inclination would be to take them home, feed them, and ply them with strong drink. But then, Sir Thomas, I have always looked up to you, and you have been my master in these proceedings. He has to say it all before Margaret Roper comes back. He raps his fingers on the table to make Moore sit up and pay attention. John Frith, he says, ask to see Henry. He will welcome you like a lost child. Talk to him, and ask him to meet Frith face to face. I'm not asking you to agree with John. You think he's a heretic. Perhaps he is a heretic. I'm asking you to concede just this, and to tell it to the king, that Frith is a pure soul. He's a fine scholar, so let him live. If his doctrine is false and yours is true, you can talk him back to you. You are an eloquent man. You are the great persuader of our age. Not me. Talk him back to Rome if you can. But if he dies, you will never know, will you, if you could have won his soul? Margaret's footstep. Is this it, Father?
Give it to him.
There are copies of the copy, I suppose. You would expect us, the girl says, to take all reasonable care. Your father and I were discussing monks and friars. How can they be good subjects of the king if they owe their allegiance to the heads of their orders, who are abroad in other countries, and who are themselves perhaps subjects of the King of France or the Emperor? I suppose they are still Englishmen. I meet few who behave as such. Your father will enlarge on what I say. He bows to her. He takes Moore's hand, holding its shifting sinews in his own palm. Scars vanish. It is surprising how they do. And now his own hand is white, a gentleman's hand, flesh running easily over the joints. Though once he thought the burn marks, the stripes that any smith picks up in the course of business, would never fade. He goes home. Helen Barr meets him. I've been fishing, he says, at Chelsea. Catch more? Not today. Your robes came? Yes. Crimson. Dear God, he laughs. Helen, she looks at him. She seems to be waiting. I haven't found your husband. Her hands are plunged into the pocket of her apron. She shifts them, as if she were holding something. He sees that one of her hands is clutching the other. So you suppose he is dead? It would be reasonable to think so. I have spoken with the man who saw him go into the river. He seems a good witness. So I could marry again, if anybody wanted me. Helen's eyes rest on his face. She says nothing, just stands. The moment seems to last a long time. Then, what happened to our picture? The one with the man holding his heart shaped like a book. What do I mean his book shaped like a heart?
I gave it to a Genovese.
Why?
I needed to pay for an archbishop.
She moves, reluctant, slow. She drags her eyes from his face. Hans is here. He's been waiting for you. He is angry. He says time is money.
I'll make it up to him.
Hans is taking time off from his preparations for the coronation. He's building a living model of Mount Parnassus on Gracechurch Street. And today he has to put the 9 muses through their paces, so he doesn't like being kept waiting by Thomas Cromwell. He's banging around in the next room. It seems he's moving the furniture. They take Frith to the Archbishop's palace at Croydon to be examined by Cranmer. The new Archbishop could have seen him at Lambeth, but the way to Croydon is longer and lies through the woods. In the depth of these woods, they say to him, "It will be a bad day for us if you were to give us the slip. For see how thick the trees are on the Wandsworth side. You could hide an army in there. We could spend 2 days searching there, more. And if you'd gone east, to Kent and the river, you'd be clear away before we got around to that side." But Frith knows his road. He's going towards his death. They stand on the path, whistling, talking about the weather. One pisses leisurely against the tree. One follows the flight of a jay through the branches. But when they turn back, Frith is waiting, placid, for his journey to resume. 4 days. 50 barges in procession, furnished by the city livery companies. 2 hours from the city to Blackwall, their rigging hung with bells and flags, a light but brisk breeze as order from God in his prayers. Reverse order, anchor at the steps of Greenwich Palace, collect incoming queen in her own barge, Catherine's old one, rebadged, 24 oars. Next her women, her guard, all the ornaments of the king's court, all those proud and noble souls who swore they'd sabotage the event. Boats packed with musicians, 300 craft afloat, banners and pennants flying, the music ringing bank to bank, and each bank lined with Londoners. Downstream with the tide, led by an aquatic dragon spitting fire, and accompanied by wild men throwing fireworks. Sea-going ships discharge their ordnance in salute. By the time they reach the tower, the sun is out. It looks as if the Thames is ablaze. Henry is waiting to greet Anne as she lands. He kisses her without formality, scooping back her gown, pinning it at her sides to show her belly to England. Next, Henry makes knights, a shoal of Howards and Boleyns, their friends and followers. Anne rests. Uncle Norfolk is missing the show. Henry has sent him to King Francis to reaffirm the most cordial alliance between our 2 kingdoms. He is Earl Marshal, and should be in charge of the coronation, but there is another Howard to step in as his deputy, and besides, he, Thomas Cromwell, is running everything, including the weather. He has conferred with Arthur Lord Lisle, who will preside at the coronation banquet. Arthur Plantagenet, a gentle relic of a former age. He is to go to Calais, directly this is over, to replace Lord Berners as governor, and he, Cromwell, must brief him before he goes. Lisle has a long, bony Plantagenet face, and he is tall like his father, King Edward, who no doubt had many bastards, but none so distinguished as this elderly man, bending his creaky knee in obeisance before Boleyn's daughter. His wife, Honour, his second wife, is 20 years his junior, small and delicate, a toy wife. She wears tawny silk, coral bracelets with gold hearts, and an expression of vigilant dissatisfaction bordering on the peevish. She looks him up and down. "I suppose you are Cromwell?" If a man spoke to you in that tone, you'd invite him to step outside and ask someone to hold your coat. Day 2. Bringing Anne to Westminster. He is up before first light, watching from the battlements as thin clouds disperse over the Bermondsey Bank, and an early chill as clear as water is replaced by a steady golden heat. Her procession is led by the retinue of the French ambassador. The judges in scarlet follow, the Knights of the Bath in blue-violet of antique cut, and then the bishops, Lord Chancellor, Audley and his retinue, the great lords in crimson velvet. 16 knights carry Anne in a white litter, hung with silver bells which ring at each step, at each breath. The Queen is in white, her body shimmering in its strange skin.
her face held in a conscious solemn smile, her hair loose beneath a circle of gems. After her, ladies on palfreys trapped with white velvet, and ancient dowagers in their chariots, their faces acidulated. At every turn on the route there are pageants and living statues, recitations of her virtue and gifts of gold from city coffers, her white falcon emblem crowned and entwined with roses, and blossom mashed and minced under the treading feet of the stout 16, so scent rises like smoke. The route is hung with tapestries and banners, and at his orders the ground beneath the horses' hooves is gravelled to prevent slipping, and the crowds restrained behind rails in case of riots and crush. Every law officer London can muster is among the crowd, because he is determined that in time to come, when this is remembered and told to those who were not here, no one is going to say, "Oh, Queen Anne's coronation, that was the day I got my pocket picked." Fenchurch Street, Leadenhall, Cheap, Paul's Churchyard, Fleet, Temple Bar, Westminster Hall. So many fountains flowing with wine that it's hard to find one flowing with water. And looking down on them, the other Londoners, those monsters who live in the air, the city's uncounted population of stone men and women and beasts, and things that are neither human nor beasts, fanged rabbits and flying hares, four-legged birds and pinioned snakes, imps with bulging eyes and ducks' bills, men who are wreathed in leaves or have the heads of goats or rams, creatures with knotted coils and leather wings, with hairy ears and cloven feet, horned and roaring, feathered and scaled, some laughing, some singing, some pulling back their lips to show their teeth, lions and friars, donkeys and geese, devils with children crammed into their maws, all chewed up except for their helpless paddling feet, limestone or leaden, metalled or marbled, shrieking and sniggering above the populace, hooting and gurning and dry-heaving from buttresses, walls and roofs. That night, the king permitting, he goes back to Austin Friars. He visits his neighbour Chapuis, who has secluded himself from the events of the day, bolting his shutters and stuffing his ears against the fanfares, the ceremonial cannon fire. He goes in a small satirical procession led by Thurston, taking the ambassador's sweetmeats to ease his sulks, and some fine Italian wine sent to him by the Duke of Suffolk. Chapuis greets him without a smile.
"Well, you have succeeded where the cardinal failed. Henry has what he wants at last. I say to my master, who is capable of looking at these things impartially, it is a pity, from Henry's point of view, that he did not take up Cromwell years ago. His affairs would have gone on much better."
He is about to say, "The cardinal taught me everything," but Chapuis talks over him.
"When the cardinal came to a closed door, he would flatter it. 'Oh, beautiful, yielding door.' Then he would try tricking it open. And you are just the same, just the same."
He pours himself some of the Duke's present.
"But in the last resort, you just kick it in."
The wine is one of those big, noble wines that Brandon favours, and Chapuis drinks appreciatively and says, "I don't understand it. Nothing do I understand in this benighted country. Is Cranmer Pope now? Or is Henry Pope? Perhaps you are Pope. My men, who were among the press today, say they heard few voices raised for the concubine, and plenty who called upon God to bless Catherine, the rightful queen. Did they? I don't know what city they were in." Chapuis sniffs. They may well wonder. These days it is nothing but Frenchmen about the king, and she, Boleyn, she is half French herself, and wholly bought by them. Her entire family are in the pocket of Francis. But you, Thomas, you are not taken in by these Frenchmen, are you? He reassures him, "My dear friend, not for one instant." Chapuis weeps. It's unlike him. All credit to the noble wine.
"I have failed my master, the Emperor. I have failed Catherine."
Never mind. He thinks, tomorrow is another battle, tomorrow is another world. He's at the Abbey by dawn. The procession is forming up by 6. Henry will watch the coronation from a box screened by a lattice, sequestered in the painted stonework. When he puts his head in about 8 o'clock, the king is already sitting expectantly on a velvet cushion, and a kneeling servant is unpacking his breakfast. "The French ambassador will be joining me," Henry says. and he meets that gentleman as he's hurrying away.
1 year you have been painted, Maître Cromwell. I, too, have been painted. You have seen the result?
Not yet. Hans is so occupied. Even on this fine morning, here beneath fan vaulting, the ambassador looks blue-tinged. Well, he says, it appears that with the coronation of this queen, our two nations have reached the state of perfect amity. How to improve on perfection? I ask you, monsieur. The ambassador bows.
Downhill from here?
Let's try, you know, to maintain a state of mutual usefulness when our sovereigns are once again snapping at each other.
Another Calais meeting?
Perhaps in a year.
No sooner?
I will not put my king on the high seas for no cause.
We'll talk, Cromwell.
Flat palm, the ambassador taps him on the chest, over the heart. Anne's procession forms up at 9. She is mantled in purple velvet, edged in ermine. She has 700 yards to walk, on the blue cloth that stretches to the altar, and her face is entranced. Far behind her, the Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, supporting her train, nearer, holding up the hem of her long robe, the Bishop of Winchester at one side, the Bishop of London at the other. Both of them, Gardiner and Stokesley, were king's men in the matter of the divorce. But now they look as if they wish they were far distant from the living object of his remarriage, who has a fine sheen of sweat on her high forehead, and whose compressed lips, by the time she reaches the altar, seem to have vanished into her face. Who says 2 bishops should hold up her hem? It's all written down in a great book, so old that one hardly dare touch it, breathe on it. Lyle seems to know it by heart. Perhaps it should be copied and printed, he thinks. He makes a mental note, and then concentrates his will on Anne. Anne not to stumble, as she folds herself towards the ground, to lie face down in prayer before the altar, her attendant stepping forward to support her for the crucial 12 inches before belly hits sacred pavement. He finds himself praying. This child, his half-formed heart now beating against the stone floor, let him be sanctified by this moment, and let him be like his father's father, like his Tudor uncles. Let him be hard, alert, watchful of opportunity, wringing use from the smallest turn of fortune. If Henry lives 20 years, Henry who is Wolsey's creation, and then leaves this child to succeed him, I can build my own prince, to the glorification of God and the Commonwealth of England, because I will not be too old. Look at Norfolk. Already he is 60. His father was 70 when he fought at Flodden. And I shall not be like Henry Wyatt and say, now I am retiring from affairs. Because what is there but affairs? Anne, shaky, is back on her feet. Cranmer, in a dense cloud of incense, is pressing into her hand the sceptre, the rod of ivory, and resting the crown of St. Edward briefly on her head, before changing for a lighter and more bearable crown. A prestidigitation, his hands as supple as if he'd been shuffling crowns all his life. The prelate looks mildly excited, as if someone had offered him a cup of warm milk. Anointed, Anna withdraws, incense billowing around her, swallowed into its murk. Anna Regina, to a bedchamber provided for her, to prepare for the feast in Westminster Hall. He pushes unceremoniously through the dignitaries, all you who said you would not be here, and catch a sight of Charles Brandon, Constable of England, mounted on his white horse, and ready to ride into the hall among them. He is a huge, blazing presence, from which he withdraws his sight. Charles, he thinks, will not outlive me either. Back into the dimness towards Henry. Only one thing checks him, the sight, whisking around a corner, of the hem of a scarlet robe. No doubt it is one of the judges, escaped from his procession. The Venetian ambassador is blocking the entrance to Henry's box, but the king waves him aside and says, "Cromwell, did not my wife look well? Did she not look beautiful? Will you go and see her and give her—" He looks around for some likely present, then wrenches a diamond from his knuckle. "Will you give her this?" He kisses the ring. "And this too?" "I shall hope to convey the sentiment," he says, and sighs, as if he were Cranmer. The king laughs, His face is alight. "This is my best," he says. "This is my best day."
"Until their birth, Majesty," says the Venetian, bowing. It is Mary Howard, Norfolk's little daughter, who opens the door to him. "No, you most certainly cannot come in," she says. "Utterly not. The Queen is undressed." Richmond is right, he thinks. She has no breasts at all. Still, for 14. I'll charm this small Howard, he thinks. So he stands spinning words around her, complimenting her gown and her jewels, till he hears a voice from within, muffled like a voice from a tomb. And Mary Howard jumps and says, "Oh, all right. If she says so, you can see her." The bed curtains are drawn closed. He pulls them back. Anne is lying in her shift. She looks flat as a ghost, except for the shocking mound of her 6-month child. In her ceremonial robes, her condition had hardly showed, and only that sacred instant as she lay belly down to stone had connected him to her body, which now lies stretched out like a sacrifice, her breasts puffy beneath the linen, her swollen feet bare. "Mother of God," she says, "can you not leave Howard women alone? For an ugly man you are very sure of yourself. Let me look at you." She bobs her head up. "Is that crimson? It's a very black crimson. Did you go against my orders?" "Your cousin Francis Bryan says I look like a travelling bruise." "A contusion on the body politic." Jane Rochford laughs. "Can you do this?" he asks, almost doubting, almost tender. "You are exhausted." "Oh, I think she will bear up." There is no sisterly pride in Mary's voice. "She was born for this, was she not?" Jane Seymour says, "Is the King watching?" "He is proud of her." He speaks to Anne, stretched out on her catafalque. "He says you never looked more beautiful. He sends you this." Anne makes a little sound, a moan, poised between gratitude and boredom. Oh, what? Another diamond. "And a kiss, which I said he had better bring in person." She shows no sign of taking the ring from him. It is almost irresistible to place it on her belly and walk away. Instead, he hands it to her sister. He says, "The feast will wait for you, Highness. Come only when you feel ready." She leaves herself upright with a gasp. "I am coming now." Mary Howard leans forward and rubs her lower back with an unpractised hand, a fluttering virginal motion as if she was stroking a bird. "Oh, get away!" the anointed Queen snaps. She looks sick. "Where were you last evening? I wanted you. The streets cheered for me. I heard them. They say the people love Catherine, but really it is just the women. They pity her. We will show them something better. They will love me when this creature is out of me." Jane Rochford says, "Oh, but madam, they love Catherine because she is the daughter of 2 anointed sovereigns. Make your mind up to it, madam. They will never love you any more than they love Cromwell here. It has nothing to do with your merits. It is a point of fact. There is no use trying to evade it." "Perhaps enough," Jane Seymour says. He turns to her and sees something surprising. She has grown up. "Lady Carey," Jane Rochford says, "we must get your sister on her feet now and back in her robes. So, see Master Cromwell out and enjoy your usual confabulation. This is not a day to break with tradition." At the door, "Mary," he says, notices the dark stains under her eyes. "Yes?" She speaks in a tone of yes, and what is it now? "I am sorry the marriage with my nephew did not come off." "Not that I was ever asked, of course." She smiles tightly. "I shall never see your house. And one hears so much of it."
"What do you hear?"
"Oh, of chests bursting with gold pieces."
"We would never allow that. We will get bigger chests."
"They say it's the King's money."
"It's all the King's money. His image is on it. Mary, look." He takes her hand. "I could not dissuade him from his liking for you. He—"
"How hard did you try?"
"I wish you were safe with us. Though, of course, it was not the great match you might expect as the Queen's sister."
I doubt there are many sisters who expect what I receive nightly.
She will get another child by Henry, he thinks. Anne will have it strangled in the cradle. Your friend William Stafford is at court. At least, I think he is still your friend.
Imagine how he likes my situation. Still, at least I get a kind word from my father. Monseigneur finds he needs me again. God forbid the king should ride a mare from any other stable.
This will end. He will free you. He will give you a settlement, a pension. I'll speak for you.
Does a dirty dishcloth get a pension?
Mary sways on the spot. She seems dazed with misery and fatigue. Great tears swell in her eyes. He stands catching them, dabbing them away, whispering to her and soothing her, and wanting to be elsewhere. When he breaks free, he gives her a backward glance, as she stands in the doorway desolate. Something must be done for her, he thinks. She's losing her looks. Henry watches from a gallery high above Westminster Hall. As his queen takes her seat in the place of honour, her ladies around her, the flower of the court and the nobility of England. The king has fortified himself earlier, and is picking at a spice plate, dipping thin slices of apple into cinnamon. In the gallery with him, encore les ambassadeurs, Jean de Danteville, furred against the June chill, and his friend the Bishop of Lavaur, wrapped in a fine brocade gown.
"This has all been most impressive,"
Cromwell, de Selve says. Astute brown eyes study him, taking everything in. He takes in everything too, stitching and padding, studding and dyeing. He admires the deep mulberry of the bishop's brocade. They say these two Frenchmen favour the gospel, but favour at Francoise's court extends no further than a small circle of scholars that the king, for his own vanity, wishes to patronize. He has never quite been able to grow his own Thomas More, his own Erasmus, which naturally piques his pride. "Look at my wife, the Queen!" Henry leans over the gallery. He might as well be down there. "She's worth a show, is she not?" "I have had all the windows reglazed," he says. "The better to see her."
"Fiat lux," de Selve murmurs.
"She has done very well," de Danteville says. "She must have been 6 hours on her feet today. One must congratulate your Majesty in obtaining a queen who is as strong as a peasant woman. I mean no disrespect, of course."
In Paris they are burning Lutherans. He would like to take it up with the envoys, but he cannot while the odour of roast swan and peacock drifts up from below. "Monsieur," he asks, music rising around them like a shallow tide, silver ripples of sound. "Do you know of the man Guido Camillo? I hear he's at your master's court." De Selve and his friend exchange glances. This has thrown them.
"The man who builds the wooden box," Jean murmurs.
"Oh, yes. It is a theatre," he says. De Selve nods.
"In which you yourself are the play."
"Erasmus has written to us about it," Henry says, over his shoulder. "He is having the cabinet-makers create him little wooden shelves and drawers, one inside another. It is a memory system for the speeches of Cicero. With your permission, he intends it as more than that. It is a theatre on the ancient Vitruvian plan, but it is not to put on plays. As my lord the bishop says, you as the owner of the theatre are to stand in the centre of it and look up. Around you there is arrayed a system of human knowledge, like a library, but as if... Can you imagine a library in which each book contains another book, and a smaller book inside that? Yet it is more than that." The king slips into his mouth an aniseed comfit and snaps down on it. "Already there are too many books in the world. There are more every day. One man cannot hope to read them all."
"I do not see how you understand so much about it," de Selve says. "All credit to you, Maître Cromwell. Guido will only speak his own Italian dialect, and even in that he stammers."
"If it pleases your master to spend his money," Henry says. "He is not a sorcerer, is he, this Guido? I should not like Francis to fall into the hands of a sorcerer. By the way, Cromwell, I'm sending Stephen back to France." Stephen Gardiner. So the French do not like doing business with Noir. Not surprising. His mission will be of some duration. De Selve catches his eye.
But who will do Master Secretary's job?
Oh, Cromwell will do it, won't you? Henry smiles. He is hardly down into the body of the hall before Master Risley intercepts him. This is a big day for the heralds and their officers, their children and their friends. Fat fees coming their way. He says so, and Call Me says, fat fees coming your way. He edges back against the screens, voice low. One could foresee this, he says, because Henry is tired of it. Winchester's grinding opposition to him every step of the way. He is tired of arguing. Now he is a married man, he looks for a little more douceur. With Anne, he says, and Call Me laughs. You know her better than me. If, as they say, she is a lady with a sharp tongue, then all the more he needs ministers who are kind to him. So devote yourself to keeping Stephen abroad, and in time he will confirm you in the post. Christophe, dressed up for the afternoon, is hovering nearby, making signals to him. You will excuse me, he says, but Risley touches his gown of crimson, as if for luck, and says, You are the master of the house, and the master of the revels. You are the origin of the king's happiness. You have done what the cardinal could not, and much more besides. Even this, he gestures around him, to where the nobility of England, having already eaten their words, are working through 23 dishes. Even this feast has been superbly managed. No one need call for anything. It is all at his hand before he thinks of it. He inclines his head. Risley walks away, and he beckons the boy. Christophe says, One tells me to impart nothing of confidence in the hearing of Call Me, as Rafe says he go chit-trot to Gardiner with anything he can get. Now, sir, I have a message. You must go quick to the Archbishop. When the feast is done, he glances up to the dais where the Archbishop sits beside Anne, under her canopy of state. Neither of them is eating, though Anne is pretending to. Both of them are scanning the hall. I go trit-trot, he says. He is taken with the phrase. Where?
His own lodging, which he says you know. He wishes you to be secret. He says not to bring any person.
Well, you can come, Christophe. You're not a person.
The boy grins. He is apprehensive. Does not quite like the thought of the abbey precincts, the drunken crowds at dusk, without somebody to watch his back. Unfortunately, a man cannot have two fronts. They have almost reached Cranmer's lodging when fatigue enwraps his shoulders, an iron cloak. Pause for a moment, he says to Christophe. He has hardly slept these last nights. He takes a breath in shadow. Here it is cold, and as he passes into the cloisters he is dipped in night. The rooms around are shuttered, empty, no sound from within. From behind him, an inchoate shouting from the Westminster streets like the cries of those lost after a battle. Cranmer looks up. He is already at his desk.
These are days we will never forget, he says. No one who has missed it would believe it. The king spoke warm words in your praise today. I think it was intended I should convey them.
I wonder why I ever gave any thought to the cost of brick-making for the tower. It seems such a small item now. And tomorrow the jousts. Will you be there? My boy, Richard, is listed for the bouts on foot, fighting in single combat.
He will prevail, Christophe declares. Biff, and one is flat, never to rise again.
Hush, Cranmer says. You are not here, child. Cromwell, please.
He opens a low door at the back of the chamber. He dips his head, and framed by the doorway in the half-light he sees a table, a stool, and on the stool a woman sitting, young, tranquil, her head bowed over a book. She looks up.
Ich bitte Sie, ich brauche eine Kerze.
Christophe, a candle for her.
The book before her he recognizes. It is attractive Luther's. May I? He says, and picks it up. He finds himself reading. His mind leaps along the lines. Is she some fugitive Cranmer is sheltering? Does he know the cost if she is taken? He has time to read half a page before the Archbishop trickles in like a late apology. This woman is, Cranmer says.
Margareta, my wife.
Dear God! He slams Luther down on the table. What have you done? Where did you find her? Germany, evidently. This is why you were slow to return. I see it now. Why? Cranmer says meekly. I could not help it. Do you know what the king will do to you when he finds you out? The master executioner of Paris has devised a machine with a counterweighted beam, shall I draw it for you, which, when a heretic is burned, dips him into the fire and lifts him out again, so that the people can see the stages of his agony. Now Henry will be wanting one. Or he will get some device to tease your head off your shoulders over a period of 40 days. The young woman looks up.
Mine uncle?
Who is that? She names a theologian, Andreas Osiander, a Nuremberger, a Lutheran. Her uncle and his friends, she says, and the learned men of her town, they believe, it may be the belief in your country, madam, that a pastor should have a wife, but not here. Did Dr. Cranmer not warn you of this?
Please, Cranmer begs, tell me what she is saying. Does she blame me? Is she wishing herself at home?
No, she says you are kind. What took hold of you, man?
I told you I had a secret.
So you did. Down the side of the page. But to keep her here under the king's nose.
I have kept her in the country, but I could not refuse her wish to see the celebrations.
She's been out on the streets.
Why not? No one knows her.
True. The protection of the stranger in the city. One young woman in a cheerful cap and gown. One pair of eyes among the thousands of eyes. You can hide a tree in a forest. Cranmer approaches him. He holds out his hands, so lately smeared with the sacred oil. Fine hands, long fingers, the pale rectangles of his palms crossed and recrossed by news of sea voyages and alliances.
I asked you here as my friend, for I count you my chief friend, Cromwell, in this world.
So there is nothing to do in a friendship, but to take these bony digits in his own. Very well. We will find a way. We will keep your lady's secret. I only wonder that you did not leave her with her own family, till we can turn the king our way. Margareta is watching them, blue eyes flitting from face to face. She stands up. She pushes the table away from her. He watches her do it, and his heart lurches. Because he has seen a woman do this before, his own wife, and he has seen how she puts her palms down on the surface to haul herself up. Margareta is tall, and the bulge of her belly juts above the tabletop. Jesus, he says.
I hope for a daughter,
the Archbishop says. About when? He asks Margareta. Instead of answering, she takes his hand. She places it on her belly, pressing it down with her own. At one with the celebrations, the child is dancing. Spanoletta, a Stampi Royale. This is perhaps a foot. This is a fist. You need a friend, he says, a woman with you. Cranmer follows him as he pounds out of the room.
About John Frith, he says.
What?
Since he was brought to Croydon, I have seen him 3 times in private conversation. A worthy young man, a most gentle creature. I have spent hours, I regret not a second of it, but I cannot turn him from his path.
He should have run into the woods, that was his path.
We do not all...
Cranmer drops his gaze.
Forgive me, but we do not all see as many paths as you.
So you must hand him to Stokesley now, because he was taken in Stokesley's diocese.
I never thought, when the king gave me this dignity, when he insisted I occupy this seat, that among my first actions would be to come against a young man like John Frith, and to try to argue him out of his faith.
Welcome to this world below.
I cannot much longer delay, Cranmer says.
Nor can your wife. The streets around Austin Friars are almost deserted. Bonfires are starting up across the city, and the stars are obscured by smoke. His guards are on the gate, sober, he is pleased to note. He stops for a word. There is an art to being in a hurry but not showing it. Then he walks in and says, I want Mistress Barr. Most of his household have gone to see the bonfires, and they will be out till midnight dancing. They have permission to do this. Who should celebrate the new Queen if they do not? John Page comes out. Something want doing, sir? William Brabazon, pen in hand, one of Wolsey's old crew. The King's business never stops. Thomas Avery, fresh from his accounts. There's always money flowing in, money flowing out. When Wolsey fell, his household deserted him, but Thomas Cromwell's servants stayed to see him through. A door bangs overhead. Rafe comes down, boots clattering, hair sticking up. He looks flushed and confused. "Sir?" "I don't want you. Is Helen here, do you know?" "Why?" At that moment Helen appears. She is fastening up her hair under a clean cap. "I need you to pack a bag and come with me." "For how long, sir?" "I cannot say." "To go out to London?" He thinks, "I'll make some arrangement. The wives and daughters of men in the city, discreet women, they will find her servants, and a midwife, some competent woman who will put Cranmer's child into his hands. Perhaps for a short time." "The children?" "We will take care of your children." She nods, speeds away. You wish you had men in your service as swift as she. Rafe calls after her. "Helen!" He looks irate. "Where's she going, sir? You can't just drag her off into the night." "Oh, I can," he says mildly. "I need to know." "Believe me, you don't." He relents. "Or if you do, this is not the time. Rafe, I'm tired. I'm not going to argue." He could perhaps leave it to Christoph and some of the more unquestioning members of his household to take Helen from the warmth of Austin Friars to the chill of the Abbey precincts. Or he could leave it till the morning. But his mind is alive to the loneliness of Cranmer's wife, the strangeness of the city en fête, the deserted aspect of Cannon Row, where even in the shadow of the Abbey robbers are bound to lurk. Even in the time of King Richard, the district was home to gangs of thieves who issued out by night at their pleasure, and when the dawn came, swarmed back to claim the privilege of sanctuary, and no doubt to share the spoils with the clergy. I shall clean out that lot, he thinks. My men will be after them like ferrets down a hole. Midnight. Stone exhales a mossy breath. Flagstones are slippery with the city's exhalations. Helen puts her hand into his. A servant admits them, eyes downcast. He slips him a coin to raise his eyes no higher. No sign of the Archbishop. Good. A lamp is lit. A door pushed ajar. Cranmer's wife is lying in a little cot. He says to Helen, "Here is a lady who needs your compassion. You see her situation. She does not speak English. In any case, you need not ask her name. Here is Helen," he says. "She has 2 children of her own. She will help you." Mistress Cranmer, her eyes closed, merely nods and smiles. But when Helen places a gentle hand on her, she reaches out and strokes it. "Where is your husband?" "Abated. I hope he is praying for me." The day of Frith's burning, he is hunting with the king over the country outside Guildford. It is raining before dawn, a gusty, tugging wind bending the treetops. Raining all over England, soaking the crops in the field. Henry's mood is not to be dented. He sits down to write to Anne, left back at Windsor. After he has twirled his quill in his fingers, turned his paper about and about, he loses the will. "You write it for me, Cromwell. I'll tell you what to put." A tailor's apprentice is going to the stake with Frith, Andrew Hewitt. Catherine used to have relics brought to her, Henry says, for when she was in labour with her children. A girdle of the Blessed Virgin. I hired it. I don't think the Queen will want that. And special prayers to St. Margaret. These are women's things. Best left to them, sir. Later, he will hear that Frith and the boys suffered, the wind blowing the flames away from them repeatedly. Death is a japester. Call him, and he will not come. He is a joker, and he lurks in the dark, a black cloth over his face. There are cases of the sweat in London. The king, who embodies all his people, has all the symptoms every day. Now Henry stares at the rain falling. Cheering himself up, he says, "It may abate. Jupiter is rising. Now tell the Queen." He waits, his pen poised. "No, that's enough. Give it to me, Thomas. I will sign it." He waits to see if the king will draw a heart. But the frivolities of courtship are over. Marriage is a serious business. Henricus Rex. "I think I have a stomach cramp," the king says. "I think I have a headache. I feel queasy, and there are black spots before my eyes. That's a sign, isn't it?" "If your majesty will rest a little," he says, "and take courage. You know what they say about the sweat. Merry at breakfast, dead by dinner. But do you know it can kill you in 2 hours?" He says, "I have heard that some people die of fear." By afternoon the sun is struggling out. Henry, laughing, spurs away his hunter under the dripping trees. At Smithfield, Frith is being shovelled up, his youth, his grace, his learning, and his beauty. A compaction of mud, grease, charred bone. The king has 2 bodies. The first exists within the limits of his physical being. You can measure it, and often Henry does, his waist, his calf, his other parts. The second is his princely double, free-floating, untethered, weightless, which may be in more than one place at a time. Henry may be hunting in the forest, while his princely double makes laws. One fights, one prays for peace. One is wreathed in the mystery of his kingship. One is eating a duckling with sweet green peas. The Pope now says his marriage to Anne is void. He will excommunicate him if he does not return to Catherine. Christendom will slough him off, body and soul, and his subjects will rise up and eject him into ignominy, exile. No Christian hearth will shelter him, and when he dies his corpse will be dug with animal bones into a common pit. He has taught Henry to call the Pope the Bishop of Rome, to laugh when his name is mentioned. If it is uncertain laughter, it is better than his former genuflection. Cranmer has invited the prophetess, Elizabeth Barton, to a meeting at his house in Kent. She has seen a vision of Mary, the former princess, as queen. Yes. Of Gertrude, Lady Exeter, as queen. Yes. He says gently, both cannot be true. The maid says, I only report what I see. He writes that she is bouncing and full of confidence. She is used to dealing with archbishops, and she takes him for another Warham, hanging on her every word. She is a mouse under the cat's paw. Queen Catherine is on the move. Her household much reduced to the Bishop of Lincoln's palace at Buckton, an old red-brick house with a great hall, and gardens that run out into the copses and fields and so into the fenland landscape. September will bring her the first fruits of autumn, as October will bring the mists. The king demands that Catherine give up for his coming child the robes in which the child Mary was christened. When he hears Catherine's answer, he, Thomas Cromwell, laughs. Nature wronged Catherine, he says, in not making her a man. She would have surpassed all the heroes of antiquity. A paper is put before her, in which she is addressed as Princess Dowager. Shocked, they show him how her pen has ripped through it as she scores out the new title. Rumours crop in the short summer nights. Dawn finds them like mushrooms in the damp grass. Members of Thomas Cromwell's household have been seeking a midwife in the small hours of the morning. He's hiding a woman at some country house of his, a foreign woman who's given him a daughter. Whatever you do, he says to Ralph, don't defend my honour. I have women like that all over the place. They will believe it, Ralph says. The word in the city is that Thomas Cromwell has a prodigious memory, he says. I have a very large ledger, a huge filing system in which are recorded under their name and also under their offence the details of people who have cut across me. All the astrologers say that the king will have a son, but you are better not to deal with these people. A man came to him, months ago, offering to make the king a philosopher's stone, and when he was told to make himself scarce, he turned rude and contrary, as these alchemists do, and now gives it out that the king will die this year. Waiting in Saxony, he says, is the eldest son of the late King Edward. You thought him a rattling skeleton beneath the pavements of the tower. Only his murderers know where. You are deceived, for he is a man grown and ready to claim his kingdom. He counts it up. King Edward V, were he living, would be 64 this November coming. He's a bit late to the fight, he says. He puts the alchemist in the tower to rethink his position. No more from Paris. Whatever Maitre Guido's up to, he's very quiet about it. Hans Holbein says, Thomas, I've got your hands done, but I haven't paid much attention to your face. I promise this autumn I'll finish you off. Suppose within every book there is another book, and within every letter on every page, another volume constantly unfolding. But these volumes take no space on the desk. Suppose knowledge could be reduced to a quintessence, held within a picture, a sign, held within a place which is no place. Suppose the human skull were to become capacious, spaces opening inside it, humming chambers like beehives. Lord Mountjoy, Catherine's chamberlain, has sent him a list of all the necessities for the confinement of a Queen of England. It amuses him, the smooth and civil handover, the court and its ceremonies roll on, whoever the personnel. But it is clear, Lord Mountjoy takes him as the man in charge of everything now. He goes down to Greenwich and refurbishes the apartments, ready for Anne. Proclamations, undated, are prepared, to go out to the people of England and the rulers of Europe, announcing the birth of a prince. Just leave a little gap, he suggests, at the end of prince, so, if need be, you can squash in. But they look at him as if he's a traitor, so he leaves off. When a woman withdraws to give birth, the sun may be shining, but the shutters of her room are closed, so she can make her own weather. She's kept in the dark so she can dream. Her dreams drift her far away from terra firma to a marshy tract of land, to a landing stage, to a river where a mist closes over the further bank, and earth and sky are inseparate. There she must embark towards life and death, a muffled figure in the stern directing the oars. In this vessel, prayers are said that men never hear. Bargains are struck between a woman and her God. The river is tidal, and between one feather stroke and the next, her tide may turn. On the 26th of August, 1533, a procession escorts the Queen to her sealed rooms at Greenwich. Her husband kisses her, adieu and bon voyage, and she neither smiles nor speaks. She is very pale, very grand, a tiny jewelled head balanced on the swaying tent of her body, her step small and circumspect, a prayer book in her hands. On the quay, she turns her head, one lingering glance. She sees him, she sees the Archbishop. One last look, and then, her women steadying her elbows, she puts her foot into the boat. Chapter 2. Devil's Spit. Autumn and Winter, 1533. It is magnificent. At the moment of impact, the king's eyes are open, his body braced for the atteint. He takes the blow perfectly, its force absorbed by a body securely armoured, moving in the right direction, moving at the right speed. His colour does not alter, his voice does not shake. "Healthy," he says. "Then I thank God for his favour to us, as I thank you, my lords, for this comfortable intelligence." He thinks Henry has been rehearsing. I suppose we all have. The king walks away towards his own rooms, says over his shoulder, "Call her Elizabeth. Cancel the jousts." A bleat from a Boleyn. "The other ceremonies as planned?" No reply. Cranmer says all as planned till we hear different. "I am to stand godfather to the princess." He falters. He can hardly believe it. For himself, he ordered a daughter, and he got a daughter. His eyes follow Henry's retreating back. "He did not ask after the Queen. He did not ask how she does." "It hardly matters, does it?" Edward Seymour, saying brutally what everyone is thinking. Then Henry, on his long, solitary walk, stops, turns back. "My Lord Archbishop, Cromwell, but you only." In Henry's closet. "Had you imagined this?" Some would smile. He does not. The king drops into a chair. The urge arises to put a hand on his shoulder, as one does for any inconsolable being. He resists it, simply folds his fingers, protectively, into the fist which holds the king's heart. One day we will make a great marriage for her. Poor Scrap. Her own mother will wish her away.
Your Majesty is young enough, Cranmer says. The Queen is strong and her family are fertile. You can get another child soon, and perhaps God intends some peculiar blessing by this princess.
My dear friend, I am sure you are right. Henry sounds dubious, but he looks around to take strength from his surroundings, as if God might have left some friendly message written on the wall, though there is only precedent for the hostile kind. He takes a breath and stands up and shakes out his sleeves. He smiles, and one can catch in flight, as if it were a bird with a strong beating heart, the active will that transforms a desolate wretch into the beacon of his nation. He whispers to Cranmer later, "It was like watching Lazarus get up." Soon, Henry is striding about the palace at Greenwich, putting the celebrations under way. "We are young enough," he says, "and next time it will be a boy. One day we will make a great marriage for her. Believe me, God intends some peculiar blessing by this princess." Boleyn faces Brighton. It's Sunday, 4 in the afternoon. He goes and laughs a bit at the clerks who have Prince written on their proclamations, and who now have to squeeze extra letters in. Then he goes back to working out the expenses for the new princess's household. He has advised that Gertrude, Lady Exeter, be among the child's godparents. Why should only the maid have a vision of her? It will do her good to be seen by the whole court, smiling a forced smile and holding Anne's baby at the font. The maid herself, brought to London, is kept in a private house, where the beds are soft and the voices around her, the voices of Cromwell women, hardly disturb her prayers, where the key is turned in the oiled lock with a click as small as the snap of a bird's bone. "Does she eat?" he asks Mercy, and she says she eats as heartily as you. Well, no, Thomas, perhaps not quite so heartily as you. I wonder what happened to her project of living on the communion host.
They can't see her dining now, can they? Those priests and monks who set her on this course? Away from their scrutiny, the nun has started to act like an ordinary woman, acknowledging the simple claims of her body, like anyone who wants to live. But it may be too late. He likes it that Mercy doesn't say, "Ah, the poor harmless soul." That she is not harmless by nature is clear, when they have her over to Lambeth Palace to question her. You would think Lord Chancellor Audley, his chain of office hung about his splendid person, would be enough to subdue any country girl. Throw in the Archbishop of Canterbury, and you would imagine a young nun might feel some awe. Not a bit of it. The maid treats Cranmer with condescension, as if he were a novice in the religious life. When he challenges her on any point and says, "How did you know that?" she smiles pityingly and says, "An angel told me." Audley brings Richard Rich with him to their second session, to take notes for them, and put any points that occur to him. He is Sir Richard now, knighted and promoted to Solicitor General. In his student days he was known for a sharp, slanderous tongue, for irreverence to his seniors, for drinking and gaming for high stakes. But who would hold up his head if people judged us by what we were like at 20? Rich turns out to have a talent for drafting legislation which is second only to his own. His features, beneath his soft, fair hair, are pinched with concentration. The boys call him Sir Perce. You'd never think, to see him precisely laying out his papers, that he was once the great disgrace of the Inner Temple. He says so, in an undertone, teasing him, while they wait for the girl to be brought in. "Well, Master Cromwell," Rich says, "what about you and that abbess in Halifax?" He knows better than to deny it, or any of those stories the Cardinal told about him. "Oh, that," he says. "It was nothing. They expect it in Yorkshire." He is afraid the girl may have caught the tail end of the exchange, because today, as she takes the chair they have placed for her, she gives him a particularly hard stare. She arranges her skirts, folds her arms, and waits for them to entertain her. His niece, Alice Wellyfed, sits on a stool by the door, just there in case of fainting or other upset. Though a glance at the maid tells you she's no more likely to faint than Audley is.
"Shall I?" Rich says. "Start?" "Oh, why not?" Audley says. "You are young and hearty." "These prophecies of yours, you're always changing the timing of the disaster you foresee. But I understood you said that the king would not reign 1 month after he married Lady Anne. Well, the months have passed. Lady Anne is crowned queen and has given the king a fine daughter. So what do you say now?"
"I say in the eyes of the world he seems to be king. But in the eyes of God," she shrugs, "not any more. He is no more the real king than he," she nods towards Cranmer, "is really archbishop."
Rich is not to be sidetracked. "So, it would be justified to raise rebellion against him, to depose him, to assassinate him, to put another in his place?"
"Well, what do you think?"
"And among the claimants your choice has fallen on the Courtenay family, not the Poles. Henry, Marquis of Exeter, not Henry, Lord Montague. Or," he says sympathetically, "do you get them mixed up?"
"Of course not," she flashes. "I have met both those gentlemen."
Rich makes a note. Audley says, "Now, Courtenay, that is Lord Exeter, descends from a daughter of King Edward. Lord Montague descends from King Edward's brother, the Duke of Clarence. How do you weigh their claims? Because, if we are talking of true kings and false kings, some say Edward was a bastard his mother got by an archer. I wonder if you can cast any light." "Why would she?" Rich says. Audley rolls his eyes.
"Because she talks to the saints on high, they'd know."
He looks at Rich, and it is as if he can read his thoughts. Niccolò's book says, "The wise prince exterminates the envious, and if I, Rich, were king, those claimants and their families would be dead." The girl is braced for the next question. How is it she has seen 2 queens in her vision? "I suppose it will sort itself out," he says, "in the fighting. It's good to have a few kings and queens in reserve, if you're going to start a war in a country."
"It is not necessary to have a war," the nun says.
"Oh?" Sir Perce sits up. This is new.
"God is sending a plague on England instead. Henry will be dead in 6 months. So will she, Thomas Boleyn's daughter."
"And me?"
"You too."
"And all in this room, except you, of course. All including Alice Wellyfed, who never did you harm?"
"All the women of your house are heretics, and the plague will rot them body and soul."
"And what about the Princess Elizabeth?" She turns in her seat to aim her words at Cranmer.
"They say when you christened her, you warmed the water to spare her a shock. You should have poured it boiling."
"Oh, Christ in heaven," Rich says. He throws his pen down. He's a tender young father with a daughter in the cradle. He drops a consoling hand on his, the Solicitor General's. You would think Alice would need consoling, but when the maid condemned her to death, he had looked down the room at his niece to note that her face was the perfect picture of derision. He says to Rich, "She didn't think it up herself, the boiling water. It is a thing they're saying on the streets." Cranmer huddles into himself. The maid has bruised him. She has scored a point. He, Cromwell, says, "I saw the princess yesterday. She is thriving in spite of her ill wishes." His voice suggests calm. We must get the Archbishop back in the saddle. He turns to the maid. "Tell me, did you locate the Cardinal?" "What?" Audley says. "Dame Elizabeth said she would look out for my old master on one of her excursions to heaven, hell, and purgatory, and I offered to pay her travelling expenses on the occasion. I gave her people a down payment. I hope we see some progress."
"Wolsey would have had another 15 years of life," the girl says.
He nods. He has said the same himself.
"But then God cut him off as an example. I have seen devils disputing for his soul."
"You know the result?" he asks.
"There is no result. I searched for him all over. I thought God had extinguished him. Then one night I saw him."
A long, tactical hesitation.
I saw his soul seated among the unborn.
There is a silence. Cranmer shrinks in his seat. Rich gently nibbles the end of his pen. Audley twists a button on his sleeve round and round till the thread tightens.
"If you like, I can pray for him," the maid says. "God usually answers my requests."
"Formerly, when you had your advisers about you, Father Bocking and Father Gold and Father Risby and the rest, you would start bargaining at this point. I would propose a further sum for your goodwill, and your spiritual directors would drive it up."
"Wait," Cranmer lays a hand over his ribcage. "Can we go back, Lord Chancellor?" "We can go in any direction you choose, my Lord Archbishop. 3 times round the mulberry bush." "You see devils?" She nods. "They appear how?"
"Birds."
"A relief," Audley says dryly.
"No, sir. Lucifer stinks. His claws are deformed. He comes as a cockerel smeared in blood and shit."
He looks up at Alice. He is ready to send her out. He thinks, what has been done to this woman?
Cranmer says, "That must be disagreeable for you. But it is a characteristic of devils, I understand, to show themselves in more than one way."
"Yes, they do it to deceive you. He comes as a young man."
"Indeed."
"Once he brought a woman to my cell at night."
She pauses.
"Pouring her,"
Rich says. "He is known to have no shame."
"No more than you."
"And what then, Dame Elizabeth, after the pouring?"
"Pulled up her skirts."
"And she didn't resist," Rich says. "You surprise me."
Audley says, "Prince Lucifer, I don't doubt he has a way with him."
"Before my eyes, he had to do with her on my bed."
Rich makes a note. "This woman, did you know her?" No answer. "And the devil did not try the same with you? You can speak freely. It will not be held against you."
"He came to sweet-talk me, swaggering in his blue silk coat. It's the best he has, and new hose with diamonds down his legs."
"Diamonds down his legs," he says. "Now that must have been a temptation." She shakes her head. "But you are a fine young woman, good enough for any man, I'd say." She looks up, a flicker of a smile.
"I am not for Master Lucifer."
"What did he say when you refused him?"
"He asked me to marry him."
Audley puts his head in his hands.
"I said I was vowed to chastity."
"Was he not angry when you would not consent?"
"Oh, yes, he spat in my face."
"I would expect no better of him," Rich says.
"I wiped his spit off with a napkin. It's black. It has the stench of hell."
"What is that like?"
"Like something rotting."
"Where is it now, the napkin? I suppose you didn't send it to the laundry?"
"Dom Edward has it."
"Does he show it to people for money?"
"For offerings."
"For money?" Cranmer takes his face from his hands.
"Shall we pause?"
"A quarter hour," Rich says. Audley says,
"I told you he was young and hearty." "Perhaps we will meet tomorrow," Cranmer says. "I need to pray, and a quarter of an hour will not do it."
"But tomorrow is Sunday," the nun says. "There was a man who went out hunting on a Sunday, and he fell down a bottomless pit into hell. Imagine that."
"How is it bottomless?" Rich asks. "If hell was there to receive him."
"I wish I were going hunting," Audley says. "Christ knows I'll take a chance on it."
Alice rises from her stool and signals for her escort. The maid gets to her feet. She is smiling broadly. She has made the Archbishop flinch, and himself grow cold, and the Solicitor General all but weep with her talk of scolded babies. She thinks she is winning, but she is losing all the time. Alice puts a gentle hand on her arm, but the maid shakes it off. Outside, Richard Rich says, "We should burn her."
Cranmer says, "Much as we may dislike her talk of the late Cardinal appearing to her, the devil's in her bedchamber,
She speaks in this way because she has been taught to ape the claims of certain nuns who have gone before her, nuns whom Rome is pleased to recognize as saints. I cannot convict them of heresy retrospectively, nor have I evidence to try her for heresy.
Burn for treason, I meant. It is the woman's penalty, where a man is half hanged and castrated, then slowly gutted by the executioner. He says, "There is no overt action. She has only expressed an intent." Intent to raise rebellion, to depose the king. Should that not be treason? Words have been construed as treasons. There are precedents, you know them. "I shall be astonished," Audley says, "if they have escaped Cromwell's attention." It is as if they can smell the devil's spit. They are almost jostling each other to get into the air, which is mild, damp. A faint scent of leaves, a green-gold rustling light. He can see that, in the years ahead, treason will take new and various forms. When the last Treason Act was made, no one could circulate their words in a printed book or bill, because printed books were not thought of. He feels a moment of jealousy towards the dead, to those who served kings in slower times than these. Nowadays the products of some bought or poisoned brain can be disseminated through Europe in a month. "I think new laws are needed," Rich says. "I have it in hand. And I think this woman is too leniently kept. We are too soft. We are just playing with her." Cranmer walks away, his shoulders stooped, his trailing habit brushing up the leaves. Audley turns to him, bright and resolute, a man keen to change the subject. "So, the princess, you say she was well?" The princess, unswaddled, had been placed on cushions at Anne's feet, an ugly, purple, grizzling knot of womankind, with an upstanding ruff of pale hair, and a habit of kicking up her gown, as if to display her most unfortunate feature. It seems stories have been put about that Anne's child was born with teeth, has 6 fingers on each hand, and is furred all over like a monkey. So her father has shown her off naked to the ambassadors, and her mother is keeping her on display in the hope of countering the rumours. The king has chosen Hatfield for her seat, and Anne says, "It seems to me waste might be saved, and the proper order of things asserted, if Spanish Mary's household were broken up, and she were to become a member of the household of the Princess Elizabeth, my daughter." "In the capacity of—" The child is quiet. Only, he notes, because she has crammed a fist into her maw, and is cannibalizing herself. "In the capacity of my daughter's servant. What else should she be? There can be no pretence at equality. Mary is a bastard." The brief respite is over. The princess sets up a screech that would bring out the dead. Anne's glance slides away sideways, and a sideways grin of infatuation takes over her whole face, and she leans down towards her daughter. But at once women swoop, flapping and bustling. The screaming creature is plucked up, wrapped up, swept away, and the queen's eyes follow pitifully as the fruit of her womb exits in procession. He says gently, "I think she was hungry." Saturday evening. Supper at Austin Fry's for Stephen Vaughan, so often in transit, William Butts, Hans, Kratzer, Call Me Risley. Conversation is in various tongues, and Rafe Sadler translates adroitly, smoothly, his head turning from side to side. High topics and low, statecraft and gossip. Zwingli's theology, Cranmer's wife. About the latter, it has not been possible to suppress the talk at the Steelyard and in the city. Vaughan says, "Can Henry know and not know?" "That is perfectly possible. He is a prince of very large capacities." "Larger by the day," Risley says, laughing. Dr. Butt says, "He is one of those men who must be active, and recently his leg is troubling him, that old injury. But think, is it likely that a man who has not spared himself on the hunting field and in the tilt-yard should not get some injury by the time he is the king's age? He's 43 this year, you know, and I shall be glad, Kratzer, to have your view on what the planets suggest, for the later years of a man whose chart is so dominated by air and fire. By the by, Did I not always warn of his moon in Aries, rash and hasty planet, in the house of marriage? He says, impatient, we heard very little about the Aries moon when he was settled with Catherine for 20 years. It is not the stars that make us, Dr. Butts. It is circumstance and necessità, the choices we make under pressure. Our virtues make us, but virtues are not enough. We must deploy our vices at times. Or don't you agree? He beckons to Christophe to fill their glasses. They talk about the Mint, where Vaughan is to have a position, about Calais, where Honor Lyle seems more busy in affairs than her husband the governor. He thinks about Guido Camillo in Paris, pacing and fretting between the wooden walls of his memory machine, while knowledge grows unseen and of itself in its cavities and concealed inner spaces. He thinks of the Holy Maid, by now established as not holy and not a maid. No doubt at this moment sitting down to supper with his nieces. He thinks of his fellow interrogators, Cranmer on his knees in prayer, Sir Perce frowning over the day's transcripts, Audley, what will the Lord Chancellor be doing? Polishing his chain of office, he decides. He thinks of saying to Vaughan, below the conversation, was there not a girl in your house called Yenica? What happened to her? But Risley breaks in on his train of thought. When shall we see my master's portrait? You have been at work on it a while, Hans. It is time it came home. We are keen to see what you have made of him. He is still busy with the French envoys, Kratzer says. De Danteville wants to take his picture home with him when he gets his recall. There is some laughter at the expense of the French ambassador, always doing his packing and having to undo it again, as his master commands him to stay where he is. Anyway, I hope he does not take it too quick, Hans says, because I mean to show it and get commissions off it. I want the king to see it. Indeed, I want to paint the king. Do you think I can? I will ask him, he says easily. Let me choose the time. He looks down the table to see Vaughan glow with pride like Jupiter on a painted ceiling. After they get up from the table, his guests eat ginger comfits and candied fruits, and Kratzer makes some drawings. He draws the sun and the planets moving in their orbits according to the plan he has heard of from Father Copernicus. He shows how the world is turning on its axis, and nobody in the room denies it. Under your feet, you can feel the tug and heft of it, the rocks groaning to tear away from their beds, the oceans tilting and slapping at their shores, the giddy lurch of alpine passes, the forests of Germany ripping at their roots to be free. The world is not what it was when he and Vaughan were young. 'Tis not what it was even in the Cardinal's day. The company has left when his niece Alice comes in, past his watchman, wrapped up in a cloak. She is escorted by Thomas Rotherham, one of his wards who lives in the house. "Never fear, sir," she says. "Joe is sitting up with Dame Elizabeth, and nothing gets by Joe." Does it not? That child perpetually in tears over her spoiled sewing? That grubby little girl sometimes found rolling under a table with a wet dog, or chasing a peddler down the street? "I would like to talk to you," Alice says, "if you have time for me." "Of course," he says, taking her arm, folding her hand in his. Thomas Rotherham turns pale, which puzzles him, and slides away. Alice sits down in his office. She yawns. "Excuse me, but she is hard work and the hours are long." She tucks a strand of hair into her hood. "She is ready to break," she says. "She is brave to your faces, but she cries at night because she knows she is a fraud, and even while she is crying she peeps under her eyelids to see what effect she is making." "I want it over with now," he says. "For all the trouble she has caused, we do not find ourselves an edifying spectacle, 3 or 4 of us learned in the law and the scriptures, convening day after day to try to trip one chit of a girl." "Why did you not bring her in before?" "I didn't want her to shut the prophecy shop. I wanted to see who would come to her whistle, and Lady Exeter has, and Bishop Fisher, and a score of monks and foolish priests whose names I know, and 100 perhaps whose names I don't know yet." "And will the king kill them all?" "Very few, I hope." "You incline him to mercy?" "I incline him to patience." "What will happen to her, Dame Eliza?" "We will frame charges." "She will not go in a dungeon?" "No.
I shall move the king to treat her with consideration. He is usually, respectful of any person in the religious life. But, Alice," he sees that she is dissolving into tears, "I think this has all been too much for you."
"No, not at all. We are soldiers in your army."
"She's not been frightening you, talking about the devil's wicked offers?"
"No. It's Thomas Rotherham's offers. He wants to marry me."
"So that's what's wrong with him." He's amused. "Could he not ask himself?"
"He thought you would look at him in that way you have, as if you were weighing him."
"Like a clipped coin?" "Alice, he owns a fat slice of Bedfordshire, and his manners prosper very nicely since I have been looking after them. And if you like each other, how could I object? You are a clever girl, Alice. Your mother," he says softly, "and your father, they would be very pleased with you, if they were able to see." This is why Alice is crying. She must ask her uncle's permission because this last year has left her orphaned. The day his sister Bet died, he was up country with the king. Henry was receiving no messages from London for fear of contagion, so she was dead and buried before he knew she was ill. When the news crept through at last, the king spoke to him with tenderness, a hand on his arm. He spoke of his own sister, the silver-haired lady like a princess in a book, removed from this life to gardens of paradise he had claimed, reserved for royal dead. For it is impossible, he had said, to think of that lady in any low place, any place of darkness, the barred charnel house of purgatory, with its flying cinders and sulphur reek, its boiling tar and roiling clouds of sleet. "Alice," he says, "dry your tears. Find Thomas Rotherham and end his pain. You need not come to Lambeth tomorrow. Jo can come, if she is as formidable as you say." Alice turns in the doorway. "I will see her again, though. Eliza Barton. I should like to see her before they kill her. Alice is no innocent in this world. Just as well. Look how the innocent end. Used by the sin-sodden and the cynical, pulped to their purpose and ground under their heels." He hears Alice running upstairs. He hears her calling, "Thomas, Thomas!" It is a name that will bring half the house out, tumbling from their bedside prayers, from their very beds. "Yes, are you looking for me?" He pulls his furred gown around him and goes outside to look at the stars. The precincts of his house are kept well lit. The gardens by torchlight are the site of excavations. Trenches dug out for foundations, earth banked up into barrows and mounds. The vast timber frame of a new wing juts against the sky. In the middle distance, his new planting, a city orchard where Gregory one day will pick the fruit, and Alice's sons. He has fruit trees already, but he wants cherries and plums like the ones he has eaten abroad, and late pears to use in the Tuscan fashion, to match their crisp metallic flesh with winter's salt cod. Then next year he means to make another garden at the hunting lodge he has at Canonbury, make it a retreat from the city, a summer house in the fields. He has work in hand at Stepney, too, expansion. John Williamson is looking after the builders for him. Strange, but like a miracle the family's prosperity seems to have cured him of his killing cough. I like John Williams, he thinks. Why ever did I, with his wife? Beyond the gate, cries and shouts. London never still or quiet. So many in the graveyards, but the living parading in the streets, drunken fighters pitching from London Bridge, sanctuary men stealing out to thieve, Southwark whores bawling out their prices like butchers selling dead flesh. He goes inside. His desk draws him back. In a small chest, he keeps his wife's book, her book of hours. Inside it are prayers on loose papers which she has inserted. Say the name of Christ 1,000 times, and it keeps fever away. But it doesn't, does it? The fever comes anyway and kills you. Beside the name of her first husband, Thomas Williams, she has written his own name. But she never, he notices,
crossed Tom Williams out. She has recorded the births of her children, and he has written in beside them the dates of his daughters' deaths. He finds a space where he will note the marriages of his sister's children, Richard to Frances Murfin, Alice to his ward. He thinks perhaps I have got over Liz. It didn't seem possible that weight would ever shift from inside his chest. But it has lightened enough to let him get on with his life. I could marry again, he thinks. But is this not what people are always telling me? He says to himself, I never think of Joanne Williamson now. Not Joanne she was for me. Her body once had special meaning, but that meaning is now unmade. The flesh created beneath his fingertips, hallowed by desire, becomes just the ordinary substance of a city wife, a fading woman with no particular looks. He says to himself, I never think of Aunt Selma now. She's just the woman in the tapestry, the woman in the weave. He reaches for his pen. I have got over Liz, he says to himself. Surely. He hesitates, the quill in his hand, weighted by ink. He holds the pages down flat and strikes out the name of her first husband. He thinks, I've meant to do that for years. It is late. Upstairs he closes the shutter, where the moon gapes in hollow-eyed, like a drunk lost in the street. Christophe, folding garments, says, Is there Lou in this kingdom? I think the wolves all died when the great forests were cut down. That howling you hear is only the Londoners. Sunday. In rose-tinted light, they set out from Austin Friars, his men in their new livery of grey marbled cloth, collecting the party from the city house where the nun has been held. It would be convenient, he thinks, if I had Master Secretary's barge instead of making ad hoc arrangements when we have to cross the river. He has already heard Mass. Cranmer insists they all hear another. He watches the girl and sees her tears flow. Alice is right. She is at the end of her invention. By 9 o'clock she's unwinding the threads she has spent years revelling up. She confesses in style, so hard and fast that Rich can hardly keep track, and she appeals to them as men of the world, as people with their way to make. You know how it is. You mention something and people are at you. And what do you mean? What do you mean? You say you've had a vision, and they won't leave you alone. You can't disappoint people, he says. She agrees, that's it, you can't. Once you start, you have to keep going. If you try to go back, they'll slaughter you. She confesses that her visions are inventions. She never spoke to heavenly persons, or raised the dead. That was all a fraud. She never had a hand in miracles. The letter from Mary Magdalene, Father Bocking wrote it, and a monk put gilding on the letters. In a minute she'll think of his name. The angels came out of her own invention. She seemed to see them, but she knows now they were just flashes of light against the wall. The voices she heard were not their voices. They were not distinct voices at all, just the sounds of her sisters singing in the chapel, or a woman in the road crying because she's been beaten and robbed, or perhaps the meaningless clatter of dishes from the kitchen, and those groans and cries that seemed to come from the throats of the damned. It was someone above scraping a trestle across the floor. It was the whimper of a lost dog. I know now, sirs, that those saints were not real, not in the way you are real. Something has broken inside her, and he wonders what that thing is. She says, Is there any chance I could go home again to Kent? I'll see what can be arranged. Hugh Latimer is sitting with them, and he gives him a hard look, as if he's making false promises. No, really, he says, leave it with me. Cranmer tells her gently, Before you can go anywhere, it will be necessary for you to make public acknowledgment of your imposture, public confession. She's not shy of crowds, are you? These many years she's been on the road, a travelling show, and will be again, though now the nature of the show has changed. He means to display her, repentant at Paul's Cross, and perhaps outside London too. He feels that she will take to the role of fraud with the same relish with which she took to her role as saint. He says to Rich, "Niccolo tells us unarmed prophets always fail." He smiles and says, "I mention this, Riccardo, because I know you like to have it by the book." Cranmer leans forward and says to the maid, "These men about you, Edward Bocking and the rest, which of them were your lovers?" She is shocked. Perhaps because the question has come from him, the sweetest of her interrogators. She just stares at him, as if one of them was stupid. He says, murmuring, "She may think lovers is not the word." Enough. To Audley, to Latimer, to Rich, he says, "I shall begin bringing in her followers and her leaders. She has ruined many, if we care to press for their ruin. Fisher, certainly. Margaret Pole, perhaps. Gertrude and her husband, for sure. Lady Mary, the king's daughter, quite possibly. Thomas More, no. Catherine, no. But a fat haul of Franciscans." The court rises, if court is what you call it. Jo stands up. She's been sewing, or rather unsewing, teasing out the pomegranate border from a crewel work panel. These remnants of Catherine of the dusty kingdom of Granada linger in England still. She folds her work, dropping her scissors into her pocket, pinching up her sleeve and feeding her needle into the fabric for later use. She walks up to the prisoner and puts a hand on her arm. "We must say adieu." "William Hawkhurst," the girl says. "I remember the name now. The monk who gilded the letter from Mary Magdalene." Richard Rich makes a note. "Do not say any more today," Jo advises. "Will you come with me, mistress, where I am going?" "Nobody will come with you," Jo says. "I do not think you have the sense of it, Dame Eliza. You are going to the Tower, and I am going home to my dinner." This summer of 1533 has been a summer of cloudless days, of strawberry feasts in London gardens, the drone of fumbling bees, warm evenings to stroll under rose arbours, and hear from the alleys the sound of young gentlemen quarrelling over their bowls. The grain harvest is abundant even in the north. The trees are bowed under the weight of ripening fruit. As if he has decreed that the heat must continue, the king's court burns bright through the autumn. Monseigneur, the Queen's father, shines like the sun, and around him spins a smaller but still blazing noonday planet, his son George Rochford. But it is Brandon who leads the dancing, galloping through the halls, towing his new bride, whose age is 14. She is an heiress, and was betrothed to his son, but Charles thought an experienced man like him could turn her to better use. The Seymours have put their family scandal behind them, and their fortunes are mending. Jane Seymour says to him, looking at her feet, "Master Cromwell, my brother Edward smiled last week." "That was rash of him. What made him do so?" "He heard his wife is sick. The wife he used to have. The one that my father, you know."
"Is she likely to die?"
"Oh, very likely. Then he will get a new one. But he will keep her at his house in Elvetham, and never let her come within a mile of Wolf Hall. And when my father visits Elvetham, she will be locked in the linen room till he's gone again." Jane's sister Lizzie's at court with her husband, the Governor of Jersey, who is some connection of the new Queen's. Lizzie comes packaged into her velvet and lace. Her outlines, as firm as her sister's, are indefinite and blurred, her eyes bold and hazel and eloquent. Jane whispers in her wake. Her eyes are the colour of water, where her thoughts slip past like gilded fishes too small for hook or net. It is Jane Rochford, whose mind, in his view, is underoccupied, who sees him watching the sisters. "Lizzie Seymour must have a lover," she says. "It cannot be her husband who puts that glow in her cheeks. He is an old man. He was old when he was in the Scots wars." The two sisters are just a little alike, she points out. They have the same habit of dipping their head and drawing in their underlip. Otherwise, she says, smirking, you would think their mother had been up to the same tricks as her husband. She was a beauty in her day, you know, Marjorie Wentworth. And nobody knows what goes on down in Wiltshire.
"I'm surprised you don't, Lady Rochford."
You seem to know everyone's business.
You and me, we keep our eyes open.
She lowers her head and says, as if directing the words inward to her own body,
I could keep my eyes open, if you like, in places you cannot go.
Dear God, what does she want? It can't be money, surely. The question comes out colder than he means. Upon what possible inducement? She lifts her eyes to his.
I should like your friendship.
No conditions attached to that.
I thought I might help you, because your ally, Lady Carey, has gone down to Hever now to see her daughter. She's no longer wanted since Annie's back on duty in the bedchamber. Poor Mary, she laughs. God dealt her a good enough hand, but she never knew how to play it. Tell me, what will you do if the Queen does not have another child?
There is no reason to fear it. Her mother had a child a year. Boleyn used to complain it kept him poor.
Have you ever observed that when a man gets a son, he takes all the credit, and when he gets a daughter, he blames his wife? And if they do not breed at all, we say it is because her womb is barren. We do not say it is because his seed is bad.
It's the same in the Gospels. The stony ground gets the blame. The stony places, the thorny, unprofitable waste. Jane Rochford is childless after 7 years of marriage.
I believe my husband wishes I would die. She says it lightly.
He does not know how to answer. He has not asked for her confidence.
If I do die, she says, in the same bright tone, have my body opened. I ask you this in friendship. I am afraid of poison. My husband and his sister are closeted together for hours, and Anne knows all manner of poisons. She has boasted that she will give Mary a breakfast she will not recover from. He waits. Mary, the king's daughter, I mean, though I am sure if it pleased Anne she would not scruple to make way with her own sister.
She glances up again.
In your heart, if you are honest, you would like to know the things I know.
She is lonely, he thinks, and breeding a savage heart, like Leontina in her cage. She imagines everything is about her, every glance or secret conversation. She's afraid the other women pity her, and she hates to be pitied. He says, "What do you know of my heart?"
I know where you have disposed it.
It is more than I know myself.
That is not uncommon among men. I can tell you who you love. Why do you not ask for her if you want her? The Seymours are not rich. They will sell you Jane, and be glad of the bargain.
You are mistaken in the nature of my interest. I have young gentlemen in my house. I have wards. Their marriages are my business.
Oh, fa-la-la, she says. Sing another song. Tell it to infants in the nursery. Tell it to the House of Commons. You do most usually lie to them. But do not think you can deceive me.
For a lady who offers friendship, you have rough manners.
Get used to them, if you want my information. You go into Anne's rooms now, and what do you see? The Queen at her prie-dieu, the Queen sewing a smock for a beggar woman, wearing pearls the size of chickpeas.
It is hard not to smile. The portrait is exact. Anne has Cranmer entranced. He thinks her the pattern of pious womanhood.
So, do you imagine that is what is really going on? Do you imagine she has given up communing with nimble young gentlemen? Riddles and verses and songs in praise of her? Do you suppose she has given them up?
She has the king to praise her.
Not a good word will she hear from that quarter till her belly is big again.
And what will hinder that?
Nothing, if he's up to it.
Be careful, he smiles.
I never knew it was treason to say what passes in a prince's bed. All Europe talked about Catherine. What body part was put where? Was she penetrated? And if she was, did she know? She sniggers. Harry's leg pains him at night. He's afraid the Queen will kick him in the throes of her passion.
She puts her hand before her mouth, but the words creep out, narrow between her fingers.
But if she lies still under him, he says, "What, madam, are you so little interested in making my heir?"
I do not see what she is to do.
She says she gets no pleasure with him, and he, As he fought 7 years to get her, he can hardly admit it as stale so soon. It was stale before they came from Calais. That is what I think.
It's possible. Maybe they were battle-weary, exhausted. Yet he gives her such magnificent presents. And they quarrel so much. Would they quarrel so much if they were indifferent?
So, she goes on, between the kicking and the sore leg, and his lack of prowess, and her lack of desire, it will be a wonder if we ever have a Prince of Wales. Oh, he is good man enough, if he had a new woman each week. If he craves novelty, who is to say she does not? Her own brother is in her service.
He turns to look at her. God help you, Lady Rochford, he says.
To fetch his friends her way, I mean. What do you think I meant?
A little grating laugh. Do you know what you mean yourself? You have been at court long enough. You know what games are played. It is no matter if any lady receives verses and compliments, even though she is married. She knows her husband writes verses elsewhere.
Oh, she knows that. At least I know. There is not a minx within 30 miles who has not had a set of Rochford verses. But if you think the gallantry stops at the bedchamber's door, you are more innocent than I took you for. You may be in love with Seymour's daughter, but you need not emulate her in having the wit of a sheep.
He smiles. Sheep are maligned in that way. Shepherds say they can recognize each other. They answer to their names. They make friends for life.
And I will tell you who is in and out of everyone's bedchamber. It is that sneaking little boy, Mark. He is the go-between for them all. My husband pays him in pearl buttons and comfit boxes and feathers for his hat.
Why is Lord Rochford short of ready money?
You see, an opportunity for usury.
How not? At least, he thinks, there is one point on which we concur. Pointless dislike of Mark. In Wolsey's house he had duties, teaching the choir children. Here he does nothing but stand about, wherever the court is, in greater or lesser proximity to the Queen's apartments. Well, I can see no harm in the boy, he says.
He sticks like a burr to his betters. He does not know his place. He is a jumped-up nobody, taking his chance because the times are disordered.
I suppose you could say the same for me, Lady Rochford, and I'm sure you do. Thomas Wyatt brings him baskets of cobnuts and filberts, bushels of Kentish apples, jolting up himself to Austin Friars on the carrier's cart. The venison follows, he says, jumping down. I come with the fresh fruit, not the carcasses. His hair smells of apples, his clothes are dusty from the road. Now you will have words with me, he says, for risking a doublet worth the carrier's yearly earnings. Wyatt looks chastened. I forget you are my father. I have rebuked you, so now we can fall to idle boyish talk. Standing in a wash of cherry autumn sun, he holds an apple in his hand. He pares it with a thin blade, and the peel whispers away from the flesh, and lies among his papers, like the shadow of an apple, green on white paper and black ink. Did you see Lady Carey when you were in the country?
Mary Boleyn in the country. What new fresh pleasures spring to mind? I expect she's rutting in some hayloft.
Just that I want to keep hold of her for the next time her sister is hors de combat. Wyatt sits down amid the files, an apple in his hand.
Cromwell, suppose you had been away from England for 7 years. If you'd been like a knight in a story lying under an enchantment, you would look around and wonder, who are they, these people?
This summer, Wyatt vowed he would stay down in Kent. He would read and write on wet days, hunt when it is fine. But the fall comes and the nights deepen, and Anne draws him back and back. His heart is true, he believes, and if she is false, it is difficult to pick where the falsehood lies. You cannot joke with Anne these days, you cannot laugh. You must think her perfect, or she will find some way to punish you. My old father talks about King Edward's days. He says, you see now why it's not good for the king to marry a subject, an Englishwoman? The trouble is, though Anne has remade the court, there are still people who knew her before, in the days when she came from France, when she set herself to seduce Harry Percy. They compete to tell stories of how she is not worthy, or not human, how she's a snake or a swan. Una candidatura. One single white doe, concealed in leaves of silver grey. Shivering, she hides in the trees, waiting for the lover who will turn her back from animal to goddess. "Send me back to Italy," Wyatt says. Her dark, her lustrous, her slanting eyes. She haunts me. She comes to me in my solitary bed at night. Solitary? I don't think so. Wyatt laughs. You're right. I take it where I can. You drink too much. Water your wine. Could have been different. Everything could. You never think about the past? I never talk about it. Wyatt pleads. Send me away somewhere. I will, when the king needs an ambassador. Is it true that the Medici have offered for the Princess Mary's hand? Not Princess Mary, you mean the Lady Mary. I've asked the king to think about it. But they're not grand enough for him. You know, if Gregory showed any interest in banking, I would look for a bride for him in Florence. It would be pleasant to have an Italian girl in the house. Send me back there. Deploy me where I can be useful, to you or the king, as here I am useless and worse than useless to myself, and necessary to no one's pleasure. He says, Oh, by the bleached bones of Becket, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Norfolk has his own view of the Queen's friends. He rattles a little while he expresses it, his relics clinking, his grey, disordered eyebrows working over wide, open eyes. These men, he says, these men who hang around with women. Norris, I thought better of him, and Henry Wyatt's son, writing verse, singing, talking. What's the use of talking to women? He asks earnestly. Cromwell, you don't talk to women, do you? I mean, what would be the topic? What would you find to say? I'll speak to Norfolk, he decides when he comes back from France. Ask him to incline Anne to caution. The French are meeting the Pope in Marseille, and in default of his own attendance, Henry must be represented by his most senior peer. Gardiner is already there. For me, every day is like a holiday, he says to Tom Wyatt, when there's two away. Wyatt says, I think Henry may have a new interest by then. In the days following, he follows Henry's eyes as they rest on various ladies of the court. Nothing in them, perhaps, except the speculative interest of any man. It's only Cranmer who thinks that if you look twice at a woman, you have to marry her. He watches the king dancing with Lizzie Seymour, his hand lingering on her waist. He sees Anne watching, her expression cold, pinched. Next day he lends Edward Seymour some money on very favourable terms. In the damp autumn mornings, when it is still half light, his household are out early in the damp and dripping woods. You don't get torta di funghi unless you pick the raw ingredients. Richard Rich arrives at 8 o'clock, his face astonished and alarmed. They stopped me at your gate, sir, and said, Where's your bag of mushrooms? No one comes in here without mushrooms. Richard's dignity is affronted. I don't think they would have asked the Lord Chancellor for mushrooms. Oh, they would, Richard. But in an hour you will eat them with eggs baked in cream, and the Lord Chancellor will not. Shall we get down to work? Through September, he has been rounding up the priests and monks who have been close to the maid. He and Sir Perce sift the papers and conduct the interrogations. The clerics are no sooner under lock and key than they begin to deny her and deny each other. I never believed in her. It was Father so-and-so who convinced me. I never wanted any trouble. As for their contacts with Exeter's wife, with Catherine, with Mary, each disclaims his own involvement and rushes to implicate his brother in Christ. The maid's people have been in constant contact with the Exeter household. She herself has been at many of the chief monastic houses of the realm. Sion Abbey, the Charter House at Sheen, the Franciscan House at Richmond. He knows this because he has many contacts among disaffected monks. In every house there are a few, and he seeks out the most intelligent. Catherine herself has not met the nun. Why should she? She has Fisher to act as a go-between, and Gertrude, Lord Exeter's wife. The king says, It is hard for me to believe Henry Courtenay would betray me. A Garter knight, a great man in the lists, my friend since I was a boy. Wolsey tried to part us, but I wouldn't have it. He laughs. "Brandon, do you remember Greenwich, that Christmas? Which year was it? Remember the snowball fight?" This is the whole difficulty of dealing with them. Men who are always talking about ancient pedigrees and boyhood friendships and things that happened when he was still trading wool on the Antwerp Exchange. You put the evidence under their noses and they start getting teary over snowball fights. "Look," Henry says, "it is Courtney's wife that is to blame. When he knows the whole of her practices, he will want to be rid of her. She is fickle and weak like all her sex, easily led into scheming. So forgive her," he says. "Write her a pardon. Put these people under a debt of gratitude to you, if you want them to leave off their foolish sentiment towards Catherine." "You think you can buy hearts?" Charles Brandon says. He sounds as if he would be sad if the answer were yes. He thinks the heart is like any other organ. You can weigh it on a scale. "It is not a price in money we are offering. I have enough to put the Courtney family on trial, all Exeter's people. If we forbear to do it, we are offering their freedom and their lands. We are giving them a chance to recoup the honour of their name." Henry says, "His grandfather left Crookbank for my father's service." "If we forgive them, they will play us for fools," Charles says. "I think not, my lord. Everything they do from now on, they do under my eye." "And the Poles, Lord Montague, what do you propose there?" "He should not assume he will be pardoned." "Make him sweat, eh?" Charles says. "I'm not sure I like your way of dealing with noblemen." "They get their deserts," the king says. "Hush, my lord, I need to think." A pause. Brandon's position is too complicated for him to sustain. He wants to say, "Pay them out as traitors, Cromwell, but mind you butcher them respectfully." Suddenly his face clears. "Ah, now I remember Greenwich. The snow was knee-deep that year. Ah, we were young then, Harry. You don't get snow any more, like you did when we were young." He gathers up his papers and begs to be excused. Reminiscence is setting in for the afternoon, and there is work to be done. "Rafe, ride over to West Horsley. Tell Exeter's wife the king thinks all women fickle and weak, though I should have thought he has plenty of evidence to the contrary. Tell her to set down in writing that she has not the wit of a flea. Tell her to claim she is exceptionally easy to mislead even for a woman. Tell her to grovel. Advise her on the wording. You know how to do it. Nothing can be too humble for Henry." This is the season for humility. The word from the talks in Marseille is that King Francis has fallen at the Pope's feet and kissed his slippers. When the news comes, Henry bellows in obscenity and shreds the dispatch in his hands. He collects up the pieces, lays it out on the table, and reads it. "Francis has kept faith with you after all," he says, surprisingly. He has persuaded the Pope to suspend his bull of excommunication. England has a breathing space. "I wish Pope Clement in his grave," Henry says. "God knows he's a man of filthy life, and he's always ailing, so he ought to die. Sometimes," he says, "I pray that Catherine might be translated into glory. Is that wrong?" "If you snap your fingers, Majesty, 100 priests will come running to tell you right from wrong." "It seems I prefer to hear it from you." Henry broods in a sulky, twitching silence. "If Clement dies, who will be the next rogue in office?" "I put my money on Alessandro Farnese." "Really?" Henry sits up. "One lays bets." "But the odds are short. He has thrown about such bribes to the Roman mob all these years that they will put the cardinals in terror when the time comes." "Remind me, how many children has he?" 4 I know of." The king is looking into the tapestry on the near wall, where white-shouldered women walk barefoot on a carpet of spring flowers. "I may have another child soon." "The Queen has spoken to you?" "Not yet." But he sees, we all do, the flare of colour in Anne's cheeks, the silk sleekness of her person, the tone of command ringing in her voice as she hands out favours and rewards the people around her. This last week, there are more rewards than black looks, and Stephen Vaughan's wife, who is in the bedchamber, says she has missed her coursers. The king says, "She has missed her—" And then he stops, blushing like a schoolboy. He crosses the room, flings open his arms and embraces him, shining like a star, his great hands with their blazing rings seizing handfuls of the black velvet of his jacket. "This time for sure! England is ours!" Archaic, that cry from his heart. As if he were standing on the battlefield between the blooded banners, the crown in a thorn bush, his enemies dead at his feet. He disengages himself gently, smiling. He uncrumples the memorandum he had clenched in his fist when the king seized him. Because is that not how men embrace? They knead each other with big fists, as if to knock each other down. Henry squeezes his arm and says, "Thomas, it's like hugging a seawall. What are you made of?" He takes the paper. He gulps. "Is this what we must do this morning, this list?" "Not more than 50 items we shall soon work through." For the rest of the day he cannot stop smiling. Who cares for Clement and his bulls? He might as well stand on cheap and let the populace pelt him. He might as well stand under the Christmas garlands, which we dust with flour in years when there is no snow, and sing, "Hey nonny no, fa la la, under the trees so greeno." On a cold day towards the end of November, the maid and half a dozen of her principal supporters do penance at Paul's Cross. They stand shackled and barefoot in a whipping wind. The crowd is large and boisterous, the sermon lively, telling what the maid did on her night walks when her sisters in religion were sleeping, and what lurid tales of devils she told to keep her followers in awe. Her confession is read out, at the end of which she asks the Londoners to pray for her, and begs for the king's mercy. You wouldn't know her now for the bonny girl they had at Lambeth. She looks haggard and 10 years older. Not that she has been hurt. He would not countenance that for a woman, and in fact they have all talked without duress. The hard thing has been to stop them complicating the story by rumours and fantasies, so that half England is dragged into it. The one priest who had persistently lied, he had simply locked up with an informer. The man was detained for murder, and in no time at all Father Rich had set about saving his soul and interpreting to him the maid's prophecies and impressing him with the names of important people he knew at court. Pitiful, really. But it has been necessary to put on this show, and next he will take it to Canterbury, so Dame Elizabeth can confess on her home ground. It is necessary to break the hold of these people who talk of the end times and threaten us with plagues and damnation. It is necessary to dispel the terror they create. Thomas More is there, jostled among the city dignitaries. He's making towards him now, as the preachers step down and the prisoners are being led from the platform. More rubs his cold hands. He blows on them. Her crime is she was made use of. He thinks, why did Alice let you out without your gloves? For all the testimony I've got, he says, I still cannot understand how she arrived here from the edge of the marshes to a public scaffold at Paul's. For sure, she made no money out of it. How will you frame the charges? His tone is neutral, interested, lawyer to lawyer. The common law does not deal with women who say they can fly or raise the dead. I shall put an act of attainder into Parliament. Treason charges for the principals. The accessories, life imprisonment, confiscation, fines. The king will be circumspect, I think. Even merciful. I'm more interested in unravelling the plans of these people than exacting penalties. I don't want a trial with scores of defendants and hundreds of witnesses, tying the courts up for years. More hesitates. Come on, he says. You would have seen them off that way yourself when you were Chancellor. You may be right. I am clear anyway. A pause. More says, Thomas, in the name of Christ, you know that. As long as the king knows it. We must keep it firmly in his mind. A letter from you, perhaps, inquiring after Princess Elizabeth. I can do that. Making it plain you accept her rights and title. That is not a difficulty. The new marriage is made and must be accepted. You don't think you could bring yourself to praise it? Why does the king want other men to praise his wife? Suppose you were to write an open letter, to say that you have seen the light in the matter of the king's natural jurisdiction over the church. He looks across to where the prisoners are being loaded into the waiting carts. They're taking them back to the tower now. He pauses. You mustn't stand about. Come home with me to dinner. No. Moore shakes his head. I would rather be blown around on the river and go home hungry. If I could trust you only to put food in my mouth, but you will put words into it. He watches him melt into the crowd of home-going aldermen. He thinks, Moore is too proud to retreat from his position. He's afraid to lose his credibility with the scholars in Europe. We must find some way for him to do it that doesn't depend on abjection. The sky has cleared now to a flawless lapis blue. The London gardens are bright with berries. There is an obdurate winter ahead, but he feels a force ready to break, as spring breaks from the dead tree. As the word of God spreads, the people's eyes are open to new truths. Until now, like Helen Barr, they knew Noah and the flood, but not St. Paul. They could count over the sorrows of our Blessed Mother, and say how the damned are carried down to hell. But they did not know the manifold miracles and sayings of Christ, nor the words and deeds of the apostles, simple men who, like the poor of London, pursued simple wordless trades. The story is much bigger than they ever thought it was. He says to his nephew Richard, You cannot tell people just part of the tale and then stop, or just tell them the parts you choose. They have seen their religion painted on the walls of churches or carved in stone. But now God's pen is poised, and he is ready to write his words in the books of their hearts. But in these same streets, Chapuis sees the stirrings of sedition, a city ready to open its gates to the emperor. He was not at the sack of Rome, but there are nights when he dreams of it, as if he had been there, the black guts spilled on antique pavements, the half-dead draped in the fountains, the chiming of bells through the marsh fog, the flames of arsonists' torches leaping along the walls. Rome has fallen, and everything within it. It was not invaders, but Pope Julius himself, who knocked down old St. Peter's, which had stood for 1,200 years, the site where the Emperor Constantine himself had dug the first trench, 12 scoops of soil, one for each of the apostles, where the Christian martyrs, sewn into the skins of wild beasts, had been torn apart by dogs. 25 feet he dug down to lay his new foundations. Through an necropolis, through 12 centuries of fish bones and ash, his workmen's shovels powdering the skulls of saints. In the place where martyrs had bled, ghost white boulders stood, marble, waiting for Michelangelo. In the street, he sees a priest carrying the host, no doubt to a dying Londoner. The passers-by uncover their heads and kneel, but a boy leans out of an upper window and jeers, "Show us your Christ is risen! Show us your Jack-in-the-Box!" He glances up. The boy's face, before it vanishes, is vivid with rage. He says to Cranmer, "These people want a good authority, one they can properly obey. For centuries Rome has asked them to believe what only children could believe. Surely they will find it more natural to obey an English king, who will exercise his powers under Parliament and under God." 2 days after he sees Moore shivering at the sermon, he conveys a pardon to Lady Exeter. It comes with some blistering words from the king directed to her husband. It is St. Catherine's Day. In honour of the saint who was threatened with martyrdom on a wheel, we all walk in circles to our destination. At least, that's the theory. He has never seen anyone over the age of 12 actually doing it. There's a feeling of power in reserve, a power that drives right through the bone, like the shiver you sense in the shaft of an axe when you take it into your hand. You can strike, or you cannot strike, and if you choose to hold back the blow, you can still feel inside you the resonance of the omitted thing. Next day at Hampton Court, the King's son, the Duke of Richmond, marries Norfolk's daughter, Mary. Anne has arranged this marriage for the glorification of the Howards, also to stop Henry marrying his bastard to the boy's advantage to some princess abroad. She has persuaded the king to waive the magnificent dower payment he would have expected, and triumphant in all her designs, she joins the dancing, her thin face flushed, her shining hair braided with dagger tips of diamonds. Henry cannot take his eyes off her, and nor can he. Richmond draws to him all other eyes, gambolling like a colt, showing off his wedding finery, turning, leaping, bouncing, and strutting. Look at him, the older ladies say, and you will see how his father was once, that perfect glow, skin as thin as a girl's. Master Cromwell, he demands, tell the king my father that I want to live with my wife. He says that I am to go back to my household, and Mary is to stay with the Queen.
He has a care for your health, my lord.
I am 15 next.
It wants half a year till your birthday.
The boy's blithe expression vanishes. A stony look takes over his face. Half a year is nothing. A man of 15 is competent. So we hear, Lady Rochford says, standing idly by. The king, your father, brought witnesses to court to say his brother could do the deed at 15, and more than once a night.
It is also your bride's health that we need to think of.
Brandon's wife is younger than mine, and he has her. Every time he sees her, Lady Rochford says, if I judge by the startled expression on her face. Richmond is digging himself in for a long argument, entrenching himself behind precedent. It is his father's way of arguing. Did not my great-grandmother, Lady Margaret Beaufort, give birth at 13 years to the prince who will be Henry Tudor?
Bosworth, the tattered standards, the bloody field, the stained sheet of maternity.
Where do we all come from, he thinks, but this same hole and corner dealing?
Sweetheart, yield to me. I never heard it improve her health, he says, or her temper. She had no children after. Suddenly he is tired of the argument. He cuts it short, his voice tired and flat. Be reasonable, my lord. Once you've done it, you'll want to do it all the time, for about 3 years. That's the way it goes. And your father has other work in mind for you. He may send you to hold court in Dublin.
Jane Rochford says, Be easy, my lamb. There are ways that can be contrived. A man may always meet a woman, if she is willing.
May I speak as your friend, Lady Rochford? You risk the king's displeasure if you meddle in this.
Oh, she says easily. Henry will forgive anything to a pretty woman. They only seek to do what is natural. The boy says, Why should I live like a monk? A monk? They go to it like goats. Master Cromwell here will tell you. Perhaps, Richmond says, it is Madam the Queen who wants to keep us apart. She doesn't mean the king to have a grandson in the cradle before he has a son of his own. But do you not know, Jane Rochford turns to him, has it not reached your ears that La Anna is enceinte? She gives her the name Chapuis gives her. He sees the boy's face open in blank dismay. Jane says, I fear by summer you will have lost your place, sweetheart. Once he has a son born in wedlock, you may tup to your heart's content. You will never reign, and your offspring will never inherit. It isn't often that you see a princeling's hopes destroyed, in the instant it takes to pinch out a candle flame, and with the same calculated movement, as if born of the neatness of habit. She has not even licked her fingers. Richmond says, his face crumpling, It may be another girl. It is almost treason to hope so, Lady Rochford says. And if it is, she will have a third child and a fourth. I thought she would not conceive again, but I was wrong, Master Cromwell. She has proved herself now. Cranmer is in Canterbury, walking on a path of sand barefoot to his enthronement as Primate of England. The ceremony done, he's sweeping out the Priory of Christchurch, whose members gave so much encouragement to the false prophetess. It could be a long job, interviewing each monk, picking their stories apart. Roland Lee storms into town to put some brawn into the business, and Gregory is in his train. So he sits in London reading a letter from his son, no longer nor more informative than his schoolboy letters. And now no more for lack of time. He writes to Cranmer, "Be merciful to the community there, as nothing worse than misled. Spare the monk who gilded the Magdalen's letter. I suggest they give a present in cash to the king. £300 will please him. Clean out Christchurch and the whole diocese. Warham was archbishop for 30 years. His family are entrenched. His bastard son is archdeacon. Take a new broom to them. Put in people from home, your sad East Midlands clerks, formed under sober skies." There is something beneath his desk, under his foot, the nature of which he has avoided thinking about. He pushes his chair back. It is half a shrew, a gift from Marlinspike. He picks it up and thinks of Henry Wyatt, eating vermin in his cell. He thinks of the Cardinal, resplendent at Cardinal College. He throws the shrew on the fire. The corpse fizzes and shrivels, bones gone with an empty little pop. He picks up his pen and writes to Cranmer, "Shake out those Oxford men from your diocese, and put in Cambridge men we know." He writes to his son, "Come home, and spend the new year with us." December. In her frozen angularity, a blue light behind her cast up from the snow, Margaret Pole looks as if she has stepped from a church window, slivers of glass shaking from her gown. In fact, those splinters are diamonds. He has made her come to him, the Countess, and now she looks at him from beneath her heavy lids. She looks at him down her long Plantagenet nose, and her greeting, ice-bright, flies out into the room. "Cromwell!" Just that. She comes to business. "The Princess Mary, why must she quit the house in Essex?" "My Lord Rochford wants it for his use. It's good hunting country, you see. Mary is to join her royal sister's household at Hatfield. She will not need her own attendants there." "I offer to support my place in her household at my own expense. You cannot prevent me from serving her." "Try me. I am only the minister of the king's wishes, and you, I suppose, are as anxious as I am to carry them out." "These are the wishes of the concubine. We do not believe, the princess and I, that they are the king's own wishes." "You must stretch your credulity, madam." She looks down at him from her plinth. She is Clarence's daughter, old King Edward's niece. In her time, men like him knelt down to speak to women like her. "I was in Catherine the Queen's suite on the day she was married. To the princess, I stand as a second mother." "Blood of Christ, madam, you think she needs a second? The one she has will kill her." They stare at each other across an abyss. "Lady Margaret, if I may advise you, your family's loyalty is suspect." "So you say. This is why you are parting me from Mary, as punishment. If you have matter enough to indict me, then send me to the Tower with Elizabeth Barton." "That would be much against the king's wishes. He reveres you, madam, your ancestry, your great age." "He has no evidence." "In June last year, just after the Queen was crowned, your son, Lord Montague, and your son, Geoffrey Pole, dined with Lady Mary. Then a scant 2 weeks later, Montague dined with her again. I wonder what they discussed." "Do you really?" "No," he says, smiling. "The boy who carried in the dish of asparagus, that was my boy. The boy who sliced the apricots was mine too. They talked about the Emperor, about the invasion, how he might be brought to it. So you see, Lady Margaret, all your family owes much to my forbearance. I trust they will repay the king with future loyalty. He does not say, 'I mean to use your sons against their trouble-making brother abroad.' He does not say, 'I have your son Geoffrey on my payroll.' Geoffrey Pole is a violent, unstable man. You do not know how he will turn. He has paid him £40 this year to turn the Cromwell way." The Countess curls her lip. "The princess will not leave her home quietly." "My Lord of Norfolk intends to ride to Beaulieu, to tell her of the change in her circumstances. She may defy him, of course." He had advised the king, Leave Mary in possession of her style as princess. Do not diminish anything. Do not give her cousin, the Emperor, a reason to make war. Henry had shouted, "Will you go to the Queen and suggest to her that Mary keep her title? For I tell you, Master Cromwell, I'm not going to do it. And if you put her in a great passion, as you will, and she falls ill and miscarries her child, you will be responsible, and I shall not incline to mercy." Outside the door of the presence chamber, he leans on the wall. He rolls his eyes and says to Rafe, "God in heaven, no wonder the Cardinal was old before his time. If he thinks her pique will dislodge it, he cannot be stuck very fast. Last week I was his brother in arms. This week he is threatening me with a bloody end." Rafe says, "It is a good thing you're not like the Cardinal." Indeed. The Cardinal expected the gratitude of his prince, in which matter he was bound to be disappointed. For all his capacities, he was a man whose emotions would master him and wear him out. He, Cromwell, is no longer subject to vagaries of temperament, and he's almost never tired. Obstacles will be removed, tempers will be soothed, knots unknotted. Here, at the close of the year 1533, his spirit is sturdy, his will strong, his front imperturbable. The courtiers see that he can shape events, mould them. He can contain the fears of other men and give them a sense of solidity in a quaking world. This people, this dynasty, this miserable rainy island at the edge of the world. By way of recreation at the end of the day, he is looking into Catherine's land holdings and judging what he can redistribute. Sir Nicholas Carew, who does not like him and does not like Anne, is amazed to receive from him a package of grants, including 2 fat Surrey manors, to adjoin his existing holdings in the county. He seeks an interview to express his thanks. He has to ask Richard, who keeps the Cromwell diary now, and Richard fits him in after 2 days. As the Cardinal used to say, deference means making people wait. When Carew comes in, he is arranging his face. Chilly, self-absorbed, the complete courtier, he works at turning up the corners of his mouth. The result is a maidenly simper, incongruous above a luxuriant beard. "Oh, I am sure you are deserving," he says, shrugging it off. "You are a boyhood friend of His Majesty, and nothing gives him greater pleasure than to reward his old friends. Your wife is in touch with the Lady Mary, is she not? They are close. Ask her," he says gently, "to give the young woman good advice. Warn her to be conformable to the king in all things. His temper is short these days, and I cannot answer for the consequences of defiance. Deuteronomy tells us, gifts blind the eyes of the wise. Carew is not particularly wise, in his opinion, but the principle holds good, and if not exactly blinded, at least he looks dazed. Call it an early Christmas present," he tells him, smiling. He pushes the papers across his desk. At Austin Friars they are cleaning out storerooms and building strong rooms. They will keep the feast at Stepney. The angel's wings are moved there. He wants to keep them, till there is another child in the house of the right size. He sees them going, shivering in their shroud of fine linen, and watches the Christmas star loaded onto a cart. Christoph asks,
"How would one work it, that savage machine that is all over points?"
He draws off one of the canvas sleeves, shows him the gilding.
"Jesus Maria," the boy says. "The star that guides us to Bethlehem, I thought it was an engine for torture."
Norfolk goes down to Bewley to tell Lady Mary she must move to the manor at Hatfield, and be an attendant to the little princess, and live under the governance of Lady Anne Shelton, aunt to the Queen. What ensues, he reports back in aggrieved tones.
"Aunt to the Queen?" says Mary. "There is but one Queen, and that is my mother."
"Lady Mary," Norfolk says, and the words make her burst into tears and run to her room and lock herself in. Suffolk goes up the country to Buckden, to convince Catherine to move to another house. She has heard that they mean to send her somewhere even damper than Buckden, and she says the damp will kill her, So she too shuts herself up, rattling the bolts into place and shouting at Suffolk in 3 languages to go away. She will go nowhere, she says, unless he is prepared to break down the door and bind her with ropes and carry her, which Charles thinks is a little extreme. Brandon sounds so sorry for himself when he writes back to London for instructions. A man with a bride of 14 awaiting his attentions to spend the holiday like this. When his letter is read out to the council, he, Cromwell, bursts out laughing. The sheer joy of it carries him into the new year. There is a young woman walking the roads of the kingdom, saying she is the Princess Mary, and that her father has turned her out to beg. She has been seen as far north as York, and as far east as Lincoln, and simple people in these shires are lodging and feeding her, and giving her money to see her on her way. He has people keeping an eye out for her, but they haven't caught her yet. He doesn't know what he would do with her if he did catch her. It is punishment enough to take on the burden of a prophecy, and to be out unprotected on the winter roads. He pictures her, a dun-coloured dwindling figure, tramping away towards the horizon over the flat muddy fields. Chapter 3. A Painter's Eye, 1534. When Hans brings the finished portrait to Austin Friars, he feels shy of it. He remembers when Walter would say, "Look me in the face, boy, when you tell me a lie." He looks at the picture's lower edge and allows his gaze to creep upwards. A quill, scissors, papers, his seal in a little bag, and a heavy volume bound in blackish green, the leather tooled in gold, the pages gilt-edged. Hans had asked to see his Bible, rejected it as too plain, too thumbed. He had scoured the house and found the finest volume he owned on the desk of Thomas Avery. It is the monk Pacioli's work, the book on how to keep your books, sent to him by his kind friends in Venice. He sees his painted hand, resting on the desk before him, holding a paper in a loose fist. It is uncanny, as if he had been pulled apart, to look at himself in sections, digit by digit. Hans has made his skin smooth as the skin of a courtesan, but the motion he has captured, that folding of the fingers, is as sure as that of a slaughterman's when he picks up the killing knife. He is wearing the cardinal's turquoise. He had a turquoise ring of his own one time, which Liz gave to him when Gregory was born. It was a ring in the shape of a heart. He raises his eyes to his own face. It does not much improve on the Easter egg which Joe painted. Hans had penned him in a little space, pushing a heavy table to fasten him in. He had time to think while Hans drew him, and his thoughts took him far off to another country. You cannot trace those thoughts behind his eyes. He had asked to be painted in his garden. Hans said, "The very notion makes me sweat. Can we keep it simple? Yes." He wears his winter clothes. Inside them, he seems made of a more impermeable substance than most men, more compacted. He could well be wearing armour. He foresees the day when he might have to. There are men in this realm and abroad, not only in Yorkshire now, who would stab him as soon as look at him. I doubt, he thinks, they can hack through to the heart. The king had said, "What are you made of?" He smiles. There is no trace of a smile on the face of his painted self. "Right." He sweeps into the next room. "You can come and see it." They crowd in, jostling. There is a short, appraising silence. It lengthens. Alice says, "He has made you look rather stout, uncle. More than he need." Richard says, "As Leonardo has demonstrated to us, a curved surface better deflects the impact of cannonballs." "I don't think you look like that," Helen Barr says. "I see that your features are true enough, but that is not the expression on your face." Rafe says, "No, Helen, he saves it for men." Thomas Avery says, "The Emperor's man is here. Can he come in and have a look?" "He is welcome, as always." Chapuis prances in. He positions himself before the painting, he skips forward, he leaps back. He is wearing marten furs over silks. "Dear God," Joanne says behind her hand, "he looks like a dancing monkey."
"Oh, no, I fear not,"
Eustache says.
"Oh, no, 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 no. Your Protestant painter has missed the mark this time. For one never thinks of you alone, Cromwell, but in company, studying the faces of other people as if you yourself mean to paint them. You make other men think not, what does he look like, but what do I look like?"
He whisks away, then swings around, as if to catch the likeness in the act of moving.
"Still, looking at that, one would be loath to cross you. To that extent, I think Hans has achieved his aim."
When Gregory comes home from Canterbury, he takes him in alone to see the painting, still in his riding coat, muddy from the road. He wants to hear his son's opinion before the rest of the household get to him. He says, "Your lady mother always said she didn't pick me for my looks. I was surprised when the picture came to find I was vain. I thought of myself as I was when I left Italy 20 years ago, before you were born." Gregory stands at his shoulder. His eyes rest on the portrait. He doesn't speak. He is conscious that his son is taller than he is. Not that it takes much. He steps sideways, though only in his mind, to see his boy with a painter's eye. A boy with fine white skin and hazel eyes. A slender angel of the second rank in a fresco, dappled with damp, in some hill town far from here. He thinks of him as a page in a forest riding across vellum, dark curls crisp under a narrow band of gold. Whereas the young men about him every day, the young men of Austin Friars, are muscled like fighting dogs, hair cropped to stubble, eyes sharp as sword points. He thinks Gregory is all he should be. He is everything I have a right to hope for. His openness, his gentleness, the reserve and consideration with which he holds back his thoughts till he has framed them. He feels such tenderness for him he thinks he might cry. He turns to the painting. "I fear Mark was right." "Who is Mark?" "A silly little boy who runs after George Boleyn. I once heard him say I looked like a murderer." Gregory says, "Did you not know?" Part 6, Chapter 1, Supremacy, 1534. In the convivial days between Christmas and New Year, while the court is feasting and Charles Brandon is in the fens shouting at a door, he is rereading Marsilio of Padua. In the year 1324, Marsilio put to us 42 propositions. When the feast of the Epiphany is past, he ambles along to put a few of them to Henry. Some of these propositions the king knows. Some are strange to him. Some are congenial in his present situation. Some have been denounced to him as heresy. It's a morning of brilliant, bone-chilling cold. The wind off the river like a knife in the face. We are breezing in to push our luck. Marsilio tells us that when Christ came into this world, he came not as a ruler or a judge, but as a subject to the state as he found it. He did not seek to rule, nor pass on to his disciples a mission to rule. He did not give power to one of his followers more than another. If you think he did, read again those verses about Peter. Christ did not make popes. He did not give his followers the power to make laws or levy taxes, both of which churchmen have claimed as their right. Henry says, "I never remember the cardinal spoke of this. Would you, if you were a cardinal?" Since Christ did not induce his followers into earthly power, how can it be maintained that the princes of today derive their power from the Pope? In fact, all priests are subjects, as Christ left them. It is for the prince to govern the bodies of his citizens, to say who is married and who can marry, who is a bastard and who legitimate. Where does the prince get this power, and his power to enforce the law? He gets it through a legislative body, which acts on behalf of the citizens. It is from the will of the people, expressed in Parliament, that a king derives his kingship. When he says this, Henry seems to be straining his ears, as if he might catch the sound of the people coming down the road to turn him out of his palace. He reassures him on the point. Marsilio gives no legitimacy to rebels. Citizens may indeed band together to overthrow a despot, but he, Henry, is not a despot. He is a monarch who rules within the law. Henry likes the people to cheer him as he rides through London, but the wise prince is not always the most popular prince. He knows this. He has other propositions to put to him. Christ did not bestow on his followers grants of land or monopolies, offices, promotions. All these things are the business of the secular power. A man who has taken vows of poverty, how can he have property rights? How can monks be landlords? The king says, "Cromwell, with your facility for large numbers—" He stares into the distance. His fingers pick at the silver lacing of his cuff. "The legislative body," he says, "should provide for the maintenance of priests and bishops. After that, it should be able to use the church's wealth for the public good." "But how to free it?" Henry says. "I suppose shrines can be broken?" Jem studied himself. He thinks of the kind of wealth you can weigh. "If there were any who dared." It is a characteristic of Henry to run before you to where you were not quite going. He had meant to gentle him towards an intricate legal process of dispossession, repossession, the assertion of ancient sovereign rights, the taking back of what was always yours. He will remember that it was Henry who first suggested picking up a chisel and gouging the sapphire eyes out of saints. But he is willing to follow the king's thought. "Christ taught us how to remember him. He left us bread and wine, body and blood. What more do we need? I cannot see where he asked for shrines to be set up, or instituted a trade in body parts, in hair and nails, or asked us to make plaster images and worship them. Would you be able to estimate," Henry says, "even—" "No, I suppose you wouldn't." He gets to his feet. "Well, the sun shines, so—" "Better make hay." He sweeps the day's papers together. "I can finish up." Henry goes off to get into his double-padded riding coat. He thinks, we don't want our king to be the poor man of Europe. Spain and Portugal have treasure flowing in every year from the Americas. Where is our treasure? Look around you. His guess is the clergy own a third of England. One day soon, Henry will ask him how the crown can own it instead. It's like dealing with a child. One day you bring in a box, and the child asks, "What is in there?" Then it goes to sleep and forgets, but next day it asks again. It doesn't rest until the box is open and the treats given out. Parliament is about to reconvene. He says to the king, "No parliament in history has worked as hard as I mean to work this one." Henry says, "Do what you have to do. I will back you." It's like hearing words you've waited all your life to hear. It's like hearing a perfect line of poetry in a language you knew before you were born. He goes home happy, but the cardinal is waiting for him in a corner. He is plump as a cushion in his scarlet robes, and his face wears a martial and mutinous expression. Wolsey says, "You know he will take the credit for your good ideas, and you the blame for his bad ones? When fortune turns against you, you will feel her lash. You always, he never." He says, "My dear Wolsey," for now that cardinals have finished in this realm, he addresses him as a colleague, not a master. "My dear Wolsey, not entirely so. He didn't blame Charles Brandon for splintering a lance inside his helmet. He blamed himself for not putting his visor down." The cardinal says, "Do you think this is a tilting ground? Do you think there are rules, protocols, judges to see fair play? One day, when you are still adjusting your harness, you will look up and see him thundering at you downhill." The cardinal vanishes with a chortle. Even before the Commons convenes, his opponents meet to work out their tactics. Their meetings are not secret. Servants go in and out, and his method with the poll conclaves bears repeating. There are young men in the Cromwell household not too proud to put on an apron and bring in a platter of halibut or a joint of beef. The gentlemen of England apply for places in his household now, for their sons and nephews and wards, thinking they will learn statecraft with him, how to write a secretary's hand, and deal with translation from abroad, and what books one ought to read to be a courtier. He takes it seriously, the trust placed in him. He takes gently from the hands of these noisy young persons their daggers, their pens, and he talks to them, finding out behind the passion and pride of young men of 15 or 20 what they are really worth, what they value, and would value under duress. You learn nothing about men by snubbing them and crushing their pride. You must ask them what it is they can do in this world, that they alone can do. The boys are astonished by the question. Their souls pour out. Perhaps no one has talked to them before, certainly not their fathers. You introduce these boys, violent or unscholarly as they are, to humble occupations. They learn the Psalms. They learn the use of a filleting blade and a paring knife. Only then, for self-defence, and in no formal lesson, they learn the estoc, the killing jerk under the ribs, a simple twist of the wrist that makes you sure. Christophe offers himself as instructor. These messieurs, he says, be sure they are dainty. They are cutting off the head of the stag or the tail of the rat, I know not what, to send home to their dear papa. Only you and me, master, and Richard Cromwell. We know how to stop some little fucker in his tracks, so that's the end of him, and he doesn't even squeak. Before spring comes, some of the poor men who stand at his gate find their way inside it. The eyes and ears of the unlettered are as sharp as those of the gentry, and you need not be a scholar to have a good wit. Horseboys and kennelmen overhear the confidences of earls. A boy with kindling and bellows hears the sleepy secrets of early morning when he goes in to light a fire. On a day of strong sunlight, sudden and deceptive warmth, Call Me Risley strides into Austin Friars. He barks, "Give you good morning, sir," throws off his jacket, sits down to his desk, and scrapes forward his stool. He picks up his quill and looks at the tip of it. "Right. What do you have for me?" His eyes are glittering and the tips of his ears are pink. "I think Gardiner must be back," he says. "How did you know?" Call Me throws down his pen. He jumps up, he strides about. "Why is he like he is? All this wrangling and jangling and throwing out questions when he doesn't care about the answers. You liked it well enough when you were at Cambridge." "Oh, then," Risley says, with contempt for his young self. "It's supposed to train our minds. I don't know." "My son claims it wore him out, the practice of scholarly disputation. He calls it the practice of futile argument. Perhaps Gregory's not completely stupid. I would be glad to think not." Call Me blushes a deep red. "I mean no offence, sir. You know Gregory is not like us. As the world goes, he's too good. But you don't have to be like Gardiner either." When the Cardinal's advisers met, we would propose plans. There would perhaps be some dispute, but we would talk it through. Then we would refine our plans and implement them. The King's Council doesn't work like that. How could it? Norfolk, Charles Brandon, they'll fight you because of who you are. Even if they agree with you, they'll fight you, even if they know you're right. I suppose Gardiner has been threatening you. With ruin. He folds one fist into the other. I don't regard it. But you should. Winchester is a powerful man, and if he says he will ruin you, that is what he means to do. He calls me disloyal. He says while I was abroad, I should have minded his interest instead of yours. My understanding is, you serve Master Secretary, whoever is acting in that capacity. If I... He hesitates. If... Risley, I make you this offer. If I am confirmed in the post, I will put you in charge at the Signet. I will be Chief Clerk. He sees Call Me adding up the fees. So now, go to Gardiner, apologise, and get him to make you a better offer. Hedge your bets. His face alarmed, Call Me hovers. Run, boy! He scoops up his jacket and thrusts it at him. He's still secretary. He can have his seals back. Only tell him he has to come here and collect them in person. Call Me laughs. He rubs his forehead, dazed, as if he's been in a fight. He throws on his coat. We're hopeless, aren't we? Inveterate scrappers. Wolves snapping over a carcass. Lions fighting over Christians. The King calls him in, with Gardiner, to look through the bill he proposes to put into Parliament to secure the succession of Anne's children. The Queen is with them. Many private gentlemen see less of their wives, he thinks, than the King does. He rides, Anne rides, he hunts, Anne hunts. She takes his friends and makes them into hers. She has a habit of reading over Henry's shoulder. She does it now, her exploring hand sliding across his silky bulk, through the layers of his clothing, so that a tiny fingernail hooks itself beneath the embroidered collar of his shirt. And she raises the fabric just a breath, just a fraction, from pale royal skin. Henry's vast hand reaches to caress hers, an absent, dreamy motion, as if they were alone. The draft refers, time and again, and correctly it would seem, to "Your most dear and entirely beloved wife, Queen Anne." The Bishop of Winchester is gawping. As a man, he cannot unglue himself from the spectacle, yet as a bishop, it makes him clear his throat. Anne takes no notice. She carries on doing what she's doing and reading out the bill, until she looks up, shocked. It mentions my death. "If it should happen your said dear and entirely beloved wife, Queen Anne, to decease—" "I can't exclude the event," he says. "Parliament can do anything, madam, except what is against nature." She flushes. "I shall not die of the child. I am strong." He doesn't remember that Liz lost her wits when she was carrying a child. If anything, she was ever more sober and frugal, and spent time making store-cupboard inventories. Anne, the Queen, takes the draft out of Henry's hand. She shakes it in a passion. She's angry with the paper, jealous of the ink. She says, "This bill provides that if I die, say I die now, say I die of a fever and I die undelivered, then he can put another queen in my place." "Sweetheart," the King says, "I cannot imagine another in your place. It is only notional. He must make provision for it." "Madam," Gardiner says, "if I may defend Cromwell, he envisages only the customary situation. You would not condemn his Majesty to a life as perpetual widower. And we know not the hour, do we?" Anne takes no notice. It's as if Winchester had not spoken. "And if she has a son," it says, "that son will inherit. It says, heirs male lawfully begotten. Then what happens to my daughter and her claim?" "Well," Henry says, "she is still a princess of England. If you look further down the paper, it says that—" He closes his eyes. God give me strength. Gardiner springs to supply some. "If the king never had a son, not in lawful matrimony with any woman, then your daughter would be queen. That is what Cromwell proposes." "But why must it be written like this? And where does it say that Spanish Mary is a bastard?" "Lady Mary is out of the line of succession," he says. "So the inference is clear. We don't need to say more. You must forgive any coldness of expression. We try to write laws sparingly, and so that they are not personal." "By God," Gardiner says with relish, "if this isn't personal, what is?" The King seems to have invited Stephen to this conference in order to snub him. Tomorrow, of course, it could go the other way. He could arrive to see Henry arm in arm with Winchester and strolling among the snowdrops. He says, "We mean to seal this act with an oath. His Majesty's subjects to swear to uphold the succession to the throne as laid out in this paper and ratified by Parliament." "An oath?" Gardiner says. "What sort of legislation needs to be confirmed by an oath?" "You will always find those who will say a Parliament is misled or bought, or in some way incapable of representing the Commonwealth. Again, you will find those who will deny Parliament's competence to legislate in certain matters, saying they must be left to some other jurisdiction. To Rome, in effect. But I think that is a mistake. Rome has no legitimate voice in England. In my bill, I mean to state a position. It is a modest one. I draft it. It may please Parliament to pass it. It may please the King to sign it. I shall then ask the country to endorse it." "So what will you do?" Stephen says, jeering. "Have your boys from Austin Friars up and down the land swearing every man Jack you dig out of an alehouse? Every man Jack and every Jill?" "Why should I not swear them? Do you think because they are not bishops they are brutes? One Christian's oath is as good as another's. Look at any part of this kingdom, my Lord Bishop, and you will find dereliction, destitution. There are men and women on the roads. The sheep farmers are grown so great that the little man is knocked off his acres and the ploughboy is out of house and home. In a generation these people can learn to read. The ploughman can take up a book. Believe me, Gardner, England can be otherwise. I have made you angry, Gardner observes. Provoked. You mistake the question. I asked you not if their word is good, but how many of them you propose to swear. But of course, in the Commons you have brought in a bill against sheep. Against the runners of sheep, he says, smiling. The King says, Gardner, it is to help the common people. No grazier to run more than 2,000 animals. The bishop cuts his king off as if he were a child. 2,000, yes. So while your commissioners are rampaging through the shires counting sheep, perhaps they can swear the shepherds at the same time, eh? And these ploughboys of yours, in their pre-literate condition, and any jabs they find in a ditch. He has to laugh. The bishop is so vehement. My lord, I will swear whoever is necessary to make the succession safe, and unite the country behind us. The king has his officers, his justices of the peace, and the lords of the council will be put on their honour to make this work. Or I will know why. Henry says, The bishops will take the oath. I hope they will be conformable. We want some new bishops, Anne says. She names her friend Hugh Latimer, his friend Roland Lee. It seems, after all, she does have a list, which she carries in her head. Liz made preserves. Anne makes pastas. Latimer? Stephen shakes his head, but he cannot accuse the Queen to her face of loving heretics. Roland Lee, to my certain knowledge, has never stood in a pulpit in his life. Some men come into the religious life only for ambition, and have barely the grace to disguise it, he says. I make the best of my road, Stephen says. I was set upon it. By God, Cromwell, I walk it. He looks up at Anne. Her eyes sparkle with glee. Not a word is lost on her. Henry says, My Lord Winchester, you have been out of the country a great while on your embassy. I hope your Majesty thinks it has been to his profit. Indeed, but you have not been able to avoid neglecting your diocese. As a pastor, you should mind your flock, Anne says. Count them, perhaps. He bows. My flock is safe in fold. Short of kicking the bishop downstairs himself, or having him hauled out by the guards, the king can't do much more. All the same, feel free to attend to it, Henry murmurs. There is a feral stink that rises from the hide of a dog about to fight. It rises now into the room, and he sees Anne turn aside, fastidious, and Stephen put his hand to his chest, as if to ruffle up his fur, to warn of his size before he bares his teeth. I shall be back with your Majesty within a week, he says. His dulcet sentiment comes out as a snarl from the depth of his guts. Henry bursts into laughter. Meanwhile, we like Cromwell. Cromwell treats us very well. Once Winchester has gone, Anne hangs over the king again. Her eyes flick sideways, as if she were drawing him into conspiracy. Anne's bodice is still tight-laced, only a slight fullness of her breasts indicating her condition. There have been no announcements. Announcements are never made. Women's bodies are uncertain things and mistakes can occur. But the whole court is sure she is carrying the heir, and she says so herself. Apples are not mentioned this time, and all the food she craved when she was carrying the princess revolt her. So the signs are good it will be a boy. This bill he will bring into the Commons is not, as she thinks, some anticipation of disaster, but a confirmation of her place in the world. She must be 33 this year. For how many years did he laugh at her flat chest and yellow skin? Even he can see her beauty now she is queen. Her face seems sculpted in the purity of its lines, her skull small like a cat's. Her throat has a mineral glitter, as if it were powder with fool's gold. Henry says, Stephen is a resolute ambassador, no doubt, but I cannot keep him near me. I have trusted him with my innermost counsels, and now he turns. He shakes his head. I hate ingratitude. I hate disloyalty. That is why I value a man like you. You were good to your old master in his trouble. Nothing could commend you more to me than that. He speaks as if he, personally, hadn't caused the trouble, as if Wolsey's fall were caused by a thunderbolt. Another who has disappointed me is Thomas More. Anne says, When you write your bill against the false prophetess Barton, put Thomas More in it, beside Fisher. He shakes his head. It won't run. Parliament won't have it. There is plenty of evidence against Fisher, and the Commons don't like him. He talks to them as if they were Turks. But more came to me even before Barton was arrested and showed me how he was clear in the matter. But it will frighten him, Anne says. I want him frightened. Fright may unmake a man. I have seen it occur. 3 in the afternoon. Candles brought in. He consults Richard's daybook. John Fisher is waiting. It is time to be enraged. He tries thinking about Gardiner, but he keeps laughing. Arrange your face, Richard says. You'd never imagine that Stephen owed me money. I paid for his installation at Winchester. Call it in, sir. But I have already taken his house for the Queen. He's still grieving. I better not drive him to an extremity. I ought to leave him a way back. Bishop Fisher is seated, his skeletal hands resting on an ebony cane. Good evening, my lord, he says. Why are you so gullible? The bishop seems surprised that they are not to start off with a prayer. Nevertheless, he murmurs a blessing. You had better ask the king's pardon. Beg the favour of it. Plead with him to consider your age and infirmities. I do not know my offence, and whatever you think, I am not in my second childhood. But I believe you are. How else would you have given credence to this woman Barton? If you came across a puppet show in the street, would you not stand there cheering and shout, Look at their little wooden legs walking, look how they wave their arms, hear them blow their trumpets? Would you not? I don't think I ever saw a puppet show, Fisher said sadly. At least, not one of the kind of which you speak. But you're in one, my Lord Bishop. Look around you. It's all one great puppet show. And yet so many did believe in her, Fisher says mildly. Warham himself, Canterbury that was. 100 of devout and learned men. They attested her miracles. And why should she not voice her knowledge, been inspired? We know that before the Lord goes to work, he gives warning of himself through his servants. For it is stated by the prophet Amos. Don't prophet Amos me, man. She threatened the king, foresaw his death. Foreseeing it is not the same as desiring it, still less plotting it. Ah, but she never foresaw anything she didn't hope would happen. She sat down with the king's enemies and told them how it would be. If you mean Lord Exeter, the bishop says, he is already pardoned, of course, and so is Lady Gertrude. If they were guilty, the king would have proceeded. That does not follow. Henry wishes for reconciliation. He finds it in him to be merciful, as he may be to you even yet, but you must admit your faults. Exeter has not been writing against the king, but you have. Where? Show me. Your hand is disguised, my lord, but not from me. Now you will publish no more. Fisher's glance shoots upwards. Delicately, his bones move beneath his skin. His fist grips his cane, the handle of which is a gilded dolphin. Your printers abroad are working for me now. My friend Stephen Vaughan has offered them a better rate. It is about the divorce you are hounding me, Fisher says. It is not about Elizabeth Barton. It is because Queen Catherine asked my counsel, and I gave it. You say I am hounding you when I ask you to keep within the law. Do not try to lead me away from your prophetess, or I will lead you where she is and lock you up next door to her. Would you have been so keen to believe her, if in one of her visions she had seen Anne crowned queen a year before it occurred, and heaven smiling down on the event? In that case, I put it to you, you would have called her a witch. Fisher shakes his head. He retreats into bafflement. I always wondered, you know, it has puzzled me many a year, if in the Gospels Mary Magdalene was the same Mary who was Martha's sister. Elizabeth Barton told me for a certainty she was. In the whole matter she didn't hesitate. He laughs. She's familiar with these people. She's in and out of their houses. She's shared a bowl of pottage many a time with our Blessed Lady. Look now, my lord. Holy simplicity was well enough in its day, but its day is over. We're at war. Just because the Emperor's soldiers aren't running down the street, don't deceive yourself. This is a war, and you are in the enemy camp. The bishop is silent. He sways a little on his stool, sniffs.
I see why Wolsey retained you. You are a ruffian, and so was he. I have been a priest 40 years, and I have never seen such ungodly men as those who flourish today. Such evil counsellors.
Fall ill, he says. Take to your bed. That's what I recommend. The bill of attainder against the Maid and her allies is laid before the House of Lords on a Saturday morning, 21st of February. Fisher's name is in it, and so, at Henry's command, is Moore's. He goes to the Tower to see the woman Barton, to see if she has anything else to get off her conscience before her death is scheduled. She has survived the winter, trailed across country to her outdoor confessions, standing exposed on scaffolds in the cutting wind. He brings a candle in with him, and finds her slumped on her stool like a badly tied bundle of rags. The air is both cold and stale. She looks up and says, as if they were resuming a conversation, "Mary Magdalene told me I should die." Perhaps, he thinks, she has been talking to me in her head. Did she give you a date?
You'd find that helpful, she asks.
He wonders if she knows that Parliament, indignant over Moore's inclusion, could delay the bill against her till spring.
"I'm glad you've come, Master Cromwell. Nothing happens here."
Not even his most prolonged, his most subtle interrogations had frightened her. To get Catherine pulled into it, he had tried every trick he knew, with no result. He says, "You are fed properly, are you?"
"Oh, yes. And my laundry done. But I miss it. When I used to go to Lambeth, see the Archbishop, I liked that. Seeing the river, all the people bustling along, and the boats unloading. Do you know if I shall be burned? Lord Audley said I would be burned."
She speaks as if Audley were an old friend. "I hope you can be spared that. It is for the king to say."
"I go to hell these nights," she says. "Master Lucifer shows me a chair. It is carved of human bones and padded with cushions of flame."
"Is it for me?"
"Bless you, no. For the king."
"Any sightings of Wolsey?"
"The cardinal's where I left him."
Seated among the unborn. She pauses, a long, drifting pause.
"They say it can take an hour for the body to burn. Mother Mary will exalt me. I shall bathe in the flames, as one bathes in a fountain. To me they will be cool."
She looks into his face, but at his expression she turns away.
"Sometimes they pack gunpowder in the wood, don't they? Makes it quick, then? How many will be going with me?"
6. He names them. "It could have been 60. Do you know that? Your vanity brought them here."
As he says it, he thinks, it is also true that their vanity brought her. And he sees that she would have preferred 60 to die, to see Exeter and the Pole family pulled down to disgrace. It would have sealed her fame. That being so, why would she not name Catherine as party to the plot? What a triumph that would be for a prophet, to ruin a queen. There, he thinks, I shouldn't have been so subtle after all. I should have played on her greed to be infamous. "Shall I not see you again?" she says. "Or will you be there, when I suffer?"
"This throne," he says, "this chair of bones, it would be as well to keep it to yourself, not to let the king hear of it."
"I think he ought. He should have warning of what is waiting for him after death. And what can he do to me? Worse than he already plans."
"You don't want to plead your belly?"
She blushes. "I'm not with child. You're laughing at me."
"I would advise anyone to get a few more weeks of life by any means they can. Say you have been ill-used on the road. Say your guards have dishonoured you."
"But then I would have to say who did it, and they would be taken before a judge." He shakes his head, pitying her.
"When a guard despoils a prisoner, he doesn't leave her his name. Anyway, she doesn't like his idea, that's plain. He leaves her. The Tower is like a small town, and its morning routine clatters on around him. The guards and the men from the Mint greet him, and the keeper of the king's beasts trots up to say it's dinner time. They eat early, the beasts. And does he want to see them fed? "I take it very kindly," he says, waving the pleasure. Unbreakfasted himself, slightly nauseous, he can smell stale blood and from the direction of their cages hear their truffling grunts and smothered roars. High up on the walls above the river, out of sight, a man is whistling an old tune, and at the refrain breaks into song. He is a jolly forester, he sings, which is most certainly untrue. He looks around for his boatman. He wonders whether the maid is ill, and whether she will live to be killed. She was never harmed in his custody, only harassed, kept awake a night or two, but no longer than the king's business keeps him awake, and you don't, he thinks, find me confessing to anything. It's 9 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, dinner, he has to be with Norfolk and Audley, who he hopes will not scream and smell like the beasts. There is a tentative icy sun. Loops of vapour coil across the river, a scribble of mist. At Westminster, the Duke chases out the servants.
If I want a drink, I'll get it for myself. Go on, out you go, and shut the door. Any lurking at the keyhole, I'll skin you alive and salt you.
He turns, swearing under his breath, and takes his chair with a grunt. What if I begged him, he says. What if I went down on my knees, said, Henry, for the Lord's sake, take Thomas More out of the attainder?
What if we all begged him, Audley says, on our knees?
Oh, and Cranmer too, he says. We'll have him in. He's not to escape this delectable interlude.
The king swears, Audley says, that if the bill is opposed, he will come before Parliament himself, both houses if need be, and insist. He may have a fall, the Duke says, and in public. For God's sake, Cromwell, don't let him do it. He knew More was against him, and he let him creep off to Chelsea to coddle his conscience. But it's my niece, I suppose, who wants him brought to book. She takes it personally. Women do.
I think the king takes it personally.
Which is weak, Norfolk says, in my view. Why should he care how More judges him?
Audley smiles uncertainly.
You call the king weak? Call the king weak?
The Duke lurches forward and squawks into Audley's face, as if he were a talking magpie.
What's this, Lord Chancellor? Speaking up for yourself? You do usually wait till Cromwell speaks, and then it's chirrup, chirrup, yes sir, no sir, whatever you say, Tom Cromwell.
The door opens, and Call Me Risley appears in part.
By God, says the Duke, if I had a crossbow, I'd shoot your very head off. I said nobody was to come in here.
Will Roper is here. He has letters from his father-in-law. More wants to know what you will do for him, sir, as you have admitted that in law he has no case to answer.
Tell Will, we are just now rehearsing how to beg the king to take More's name out of the bill.
The Duke knocks back his drink, the one he has poured himself. He bounces his goblet back on the table.
Your cardinal used to say, Henry will give half his realm rather than be balked. He will not be cheated of any part of his will.
But I reason, do not you, Lord Chancellor?
Oh, he does. Whatever you reason, Tom, he reasons. Squawk, squawk.
Risley looks startled. Could I bring Will in? So we are united, on our knees to beg?
I won't do it unless Cranmer will, the Duke says. Why should a layman wear out his joints?
Shall we send for my Lord Suffolk too? Audley suggests.
No. His boy is dying, his heir.
The Duke scrubs his hand across his mouth.
He wants just a month of his 18th birthday.
His fingers fidget for his holy medals, his relics.
Brandon's got the one boy, so have I. So have you, Cromwell. And Thomas More, just the one boy. God help Charles, he'll have to start breeding again with his new wife. That'll be a hardship to him, I'm sure. He gives a bark of laughter. If I could pension my lady wife off, I could get a juicy 15-year-old too. But she won't go.
It is too much for Audley. His face flushes. My lord, you have been married and well married these 20 years.
Do I not know it? It's like placing your person in a grizzled leather bag.
The Duke's bony hand descends. He squeezes his shoulder.
Get me a divorce, Cromwell, will you? You and my Lord Archbishop come up with some grounds. I'll promise there'll be no murder done over it.
Where is murder done? Risley says.
We're preparing to murder Thomas More, aren't we? Old Fisher, we're whetting the knife for him, eh?
God forbid. The Lord Chancellor rises, sweeping his gown around him. "These are not capital charges. More and the Bishop of Rochester, they are only accessories." "Which," Risley says, "in all conscience is grave enough." Norfolk shrugs. "Kill them now or later. Moore won't take your oath, Fisher won't." "I am quite sure they will," Audley says. "We shall use efficacious persuasions. No reasonable man will refuse to swear to the succession for the safety of this realm." "So, is Catherine to be sworn?" the Duke says, "to uphold the succession of my niece's infant? What about Mary? Is she to be sworn? And if they will not, what do you propose? Draw them to Tyburn on a hurdle and hang them up kicking for the relative of the Emperor to see?" He and Audley exchange a glance. Audley says, "My lord, you shouldn't drink so much wine before noon." "Oh, tweet, the Duke says. A week ago, he had been up to Hatfield to see the two royal ladies, the Princess Elizabeth and Lady Mary, the King's daughter. "Make sure you get the titles right," he had said to Gregory as they rode. Gregory had said, "Already you are wishing you had brought Richard." He had not wanted to leave London during such a busy Parliament, but the King persuaded him. 2 days, and you can be back. I want your eye on things." The route out of the city was running with thaw water, and in copses shielded from the sun, the standing pools were still iced. A weak sun blinked at them as they crossed into Hertfordshire, and here and there a ragged blackthorn blossomed, waving at him a petition against the length of winter.
"I used to come here years ago. It was Cardinal Morton's place, you know, and he would leave town when the law term was over, and the weather was getting warm. And when I was 9 or 10, my Uncle John used to pack me in a provisions cart with the best cheeses and the pies, in case anybody tried to steal them when we stopped."
"Did you not have guards?"
"It was the guards he was afraid of."
"Quis custodiet ipsos custodes?"
"Me, evidently."
"What would you have done?"
"I don't know. Bitten them."
The mellow brick frontage is smaller than he remembers, but that is what memory does. These pages and gentlemen running out, these grooms to lead away the horses, the warmed wine that awaits them, the noise and the fuss, it is a different sort of arrival from those of long ago. The portage of wood and water, the firing up the ranges, these tasks were beyond the strength or skill of a child, but he was unwilling to concede them, and worked alongside the men, grubby and hungry, till someone saw that he was about to fall over, or until he actually did. Sir John Shelton is head of this strange household, but he has chosen a time when Sir John is from home. Talk to the women is his idea, rather than listen to Shelton after supper on the subjects of horses, dogs, and his youthful exploits. But on the threshold, he almost changes his mind. Coming downstairs with a rapid, creaking scuttle is Lady Bryan, mother of one-eyed Francis, who is in charge of the tiny princess. She is a woman of nearly 70, well bedded into grand maternity, and he can see her mouth moving before she's within range of his hearing. Her Grace slept till 11, squalled till midnight, exhausted herself, poor little chicken. Fell asleep an hour, woke up grizzling, cheeks scarlet, suspicion of fever, Lady Shelton woken, physician aroused, teething already, a treacherous time. Soothing draught, settled by sun-up, woke at 9, took a feed.
"Oh, Master Cromwell," Lady Bryan says, "this is never your son. Bless him, what a lovely tall young man. What a pretty face he has. He must get it from his mother. What age would he be now?"
"Of an age to talk, I believe."
Lady Bryan turns to Gregory, her face aglow, as if at the prospect of sharing a nursery rhyme with him. Lady Shelton sweeps in. "Give you good day, masters?" A small hesitation. Does the Queen's aunt bow to the master of the jewel house? On the whole, she thinks not. "I expect Lady Bryan has given you a full account of her charge?"
"Indeed. And perhaps we could have an account of yours."
"You will not see Lady Mary for yourself?"
"Yes, but forewarned."
"Indeed. I do not go armed, though my niece the Queen recommends I use my fists on her." Her eyes sweep over him, assessing. The air crackles with tension. How do women do that? One could learn it, perhaps. He feels rather than sees his son back off. till his regress is checked by the cupboard, displaying the Princess Elizabeth's already extensive collection of gold and silver plate. Lady Shelton says, "I am charged that if the Lady Mary does not obey me, I should, and here I quote you my niece's words, beat her and buffet her like the bastard she is." "Oh, Mother of God!" Lady Bryan moans. "I was Mary's nurse too, and she was stubborn as an infant, so she'll not change now, buffet her as you may. You'd like to see the baby first, would you not? Come with me." She takes Gregory into custody, hand squeezing his elbow. On she rattles. You see, with a child of that age, a fever could be anything. It could be the start of the measles, God forbid. It could be the start of the smallpox. With a child of 6 months, you don't know what it could be the start of. A pulse is beating in Lady Bryan's throat. As she chatters, she licks her dry lips and swallows. He understands now why Henry wanted him here. The things that are happening cannot be put in a letter. He says to Lady Shelton, "Do you mean the Queen has written to you about Lady Mary using these terms?" "No. She has passed on a verbal instruction." She sweeps ahead of him. "Do you think I should implement it?" "We will perhaps speak in private," he murmurs. "Yes, why not?" She says, a turn of her head, a little murmur back. The child Elizabeth is wrapped tightly in layers, her fists hidden. Just as well. She looks as if she would strike you. Ginger bristles poke from beneath her cap, and her eyes are vigilant. He has never seen an infant in the crib look so ready to take offence. Lady Bryan says, "Do you think she looks like the King?" He hesitates, trying to be fair to both parties. "As much as a little maid ought?" "Let us hope she doesn't share his girth," Lady Shelton says. "He fleshes out, does he not?" "Only George Rochford says not." Lady Bryan leans over the cradle. "He says she's every bit a Boleyn." "We know my niece lived some 30 years in chastity," Lady Shelton says, "but not even Anne could manage a virgin birth." "But the hair," he says. "I know," Lady Bryan sighs. "Saving her Grace's dignity, and with all respect to His Majesty, you could show her at a fair as a pig-baby." "I find God's purposes obscure, and God knows I find Fisher no fit elucidator. By contrast, I find the will of Parliament plain." She bites her lip. Now she will not look at him. "I have heard Dr. Butts is a heretic these days." "He believes as your father, the King, believes." He waits. She turns, her grey eyes fixed on his face. "I will not call my Lord Father a heretic." "Good. It is better that these traps are tested first by your friends." "I do not see how you can be my friend if you are also friend to the person. I mean the Marquess of Pembroke." She will not give Anne her royal title. "That lady stands in a place where she has no need of friends, only of servants." "Pole says you are Satan, my cousin, Reginald Pole, who lies abroad at Genoa. He says that when you were born, you were like any Christian soul, but that at some date the devil entered into you." "Did you know, Lady Mary? I came here when I was a boy, 9 or 10. My uncle was a cook to Morton, and I was a poor snivelling lad who bundled the hawthorn twigs at dawn to light the ovens, and killed the chickens for the boiling house before the sun was up." He speaks gravely. "Would you suppose the devil had entered me by that date? Or was it earlier, around the time when other people are baptized? You understand, it is of interest to me." Mary watches him, and she does it sideways. She still wears an old-style gable hood, and she seems to blink around it like a horse whose headcloth has slipped. He says softly, "I am not Satan. Your Lord Father is not a heretic." "And I am not a bastard, I suppose?" "Indeed, no." He repeats what he told Anne Shelton. "You were conceived in good faith. Your parents thought they were married. That does not mean their marriage was good. You can see the difference, I think." She rubs her forefinger under her nose. "Yes, I can see the difference. But in fact the marriage was good." "The Queen will be coming to visit her daughter soon. If you would simply greet her respectfully in the way you should greet your father's wife,
Except she is his concubine.
then your father would take you back to court. You would have everything you lack now, and the warmth and comfort of society. Listen to me. I intend this for your good. The Queen does not expect your friendship, only an outward show. Bite your tongue and bob her a curtsy. It'll be done in a heartbeat, and it will change everything. Make terms with her before her new child is born. If she has a son, she will have no reason afterwards to conciliate you.
She is frightened of me, Mary says, and she will still be frightened even if she has a son. She is afraid I will make a marriage, and my own sons will threaten her.
Does anyone talk to you of marriage? A dry little laugh, incredulous.
I was a baby at the breast when I was married into France. Then to the Emperor, into France again, to the King, to his first son, to his second son, to his sons I have lost count of, and once again to the Emperor or one of his cousins. I have been contracted in marriage till I am exhausted. One day I shall really do it.
But you will not marry Pole.
She flinches, and he knows that it has been put to her, perhaps by her old governess, Margaret Pole, perhaps by Chapuis, who stays up till dawn studying the tables of descent of the English aristocracy. Strengthen her claim, put her beyond reproach, marry the half-Spanish Tudor back into the old Plantagenet line. He says, I have seen Pole. I knew him before he went out of the kingdom. He is not the man for you. Whatever husband you get, he will need a strong sword arm. Pole is like an old wife sitting by the fire, starting at Hob in the corner and the boneless man. He has nothing but a little holy water in his veins, and they say he weeps copiously if his servant swats a fly. She smiles, but she slaps a hand over her mouth like a gag. That's right, he says. You say nothing to anybody. She says from behind her fingers, I can't see to read. What, they keep you short of candles? No, I mean my sight is failing. All the time my head aches. You cry a good deal? She nods. Dr. Butts will bring a remedy. Till then, have someone read to you. They do. They read me Tyndale's Gospel. Do you know that Bishop Tunstall and Thomas More between them have identified 2,000 errors in his so-called testament? It is more heretical than the Holy Book of the Muslims. Fighting talk. But he sees that tears are welling up. All this can be put right. She stumbles towards him, and for a moment he thinks she will forget herself and lurch and sob against his riding-coat. The doctor will be here in a day. Now you shall have a proper fire and your supper, wherever you like it served. Let me see my mother. Just now the king cannot permit it, but that may change. My father loves me. It is only she. It is only that wretch of a woman who poisons his mind. Lady Shelton would be kind, if you would let her. What is she, to be kind or not kind? I shall survive Anne Shelton, believe me, and her niece, and anyone else who sets themselves up against my title. Let them do their worst. I am young. I will wait them out. He takes his leave. Gregory follows him, his fascinated gaze trailing back to the girl who resumes her seat by the almost dead fire, who folds her hands and begins the waiting, her expression set. All that rabbit fur she's bundled up in, Gregory says. It looks as if it's been nibbled. She's Henry's daughter for sure. Why? Does someone say she is not? He laughs. I didn't mean that. Imagine, if the old queen had been persuaded into adultery, it would have been easy to be rid of her. But how do you fault a woman who has never known but the one man? He checks himself. It is hard, even for the king's closest supporters, to remember that Catherine is supposed to have been Prince Arthur's wife. Known 2 men, I should say. He sweeps his eyes over his son. Mary never looked at you, Gregory. Did you think she would? Lady Bryan thinks you such a darling. Wouldn't it be in a young woman's nature? I don't think she has a nature. Get somebody to mend the fire. I'll order the supper. The king can't mean her to starve. She likes you, Gregory says. That's strange.
He sees that his son is in earnest. Is it impossible? My daughters liked me, I think. Poor little Grace. I'm never sure if she knew who I was. She liked you when you made her the angel's wings. She said she was always going to keep them. His son turns away. Speaks as if he is afraid of him. Rafe says you will be the second man in the kingdom soon. He says you already are, except in title. He says the king will put you over the Lord Chancellor, and everybody, over Norfolk even. Rafe is running ahead of himself. Listen, son, don't talk about marriage to anyone, not even to Rafe. Did I hear more than I should? What do you think would happen if the king died tomorrow? We should all be very sorry. But who would rule? Gregory nods towards Lady Brian, towards the infant in her cradle. Parliament says so, or the Queen's child that is not born yet. But would that happen, in practice? An unborn child, or a daughter not a year old? Anne as regent? It would suit the Boleyns, I grant you. Then Fitzroy. There is a Tudor who is better placed. Gregory's eyes turn back towards Lady Mary. Exactly, he says. And look, Gregory, it's all very well planning what he will do in 6 months, what he will do in a year, but it's no good at all if you don't have a plan for tomorrow. After supper, he sits talking to Lady Shelton. Lady Brian has gone to bed, then come down again to chivvy them along. You'll be tired in the morning? Yes, Anne Shelton agrees, waving her away. In the morning there'll be no doing anything with us. We'll throw our breakfast on the floor. They sit till the servants yawn off to another room, and the candles burn down, and they retreat into the house to smaller and warmer rooms to talk some more. You have given Mary good advice, she says. I hope she heeds it. I fear there are hard times ahead for her. She talks about her brother, Thomas Boleyn, the most selfish man I ever knew. It's no wonder Anne is so grasping. All she has ever heard from him is talk of money, and how to gain a mean advantage over people. He would have sold those girls naked at the Barbary slave market if he thought he'd get a good price. He imagines himself surrounded by his scimitarred retainers, placing a bid for Mary Boleyn. He smiles, and returns his attention to her aunt. She tells him Boleyn's secrets. He tells her no secrets, though she thinks he has. Gregory is asleep when he comes in, but he turns over and says, Dear father, where have you been? To bed with Lady Shelton? These things happen, but not with Boleyns. What strange dreams you must have. Lady Shelton has been 30 years married. I thought I could have sat with Mary after supper, Gregory murmurs. If I didn't say the wrong thing, but then she is so sneery. I couldn't sit with such a sneery girl. He flounces over in the feather bed and falls asleep again. When Fisher comes to his senses and asks pardon, the old bishop begs the king to consider that he is ill and infirm. The king indicates that the bill of attainder must take its course, but it is his habit, he says, to grant mercy to those who admit their fault. The maid is to be hanged. He says nothing of the chair of human bones. He tells Henry she has stopped prophesying, and hopes that at Tyburn, with the noose around her neck, she will not make a liar out of him. When his councillors kneel before the king, and beg that Thomas More's name be taken out of the bill, Henry yields the point. Perhaps he has been waiting for this, to be persuaded. Anne is not present, or it might have gone otherwise. They get up and go out, dusting themselves. He thinks he hears the cardinal laughing at them, from some invisible part of the room. Audley's dignity has not suffered, but the Duke looks agitated. When he tries to get up, elderly knees had failed him, and he and Audley had lifted him by the elbows and set him on his feet. I thought I might be fixed there another hour, he says, entreating and entreating him. The joke is, he says to Audley, Moore's still being paid a pension from the Treasury. I suppose that had better stop. He has a breathing space now. I pray to God he'll see sense. Has he arranged his affairs? Made over what he can to the children, so Roper tells me. Oh, you liars, the Duke says.
On the day I go down, who will look after me?
Norfolk is sweating. He eases his pace and Audley checks too, so they are dawdling along, and Cranmer comes behind like an afterthought. He turns back and takes his arm. He has been at every sitting of Parliament, the bench of bishops otherwise conspicuously underpopulated. The Pope chooses this month, while he is rolling his great bills through Parliament, to give his judgment at last on Queen Catherine's marriage, a judgment so long delayed that he thought Clement meant to die in his indecision. The original dispensations, Clement finds, are sound. Therefore the marriage is sound. The supporters of the Emperor let off fireworks in the streets of Rome. Henry is contemptuous, sardonic. He expresses these feelings by dancing. Anne can dance still, though her belly shows. She must take the summer quietly. He remembers the King's hand on Lizzie Seymour's waist. Nothing came of that. The young woman is no fool. Now it is little Mary Shelton he is whirling around, lifting her off her feet and tickling her and squeezing her, and making her breathless with compliments. These things mean nothing. He sees Anne lift up her chin and avert her gaze and lean back in her chair, making some murmured comment, her expression arch, her veil brushing for the briefest moment against the jacket of that grinning cur, Francis Weston. It is clear Anne thinks Mary Shelton must be tolerated, kept sweet even. It's safest to keep the King among cousins, if no sister is on hand. Where is Mary Boleyn? Down in the country, perhaps longing like him for warmer weather. And the summer arrives, with no intermission for spring, promptly on a Monday morning like a new servant with a shining face. 13th of April. There at Lambeth, Audley, himself, the Archbishop, the sun shining strongly through the windows. He stands looking down at the palace gardens. This is how the book Utopia begins. Friends talking in a garden. On the paths below, Hugh Latimer and some of the King's chaplains are play-fighting, pulling each other around like schoolboys. Hugh hanging around the necks of two of his clerical fellows so his feet swing off the floor. All they need is a football to make a proper holiday of it. "Master Moore," he says, "why don't you go out and enjoy the sunshine? And we'll call for you again in half an hour, and put the oath to you again, and you'll give us a different answer, yes?" He hears Moore's joints snap as he stands. "Thomas Howard went on his knees for you," he says. That seems like weeks ago. Late-night sittings and a fresh row every day have tired him, but sharpened his senses too, so he is aware that in the room behind him Cranmer is working himself into a terrible anxiety, and he wants Moore out of the room before the dam breaks. "I don't know what you think a half-hour will do for me," Moore says. His tone is easy, bantering. "Of course it might do something for you." Moore had asked to see a copy of the Act of Succession. Now Audley unrolls it. Pointedly he bends his head and begins reading, though he has read it a dozen times. "Very well," Moore says, "but I trust I have made myself clear. I cannot swear, but I will not speak against your oath, and I will not try to dissuade anyone else from it." "That is not enough, and you know it is not." Moore nods. He meanders towards the door, careering first into the corner of the table, making Cranmer flinch, his arm darting out to steady the ink. The door closes after him. "So." Audley rolls up the statute. Gently he taps it on the table, looking at the place where Moore had stood. Cranmer says, "Look, this is my idea. What if we let him swear in secret? He swears, but we offer not to tell anybody. Or if he cannot take this oath, we ask him what oath he can take." He laughs. "That would hardly meet the King's purpose." Audley sighs. Tap, tap, tap. "After all we did for him and for Fisher, his name taken out of the attainder, Fisher fined instead of locked up for life, what more could they ask for? Our efforts flung back at us." "Oh well, blessed are the peacemakers," he says. He wants to strangle somebody. Cranmer says, "We'll try again with Moore. At least, if he refuses, he should give his reasons." He swears under his breath, turns from the window. We know his reasons. All Europe knows them. He is against the divorce. He does not believe the king can be head of the church. But will he say that? Not he. I know him. Do you know what I hate? I hate to be part of this play, which is entirely devised by him. I hate the time it will take that could be better spent. I hate it that minds could be better employed. I hate to see our lives going by, because, depend upon it, we will all be feeling our age before this pageant is played out. And what I hate most of all is that Master Moore sits in the audience and sniggers when I trip over my lines, for he has written all the parts, and written them these many years. Cranmer, like a waiting boy, pours him a cup of wine, edges towards him. Here. In the Archbishop's hand, the cup cannot help a sacramental character. Not watered wine, but some equivocal mixture. This is my blood. This is like my blood. This is more or less somewhat like my blood. Do this in commemoration of me. He hands the cup back. The North Germans make a strong liquor, aquavitae. A shot of that will be more use. Get Moore back, he says. A moment, and Moore stands in the doorway, sneezing gently. Come now, Audley says, smiling. That's not how a hero arrives. I assure you I intend in no wise to be a hero, Moore says. They have been cutting the grass. He pinches his nose on another sneeze, and shambles towards them, hitching his gown onto his shoulder. He takes the chair placed for him. Before, he had refused to sit down. That's better, Audley says. I knew the air would do you good. He glances up in invitation, but he, Cromwell, signals he will stay where he is, leaning by the window. I don't know, Audley says, good-humoured. First one won't sit, then t'other won't sit. Look. He pushes a piece of paper towards Moore. These are the names of the priests we've seen today, who have sworn to the act and set you an example. And you know all the members of Parliament are conformable, so why not you? Moore glances up from under his eyebrows. This is not a comfortable place for any of us. More comfortable than where you're going, he says. Not hell, Moore says, smiling. I trust not. So, if taking the oath would damn you, what about all these? He launches himself forward from the wall. He snatches the list of names from Audley, rolls it up, and slaps it onto Moore's shoulder. Are they all damned? I cannot speak for their consciences, only for my own. I know that if I took your oath, I should be damned. There are those who would envy your insight into the workings of grace. But then, you and God have always been on familiar terms, not so? I wonder how you dare. You talk about your Maker as if he was some neighbour you went fishing with on a Sunday afternoon. Audley leans forward. Let us be clear. You will not take the oath because your conscience advises you against it? Yes. Could you be a little more comprehensive in your answers? No. You object, but you won't say why? Yes. Is it the matter of the statute you object to, or the form of the oath, or the business of oath-taking in itself? I would rather not say. Cranmer ventures. Where it is a question of conscience, there must always be some doubt. Oh, but this is no whim. I have made long and diligent consultation with myself, and in this matter I hear the voice of my conscience clearly. He puts his head on one side, smiling. It is not so with you, my lord. None the less, there must be some perplexity, for you must ask yourself, as you are a scholar and accustomed to controversy, to debate, how can so many learned men think on the one side and I on the other? But one thing is certain. It is that you owe a natural obedience to your king, as every subject does. Also, when you entered the king's council, long ago, you took a most particular oath to obey him. So, will you not do so? Cranmer blinks. Set your doubts against that certainty and swear? Audley sits back in his chair, eyes closed, as if to say, we're not going to do better than that. Moore says, when you were consecrated archbishop appointed by the Pope, you swore your oath to Rome.
But all day in your fist, they say, all through the ceremonies you kept a little paper folded up, saying that you took the oath under protest. Is that not true? They say the paper was written by Master Cromwell here."
Audley's eyes snap open. He thinks Moore has shown himself the way out, but Moore's face, smiling, is a mask of malice.
"I would not be such a juggler," he says softly. "I would not treat the Lord my God to such a puppet show, let alone the faithful of England. You say you have the majority, I say I have it. You say Parliament is behind you, and I say all the angels and saints are behind me, and all the company of the Christian dead, for as many generations as there have been since the Church of Christ was founded, one body, undivided."
"Oh, for Christ's sake," he says. "A lie is no less a lie because it is 1,000 years old. Your undivided church has liked nothing better than persecuting its own members, burning them, and hacking them apart when they stood by their own conscience, slashing their bellies open and feeding their guts to dogs. You call history to your aid, but what is history to you? It is a mirror that flatters Thomas More. But I have another mirror. I hold it up, and it shows a vain and dangerous man. And when I turn it about, it shows a killer. For you will drag down with you God knows how many, who will only have the suffering, and not your martyr's gratification. You are not a simple soul, so don't try to make this simple. You know I have respected you. You know I have respected you since I was a child. I would rather see my only son dead. I would rather see them cut off his head than see you refuse this oath and give comfort to every enemy of England." Moore looks up. For a fraction of a second he meets his gaze, then turns away, coy. His low, amused murmur. He could kill him for that alone.
"Gregory is a goodly young man. Don't wish him away. If he has done badly, he will do better. I say the same of my own boy. What's the use of him? But he is worth more than a debating point."
Cranmer, distressed, shakes his head. "This is no debating point." "You speak of your son," he says. "What will happen to him? To your daughters?"
"I should advise them to take the oath. I do not suppose them to share my scruples."
"That is not what I mean, and you know it. It is the next generation you are betraying. You want the Emperor's foot on their neck? You are no Englishman."
"You are barely that yourself," Moore says. "Fight for the French, eh? Bank for the Italians. You were scarcely grown up in this realm before your boyhood transgressions drove you out of it. You ran away to escape jail or a noose. No, I tell you what you are, Cromwell. You are an Italian through and through, and you have all their vices, all their passions."
He sits back in his chair, one mirthless grunt of laughter.
"This relentless bonhomie of yours. I knew it would wear out in the end. It is a coin that has changed hands so often. And now the small silver is worn out, and we see the base metal."
Audley smirks. "You seem not to have noted Master Cromwell's efforts at the Mint. His coinage is sound, or it is nothing." The Chancellor cannot help it, that he is a smirking sort of man. Someone must keep calm. Cranmer is pale and sweating, and he can see the pulse galloping at Moore's temple. He says, "We cannot let you go home. Still, it seems to me that you are not yourself today. So rather than commit you to the Tower, we could perhaps place you in the custody of the Abbot of Westminster. Would that seem suitable to you, my Lord of Canterbury?" Cranmer nods. Moore says,
"Master Cromwell, I should not mock you, should I? You have shown yourself my most especial and tender friend."
Audley nods to the guard at the door. Moore rises smoothly, as if the thought of custody has put a spring in his step. The effect is spoiled only by his usual grab at his garments, the scuffle as he shrugs himself together, and even then he seems to step backwards and tread on his own feet. He thinks of Mary at Hatfield, rising from her stool and forgetting where she had left it. After some fashion, Moore is bundled out of the room. "Now, he's got exactly what he wants," he says. He puts his palm against the glass of the window. He sees the smudge it makes against the old flawed glass. A bank of cloud has come up over the river. The best of the day is behind them. Audley crosses the room to him. Hesitant, he stands at his shoulder. If only more would indicate which part of the oath he finds objectionable, it is possible something might be written to meet his objection. You can forget that. If he indicates anything, he is done for. Silence is his only hope, and it's not much of a hope at that. The king might accept some compromise, Cranmer says. But I fear the Queen will not. And indeed, he says faintly, why should she? Audley puts a hand on his arm. My dear Cromwell, who can understand more? His friend Erasmus told him to keep away from government. He told him he had not the stomach for it, and he was right. He should never have accepted the office I now hold. He only did it to spite Wolsey, whom he hated. Cranmer says, he told him to keep away from theology too, unless I am wrong. How could you be? Moore publishes all his letters from his friends. Even when they reprove him, he makes a fine show of his humility and so turns it to his profit. He has lived in public. Every thought that passes through his mind he has committed to paper. He never kept anything private till now. Audley reaches past him, opens the window. A torrent of birdsong crests on the edge of the sill and spills into the room, the liquid, fluent notes of the storm thrush. I suppose he's writing an account of today, he says, and sending it out of the kingdom to be printed. Depend upon it, in the eyes of Europe we will be the fools and the oppressors, and he will be the poor victim with a better turn of phrase. Audley pats his arm. He wants to console him, but who can begin to do it? He is the inconsolable Master Cromwell, the unknowable, the inconstruable, the probably indefeasible Master Cromwell. Next day the king sends for him. He supposes it is to berate him for failing to get Moore to take the oath. Who will accompany me to this fiesta? He inquires. Master Sadler? As soon as he enters the king's presence, Henry gestures with a peremptory sweep of his arm for his attendants to clear a space and leave him alone in it. His face is like thunder. Cromwell, have I not been a good lord to you? He begins to talk, gracious and more than gracious, own sad unworthiness, if fallen short in any particular, begs most gracious pardon. He can do this all day. He learned it from Wolsey. Henry says, Because my Lord Archbishop thinks I have not done well by you. But, he says in the tone of one misunderstood, I am a prince known for my munificence. The whole thing seems to puzzle him. You are to be Master Secretary. Rewards shall follow. I do not understand why I have not done this long ago, but tell me, when it was put to you about the Lords Cromwell that once were in England, you said you were nothing to them. Have you thought further? To be honest, I never gave it another thought. I wouldn't wear another man's coat or bear his arms. He might rise up from his grave and take issue with me. My Lord Norfolk says you enjoy being low-born. He says you have devised it so to torment him. Henry takes his arm. It would seem convenient to me, he says, that wherever we go, though we shall not go far this summer, considering the Queen's condition, you should have rooms provided for you next to mine, so we can speak whenever I need you, and where it is possible, rooms that communicate directly, so that I need no go-between. He smiles toward the courtiers. They wash back, like a tide. God strike me, Henry says, if I meant to neglect you. I know when I have a friend. Outside, Rafe says, God strike him. What terrible oaths he swears. He hugs his master. This has been too long in coming. But listen, I have something to tell you when we get home. Tell me now. Is it something good? A gentleman comes forward and says, Master Secretary, your barge is waiting to take you back to the city. I should have a house on the river, he says, like Moore. Oh, but leave Austin Friars? Think of the tennis court, Rafe says, the gardens. The king has made his preparations in secret. Gardiner's arms have been burned off the paintwork. A flag with his coat of arms is raised beside the Tudor flag. He steps into his barge for the first time, and on the river, Rafe tells his news. The rocking of the boat beneath them is imperceptible. The flags are limp. It is a still morning, misty and dappled, and where the light touches flesh or linen or fresh leaves, there is a sheen like the sheen on an eggshell. The whole world luminous, its angle softened, its scent watery and green. "I have been married half a year," Rafe says, "and no one knows, but you know now. I have married Helen Barr."
"Oh, blood of Christ," he says. "Beneath my own roof? What did you do that for?"
Rafe sits mute while he says it all. "She's a lovely nobody, a poor woman with no advantage to bring to you. You could have married an heiress. Wait till you tell your father. He will be outraged. He will say I have not looked after your interests."
"And suppose one day her husband turns up?"
"You told her she was free," Rafe says. He is trembling.
"Which of us is free?"
He remembers what Helen had said. So I could marry again, if anybody wanted me. He remembers how she had looked at him, a long look and full of meaning, only he did not read it. She might as well have turned somersaults. He would not have noticed. His mind had moved elsewhere. That conversation was over for him, and he was on to something else. If I had wanted her for myself and taken her, who could have reproached me for marrying a penniless laundress, even a beggar off the street? People would have said, so that was what Cromwell wanted, a beauty with supple flesh. No wonder he disdained the widows of the city. He doesn't need money. He doesn't need connections. He can afford to follow his appetites. He is Master Secretary now, and what next? He stares down into the water, now brown, now clear as the light catches it, but always moving. The fish in its depths, the weeds, the drowned men with bony hands swimming. On the mud and shingle there are cast-up belt buckles, fragments of glass, small warped coins with the king's faces washed away. Once when he was a boy he found a horseshoe. A horse in the river? It seemed to him a very lucky find. But his father said, if horseshoes were lucky, boy, I would be the king of cocaine. First he goes out to the kitchens to tell Thurston the news.
"Well," the cook says easily, "as you're doing the job anyway."
A chuckle.
"Bishop Gardiner will be burning up inside. His giblets will be sizzling in his own grease."
He whisks a blooded cloth from a tray.
"See these quails? You get more meat on a wasp."
"Malmsey," he suggests.
"Seethe them." "What, 3 dozen? Waste of good wine. I'll do some for you if you like. Come from Lord Lisle at Calais. When you write, tell him, if he sends another batch, we want them fatter or not at all. Will you remember?"
"I'll make a note," he says gravely. "From now on I thought we might have the council meet here sometimes when the king isn't sitting with us. We can give them dinner before."
"Right," Thurston titters. "Norfolk could do with some flesh on his twiggy little legs."
"Thurston, you needn't dirty your hands. You have enough staff. You could put on a gold chain and strut about."
"Is that what you'll be doing?"
A wet poultry slap. Then Thurston looks up at him, wiping pluck from his fingers.
"I think I'd rather keep my hand in case things take a downturn. Not that I say they will. Remember the Cardinal, though."
He remembers Norfolk.
"Tell him to go north, or I will come where he is and tear him with my teeth."
May I substitute the word bite? The saying comes to him, homo homini lupus. Man is wolf to man. "So," he says to Rafe after supper, "you've made your name, Master Saddler. You'll be held up as a prime example of how to waste your connections. Fathers will point you out to their sons." "I couldn't help it, sir." "How not help it?" Rafe says as dry as he can manage. "I am violently in love with her." "How does that feel? Is it like being violently angry?" "I suppose. Maybe. In that you feel more alive." "I do not think I could feel any more alive than I am." He wonders if the Cardinal was ever in love. But of course, why did he doubt? The all-consuming passion of Wolsey for Wolsey was hot enough to scorch all England. "Tell me, That evening after the Queen was crowned, he shakes his head, turns over some papers on his desk, letters from the Mayor of Hull. "I will tell you anything you ask," Rafe says. "I cannot imagine how I was not frank with you. But Helen, my wife, she thought it was better to be secret." "But now she is carrying a child, I suppose, so you must declare yourselves." Rafe blushes. "That evening when I came into Austin Friars looking for her, to take her to Cranmer's wife, and she came down—" His eyes move as if he was seeing it. "She came down without her cap, and you after her, with your hair sticking up, and you were angry with me for taking her away." "Well, yes," Rafe says. His hand creeps up and he flattens his hair with his palm, as if that would help matters now. "They were all gone out to the feasts. That was the first time I took her to bed. But it was no blame. By then she had promised herself to me." He thinks, "I am glad I have not brought up in my house a young man without feeling, who only studies his advancement. If you are without impulses, you are, to a degree, without joy. Under my protection, impulses are a thing Rafe can afford. Look, Rafe, this is well, God knows, a folly, but not a disaster. Tell your father my promotion in the world will ensure yours. Of course he will stamp and roar. It is what fathers are for. He will shout, 'I rue the day I parted with my boy to the debauched house of Cromwell.' But we will bring him around, a little and a little." Till now the boy has been standing. He subsides onto a stool, hands on his head flung back. Relief washes through his whole body. Was he so afraid of me? "Look, when your father sets eyes on Helen, he'll understand unless he's—" "Unless he's what?" "You'd have to be dead and entombed not to notice. Her bold and beautiful body, her mild eyes. We just need to get her out of that canvas apron she goes around in and dress her up as Mistress Sadler. And of course you will want a house of your own. I will help you there. I shall miss the little children. I've grown fond of them. And Mercy, too. We're all fond of them. If you want this new one to be the first child in your house, we can keep them here. It is good of you, but Helen would never part with them. It is understood between us. So, I shall never have any more children at Austin Friars, he thinks. Well, not unless I take time out of the king's business and go wooing. Not unless when a woman speaks to me I actually listen. What will reconcile your father, and you can tell him this, is that from now on, when I am not with the king, you will be with him. Master Risley will tease the diplomats and keep the ciphers, for it is sly work which will suit him. And Richard will be here to head the household when I'm absent and drive my work forward. And you and I will attend on Henry as sweet as two nursemaids and cater to his whims." He laughs. "You are a gentleman born. He may promote you close to his person, to the privy chamber, which would be useful to me. I did not look for this to happen. I did not plan it." Rafe drops his eyes. "I know I can never take Helen with me to court. Not as the world is now. And I do not think it will change in our lifetimes. But look, you have made your choice. You must never repent it." Rafe says, passionate, "How could I think to keep a secret from you? You see everything, sir." "Ah, only up to a point." When Rafe has gone, he takes out his evening's work and begins on it, methodical, tapping the papers into place. His bills are passed, but there is always another bill. When you are writing laws, you are testing words to find their utmost power. Like spells, they have to make things happen in the real world, and like spells, they only work if people believe in them. If your law exacts a penalty, you must be able to enforce it, on the rich as well as the poor, the people on the Scottish borders and the Welsh marches, the men of Cornwall as well as the men of Sussex and Kent. He has written this oath, a test of loyalty to Henry, and he means to swear the men of every burg and village, and all women of any consequence, widows with inheritances, landowners. His people will be tramping the wold and heathland, pledging those who have barely heard of Anne Boleyn to uphold the succession of the child in her womb. If a man knows the king is called Henry, swear him. Never mind if he confuses this king with his father or some Henry who came before. For princes like other men fade from the memory of common people. Their features, on those coins he used to sift from the river silt, were no more than a slight irregularity under his fingertips. And even when he had taken the coins home and scrubbed them, he could not say who they might be. "Is this," he asked, "Prince Caesar?" Walter had said, "Let's see." Then he had flipped the coin away from him in disgust, saying, "It's but a tinny farthing from one of those kings who fought the French wars." "Get out there and earn," he'd said. "Never mind Prince Caesar. Caesar was old when Adam was a lad." He would chant, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Walter would chase him and hit him if he could catch him. "There's a bloody rebel song for you. We know what to do with rebels here. They are dug into shallow graves. The Cornish men who came up the country when he was a boy. But there are always more Cornishmen. And beneath Cornwall, beyond and beneath this whole realm of England, beneath the sodden marches of Wales and the rough territory of the Scots border, there is another landscape. There is a buried empire, where he fears his commissioners cannot reach. Who will swear the hobs and boggarts who live in the hedges and hollow trees, and the wild men who hide in the woods? Who will swear the saints in their niches, and the spirits that cluster at holy wells rusting like fallen leaves, and the miscarried infants dug into unconsecrated ground? All those unseen dead who hover in winter around forges and village hearths, trying to warm their bare bones. For they too are his countrymen, the generations of the uncounted dead, breathing through the living, stealing their light from them, the bloodless ghosts of lord and knave, nun and whore, the ghosts of priests and friar who feed on living England and suck the substance from the future. He stares down at the papers on his desk, but his thoughts are far from here. My daughter Anne said, "I choose Rafe." He lowers his head into his hands and closes his eyes. Anne Cromwell stands before him, 10 or 11 years old, broad and resolute like a man-at-arms, her small eyes unblinking, sure of her power to make her fate. He rubs his eyes, sifts his papers. What is this? A list. A meticulous clerk's hand, legible but making scant sense. 2 carpets, 1 cut in pieces, 7 sheets, 2 pillows, 1 bolster, 2 platters, 4 dishes, 2 saucers, 1 small basin, weight 12 pounds at 4p the pound. My Lady Prioress has it, paid 4 shillings. He turns the paper over, trying to find its origin. He sees that he is looking at the inventory of Elizabeth Barton's goods, left behind at her nunnery. All this is forfeit to the king, the personal property of a traitor, a piece of plank which serves as a table, 3 pillowcases, 2 candlesticks, a coat valued at 5 shillings. An old mantle has been given in charge to the youngest nun in her convent. Another nun, a Dame Alice, has received a bed cover. He had said to Moore, prophecy didn't make her rich. He makes a memorandum to himself. Dame Elizabeth Barton to have money to fee the hangman. She has 5 days to live. The last person she will see as she climbs the ladder is her executioner, holding out his paw. If she cannot pay her way at the last, she may suffer longer than she needs. She had imagined how long it takes to burn, but not how long it takes to choke at the end of a rope. In England there is no mercy for the poor. You pay for everything, even a broken neck. Thomas More's family has taken the oath. He has seen them himself, and Alice has left him in no doubt that she holds him personally responsible for failing to talk her husband into conformity. Ask him what in the name of God he's about. Ask him, is it clever, does he think it is, to leave his wife without company, his son without advice, his daughters without protection, and all of us at the mercy of a man like Thomas Cromwell? That's you told, Meg had murmured with half a smile. Head bowed, she had taken his hand between her own. My father has spoken very warmly of you, of how you have been courteous to him, and how you have been vehement, which he accounts no less a favour. He says he believes you understand him, as he understands you. Meg, Surely you can look at me." Another face bowed under the weight of a gable hood. Meg twitches her veils about her, as if she were out in a gale and they would provide protection. "I can hold the king off for a day or two. I don't believe he wishes to see your father in the Tower. Every moment he looks for some sign of surrender, support. And then no honour will be too high." "I doubt the king can offer the sort of honour he cares for," Will Roper says. "Unfortunately. Come on, Meg, let's go home. We need to get your mother on the river before she starts a brawl." Roper holds out his hand. "We know you are not vengeful, sir, though God knows he's never been a friend to your friends. There was a time you were a Bible man yourself. Men may change opinions. I agree entirely. Tell your father-in-law that." It was a sour note to part on. I shall not indulge more, he thinks, or his family, in any illusion that they understand me. How could that be, when my workings are hidden from myself? He makes a note. Richard Cromwell to present himself to the Abbot of Westminster to escort Sir Thomas More, prisoner, to the Tower. Why do I hesitate? Let's give him one more day. It is the 15th of April, 1534. He calls in a clerk to tidy and file his papers ready for tomorrow, and lingers by the fire chatting. It is midnight, and the candles are burned down. He takes one and goes upstairs. Christophe, snoring, sprawls across the foot of his wide and lonely bed. Dear God, he thinks, my life is ridiculous. "Wake up," he says, but in a whisper. When Christophe does not respond, he lays hands on him and rolls him up and down, as if he were the lid for a pie, till the boy wakes up, expostulating in gutter French. "Oh, by the hairy balls of Jesus!" He blinks violently. "My good master, I did not know it was you. I was dreaming I was a pastry. Forgive me, I am completely drunk. We have been celebrating the conjunction of the beautiful Helen with the fortunate Rafe." He raises a forearm, curls up his fist, makes a gesture of the utmost lewdness. His arm falls limp across his body. His eyelids slide ineluctably towards his cheeks, and with a final hiccup, he subsides into sleep. He hauls the boy to his pallet. Christophe is heavy now, a rotund bulldog pup. He grunts, he mutters, but he does not wake again. He lays aside his clothes and says his prayers. He puts his head on the pillow. 7 sheets, 2 pillows, 1 bolster. He sleeps as soon as the candle is out. But his daughter, Anne, comes to him in a dream. She holds up her left hand, sorrowful, to show him she wears no wedding ring. She twists up her long hair and wraps it around her neck like a noose. Midsummer. Women hurry to the Queen's apartments with clean linen folded over their arms. Their faces are blank and shocked, and they walk so quickly you know not to stop them. Fires are lit within the Queen's apartments to burn what has bled away. If there is anything to bury, the women keep it a secret between themselves. That night, huddled in a window embrasure, the sky lit by stars like daggers, Henry will tell him it is Catherine I blame. I believe she ill-wishes me. The truth is, her womb is diseased. All those years she deceived me. She couldn't carry a son, and she and her doctors knew it. She claims she still loves me, but she is destroying me. She comes in the night with her cold hands and her cold heart, and lies between me and the woman I love. She puts her hand on my member, and her hand smells of the tomb. The lords and ladies give the maids and midwives money to say what sex the child was, but the women give different answers each time. Indeed, what would be worse? For Anne to have conceived another girl, or to have conceived and miscarried a boy. Midsummer. Bonfires are lit all over London, burning through the short nights. Dragons stalk the streets, puffing out smoke and clattering their mechanical wings. Chapter 2. The Map of Christendom, 1534 to 1535. "Do you want Audley's post?" Henry asks him. "It's yours if you say so." The summer is over. The Emperor has not come. Pope Clement is dead, and his judgment's with him. The game is to play again, and he has left the door open, just a chink for the next Bishop of Rome to hold the conversation with England. Personally, he would slam it shut, but these are not personal matters. Now he thinks carefully. Would it suit him to be Chancellor? It would be good to have a post in the legal hierarchy, so why not at the top? I have no wish to disturb Audley. If your Majesty is satisfied with him, I am too. He remembers how the post tied Wolsey to London when the king was elsewhere. The cardinal was active in the law courts, but we have lawyers enough. Henry says, only tell me what you deem best. Abased like a lover, he cannot think of the best presents. He says, Cranmer bids me listen to Cromwell, and if he needs a post, a tax, an impost, a measure in Parliament or a royal proclamation, give it to him. The post of Master of the Rolls is vacant. It is an ancient judicial office. It commands one of the kingdom's great secretariats. His predecessors will be those men, bishops for the most part, eminent in learning, those who lie down on their tombs with their virtues in Latin engraved beneath. He is never more alive than when he twists the stem of this ripe fruit and snaps it from the tree. You were also right about Cardinal Farnese, Henry says. Now we have a new pope, Bishop of Rome, I should say. I have collected on my bets. You see, he says, smiling, Cranmer is right. Be advised by me. The court is amused to hear how the Romans have celebrated Pope Clement's death. They have broken into his tomb and dragged his naked body through the streets. The master's house in Chancery Lane is the most curious house he has ever entered. It smells of must, mould, and tallow, and behind its crooked facade it meanders back, a warren of little spaces with low doorways. Were our forebears all dwarves, or were they not perfectly certain how to prop up a ceiling? This house was founded 300 years ago by the Henry that was then. He built it as a refuge for Jews who wished to convert. If they took this step, advisable if they wished to be preserved from violence, they would forfeit all their possessions to the crown. This being so, it was just that the crown should house and feed them for their natural lives. Christoph runs ahead of him into the depths of the house. Look! He trails his finger through a vast spider's web. You've broken up her home, you heartless boy. He examines Ariane's crumbling prey, a leg, a wing. Let's be gone before she comes back. Some 50 years after Henry had endowed the house, all Jews were expelled from the realm. Yet the refuge was never quite empty. Even today 2 women lived here. I shall call on them, he says. Christoph is tapping the walls and beams, for all the world as if he knew what he was looking for. Wouldn't you run, he says with relish, if someone tapped back?
Oh, Jesus, Christoph crosses himself. I expect 100 men have died here, Jews and Christians both.
Behind this wainscot, it is true he can sense the tiny bones of mice. 100 generations. Their articulated forefeet folded in eternal rest. Their descendants, thriving, he can smell in the air. This is a job for Marlinspike, he says, if we can catch him. The Cardinal's cat is feral now, ranging at will through London gardens, lured by the scent of carp from the ponds of city monasteries, tempted, for all he knows, across the river, to be snuggled to the bosoms of whores, slack breasts rubbed with rose petals and ambergris. He imagines Marlinspike lolling, purring, declining to come home again. He says to Christoph, I wonder how I can be master of the rolls if I'm not master of a cat.
The rolls have not paused to go walking.
Christoph is kicking a skirting.
My foot go through it, he says, demonstrating.
Will he leave the comforts of Austin Friars, for the tiny windows with their warped panes, the creaking passages, the ancient draughts? It will be a shorter journey to Westminster, he says. His aim is bent there. Whitehall, Westminster, and the river. Master Secretary's barge down to Greenwich or up to Hampton Court. I shall be back at Austin Friars often, he says to himself, almost every day. He is building a treasure room, a repository secure for any gold plate the king entrusts to him. Whatever he deposits can quickly be turned into ready money. His treasure comes through the street on ordinary carts, to attract no attention. though there are vigilant outriders. The chalices are fitted into soft leather cases made for them. The bowls and dishes travel in canvas bags, interleaved with white woolen cloth at 7p the yard. The jewels are swaddled in silk and packed into chests with new and shiny locks, and he has the keys. There are great pearls which gleam wet from the ocean, sapphires hot as India. There are jewels like the fruit you pick on a country afternoon, garnets like sloes, pink diamonds like rose hips. Alice says, "For a handful of these I would myself overthrow any queen in Christendom." "What a good thing the king hasn't met you, Alice."
Jo says, "I would as soon have it in export licenses or army contracts. Someone will make a fortune in the Irish wars. Beans, flour, malt, horseflesh."
"I shall see what I can do for you," he says.
At Austin Friars he holds the lease for 99 years. His great-grandchildren will have it, some unknown Londoners. When they look at the documents, his name will be there. His arms will be carved over the doorways. He rests his hand on the banister of the great staircase, looks up into the dust-mote glitter from a high window. When did I do this? At Hatfield, early in the year. Looking up, listening for the sounds of Morton's household long ago. If he himself went to Hatfield, must not Thomas More have gone up too? Perhaps it was his light footstep he expected overhead. He starts to think again about that fist that came out of nowhere. His first idea had been move clerks and papers to the Rolls, then Austin Friars would become a home again. But for whom? He has taken out Liz's book of hours, and on the page where she kept the family listed he has made alterations, additions. Rafe will be moving out soon to his new house in Hackney, and Richard is building in the same neighbourhood with his wife Frances. Alice is marrying his ward, Thomas Rotherham. Her brother, Christopher, is ordained and beneficed. Jo's wedding clothes are ordered. She is snapped up by his friend John Ap Rice, a lawyer, a scholar, a man he admires and on whose loyalty he counts. I have done well for my folk, he thinks. Not one of them poor or unhappy or uncertain of their place in this uncertain world. He hesitates, looking up into the light. Now gold, now blue as a cloud passes. Whoever will come downstairs and claim him must do it now. His daughter Anne, with her thundering feet. "Anne," he would say to her, "couldn't we have felt mufflers over those hooves of yours? Grace, skimming down like dust, drawn into a spiral, a lively swirl, going nowhere, dispersing, gone. Liz, come down." But Liz keeps her silence. She neither stays nor goes. She is always with him and not with him. He turns away. So this house will become a place of business, as all his houses will become places of business. My home will be where my clerks and files are. Otherwise, my home will be with the king, where he is. Christophe says, "Now we are removed to the Rolls' house, I can tell you, cher maître, how I am happy that you did not leave me behind, for in your absence they would call me snail-brain and turnip-head." "Alors," he takes a view of Christophe, "your head is indeed like a turnip. Thank you for attracting my attention to it." Installed at the Rolls, he takes a view of his situation. Satisfactory. He has sold off his 2 Kent manors, but the king has given him one in Monmouthshire, and he's buying another in Essex. He has his eye on plots in Hackney and Shoreditch, and is taking in leases on the properties around Austin Friars, which he intends to enfold in his building plans, and then build a big wall around the lot. He has surveys to hand of a manor in Bedfordshire, one in Lincolnshire, and 2 Essex properties he intends to put in trust for Gregory. All this is small stuff. It's nothing to what he intends to have, or to what Henry will owe him. Meanwhile, his outgoings would frighten a lesser man. If the king wants something done, you have to be able to staff the enterprise and fund it. It is hard to keep up with the spending of his noble councillors, and yet there are a crew of them who live at the pawnshop, and come to him month by month to patch the holes in their accounts. He knows when to let these debts run. There is more than one kind of currency in England. What he senses is a great net is spreading about him.
a web of favours done and favours received. Those who want access to the king expect to pay for it, and no one has better access than he. And at the same time the word is out. Help Cromwell, and he will help you. Be loyal, be diligent, be intelligent on his behalf. You will come into a reward. Those who commit their service to him will be promoted and protected. He is a good friend and master. This is said of him everywhere. Otherwise it is the usual abuse. His father was a blacksmith, a crooked brewer. He was an Irishman. He was a criminal. He was a Jew. And he himself was just a wool trader. He was a shearsman, and now he is a sorcerer. How else but by being a sorcerer would he get the reins of power in his hand? Chapuis writes to the Emperor about him. His early life remains a mystery, but he is excellent company, and he keeps his household and retainers in magnificent style. He is a master of language, Chapuis writes, a man of most eloquent address, though his French, he adds, is only assez bien. He thinks it's good enough for you. A nod and a wink will do for you. These last months, the council has never been out of harness. A hard summer of negotiating has brought a treaty with the Scots, but Ireland is in revolt. Only Dublin Castle itself and the town of Waterford hold out for the king, while the rebel lords are offering their services and their harbours to the Emperor's troops. Among these isles it is the most wretched of territories, which does not pay the king what it costs him to garrison it. But he cannot turn his back on it, for fear of who else might come in. Law is barely respected there, for the Irish think you can buy off murder with money, and like the Welsh, they cost out a man's life in cattle. The people are kept poor by imposts and seizures, by forfeitures and plain daylight robbery. The pious English abstain from meat on Wednesdays and Fridays, but the joke runs that the Irish are so godly they abstain every other day as well. Their great lords are brutal and imperious men, treacherous and fickle, inveterate feuders, extortionists and hostage-takers, and their allegiance to England they hold cheap, for they are loyal to nothing and prefer force of arms to law. As for the native chiefs, they recognize no natural limit to their claims. They say that on their land they own every ferny slope and lake, they own the heather, the meadow grass, and the winds that riffle it. They own every beast and every man, and in times of scarcity they take the bread to feed their hunting dogs. No wonder they don't want to be English. It would interrupt their status as slave owners. The Duke of Norfolk still has serfs on his land, and even if the law courts move to free them, the Duke expects a fee from it. The King proposes to send Norfolk to Ireland, but he says he's spent enough futile months over there, and the only way he'll go back is if they build a bridge so he can get home at the end of the week without getting his feet wet. He and Norfolk fight in the council chamber. The Duke rants, and he sits back and folds his arms and watches him ranting. You should have sent young Fitzroy to Dublin, he tells the council. An apprentice king. Make a show, stage a spectacle, throw some money about. Richard says to him, Perhaps we should go to Ireland, sir. I think my campaigning days are over. I would like to be in arms. Every man should be a soldier once in his life. That is your grandfather speaking through you. Ap Evans, the archer. Concentrate for now on making a show in the tournaments. Richard has proved a formidable man in the lists. It is more or less, as Christophe says, biff, and they are flat. You would think the sport was in his nephew's blood, as it is in the blood of the lords who compete. He carries the Cromwell colours, and the king loves him for it, as he loves any man with flair and courage and physical strength. Increasingly, his bad leg forces him to sit with the spectators. When he is in pain, he is panicked. You can see it in his eyes, and when he is recovering, he is restless. Uncertainty about his own state of health makes him less inclined for the expense and trouble of organising a large tournament. When he does run a course with his experience, his weight and height, his superb horses and the steel of his temperament, he is likely to win. But to avoid accidents, he prefers to run against opponents he knows. Henry says, The Emperor, 2 or 3 years back when he was in Germany, did he not have an evil humour in his thigh? They say the weather didn't suit him, but then his dominions offer a change of climate. whereas from one part of my kingdom to the next there is no change to be found. Oh, I expect it's worse in Dublin. Henry looks out, hopeless at the teeming rain. And when I ride out, the people shout at me. They rise up out of ditches and shout about Catherine, how I should take her back. How would they like if I told them how to order their houses and wives and children? Even when the weather clears, the king's fears do not diminish. She will escape and raise an army against me, he says. Catherine, you do not know what she would do. She told me she would not run. And you think she never lies? I know she lies. I have proof of it. She lied about her own virginity. Oh, that, he thinks tiredly. It seems Henry doesn't believe in the power of armed guards in locks and keys. He thinks an angel recruited by the Emperor Charles will make them fall away. When he travels, he takes with him a great iron lock, which is affixed to his chamber door by a servant who goes with him for the purpose. His food is tasted for poison, and his bed examined, last thing at night, for concealed weapons such as needles. But even so, he is afraid he will be murdered as he sleeps. Autumn. Thomas More is losing weight, a wiry little man emerging from what was never a superfluity of flesh. He lets Antonia Bonvisi send him food in. Not that you Lucchesi know how to eat. I'd send it myself, but if he took ill, you know what people would say. He likes dishes of eggs. I don't know if he likes much else. A sigh. Milk puddings? He smiles. These are carnivorous days. No wonder he doesn't thrive.
I have known him for 40 years, Bonvisi says. A lifetime, Tommaso. You wouldn't hurt him, would you? Please assure me, if you can, that no one will hurt him.
Why do you think I'm no better than he is? Look, I have no need to put him under pressure. His family and friends will do it, won't they?
Can't you just leave him there, forget him?
Of course, if the king allows. He arranges for Meg Roper to visit. Father and daughter walk in the gardens arm in arm. Sometimes he watches them from a window in the Lord Lieutenant's lodgings. By November, this policy has failed. Turned back, really, and bitten his hand, like a dog that out of kindness you pick up in the street. Meg says, "He has told me, and he has asked me to tell his friends, that he will have no more to do with oaths of any kind, and that if we hear he has sworn, we are to take it that he has been forced by ill usage and rough handling. And if a paper is shown to the council, with his signature on it, we are to understand it is not his hand." More is now required to swear to the Act of Supremacy, an act which draws together all the powers and dignities assumed by the king in the last 2 years. It doesn't, as some say, make the king head of the church. It states that he is head of the church and always has been. If people don't like new ideas, let them have old ones. If they want precedents, he has precedents. A second enactment, which will come into force in the new year, defines the scope of treason. It will be a treasonable offence to deny Henry's titles or jurisdiction, to speak or write maliciously against him, to call him a heretic or a schismatic. This law will catch the friars who spread panic and say the Spanish are landing with the next tide to seize the throne for the Lady Mary. It will catch the priests who in their sermons rant against the king's authority and say he is dragging his subjects after him to hell. Is it much for a monarch to ask that a subject keep a civil tongue in his head? This is new, people say to him, this treason by words, and he says no, be assured it is old. It casts into statute law what the judges in their wisdom have already defined as common law. It is a measure for clarification. I am all for clarity. Upon More's refusal of this second oath, a bill is brought in against him, forfeiting his goods to the crown. He now has no hope of release, or rather, the hope lies in himself. It is his duty to visit him, tell him he will no longer be allowed visitors or strolls in the garden. Nothing to see this time of year. More casts a glance at the sky, a narrow strip of grey through the high window. I can still have my books, write letters. For now. And John Wood, he stays with me. His servant. Yes, of course.
He brings me a little news from time to time. They say the sweating sickness has broken out among the king's troops in Ireland, so late in the year, too. Plague has also broken out. He's not going to tell more that, or that the whole Irish campaign is a debacle, and a money sink, and that he wishes he had done as Richard said and gone out there himself. The sweat takes off so many, Moore says, and so swiftly, and in their prime, too. And if you survive it, you are in no condition to fight the wild Irish, that's for sure. I remember when Meg took it, she nearly died. Have you had it? No. You're never ill, are you? He is chattering pointlessly, then he looks up. Tell me, what do you hear from Antwerp? They say Tyndale is there. They say he lives straitly. He dare not stray beyond the English merchant's house. They say he is in prison, almost as I am. It is true, or partly true. Tyndale has laboured in poverty and obscurity, and now his world has shrunk to a little room, while outside in the city, under the Emperor's laws, printers are branded and have their eyes put out, and brothers and sisters are killed for their faith, the men beheaded, the women buried alive. Moore has a sticky web in Europe still, a web made of money. It is his belief that his men have followed Tyndale these many months, but all his ingenuity, and Stephen Vaughan's on the spot, have not been able to find out which of the Englishmen who pass through that busy town are Moore's agents. Tyndale will be safer in London, Moore says, under yourself, the protector of error. Now, look at Germany today. You see, Thomas, where heresy leads us. It leads us to Munster, does it not? Sectaries, Anabaptists have taken over the city of Munster. Your worst nightmares, when you wake paralysed and think you have died, are bliss compared with this. The burgomasters have been ejected from the council, and thieves and lunatics have taken their places, proclaiming that the end times have come and all must be rebaptized. Citizens who dissent have been driven beyond the walls, naked to perish in the snow. Now the city is under siege from its own prince-bishop, who intends to starve it out. The defenders, they say, are for the most part the women and children left behind. They are held in dread by a tailor called Bockelson, who has crowned himself King of Jerusalem. It is rumoured that Bockelson's friends have instituted polygamy, as recommended in the Old Testament, and that some of the women have been hanged or drowned rather than submit to rape under cover of Abraham's law. These prophets engage in daylight robbery, in the name of holding goods in common. It is said they have seized the houses of the rich, burned their letters, slashed their pictures, mopped the floors with fine embroidery, and shredded the records of who owns what, so former times can never come back. Utopia, he says. Is it not? I hear they are burning the books from the city libraries. Erasmus has gone into the flames. What kind of devils would burn the gentle Erasmus? But no doubt, Moore nods, Munster will be restored to order. Philip, the Prince of Hesse, Luther's friend, I have no doubt he will lend the good bishop his canon and his cannoneers, and one heretic will put down another. The brethren fall to scrapping, do you see? Like rabid dogs drooling in the streets, who tear out each other's entrails when they meet. I tell you how Munster will end. Someone inside the city will surrender it. You think so? You look as if you would offer me odds, but there, I was never much of a gambler, and now the king has all my money. A man like that, a tailor, jumps up for a month or two. A wool merchant, a blacksmith's son. He jumps up for a year or two. He stands, picks up his cape, black wool, lambskin lining. Moore's eyes gleam. Ah, look, I have you on the run. Now he murmurs, as if it were a supper party, must you go? Stay a little, can't you? He lifts his chin. So, I shall not see Meg again. The man's tone, the emptiness, the loss, it goes straight to his heart. He turns away to keep his reply calm and trite. You have to say some words, that's all. Ah, just words.
And if you don't want to say them, I can put them to you in writing. Sign your name and the king will be happy. I will send my barge to row you back to Chelsea and tie up at the wharf at the end of your own garden. Not much to see, as you say, at this time of year, but think of the warm welcome within. Dame Alice is waiting. Alice is cooking. Well, that alone would restore you. She is standing by your side, watching you chew, and the minute you wipe your mouth, she picks you up in her arms and kisses away the mutton fat. Why, husband, I have missed you. She bears you off to her bedchamber, locks the door and drops the key in her pocket, and pulls off your clothes till there you are in your shirt and nothing but your little white legs sticking out. Well, admit it, the woman is within her rights. The next day, think of it, you rise before dawn, shuffle to your familiar cell and flog yourself, call for your bread and water, and by 8 o'clock back in your hair shirt, and over it your old woolen gown, that blood-coloured one with a rent in it, feet up on a stool, and your only son bringing in your letters, snapping the seal on your darling Erasmus. Then, when you've read your letters, you can hobble out, let's say it's a sunny day, and look at your caged birds and your little fox in its pen, and you can say, I was a prisoner too, but no more because Cromwell showed me I could be free. Don't you want it? Don't you want to come out of this place? You should write a play, Moore says wonderingly. He laughs. Perhaps I shall. It's better than Chaucer. Words, just words. He turns, he stares at Moore. It's as if the light has changed. A window has opened on a strange country where a cold wind from childhood blows. That book, was it a dictionary? Moore frowns. I'm sorry. I came up the stairs at Lambeth. Give me a moment. I came running up the stairs, carrying your measure of small beer and your wheaten loaf, to keep you from being hungry if you woke in the night. It was 7 in the evening. You were reading, and when you looked up, you held your hands over the book. He makes the shape of wings, as if you were protecting it. I asked you, Master Moore, what is in that great book? You said words, just words. Moore tilts his head. This was when? I believe I was 7. Oh, nonsense, Moore says genially. I didn't know you when you were 7. Why, you were, he frowns. You must have been, and I was, about to go to Oxford. You don't remember. But why would you? He shrugs. I thought you were laughing at me. Oh, very probably I was, Moore says, if indeed such a meeting took place. Now witness these present days, when you come here and laugh at me, talking about Alice and my little white legs. I think it must have been a dictionary. You're sure you don't remember? Well, my barge is waiting, and I don't want to keep the oars out in the cold. The days are very long in here, Moore says. The nights are longer. My chest is bad. My breathing is tight. Back to Chelsea, then. Dr. Butts will visit. Tut, Thomas Moore. What have you been doing to yourself? Hold your nose and drink off this foul mixture. Sometimes I think I shall not see morning. He opens the door. Martin? Martin is 30, wiry, his fair hair under his cap already sparse. Pleasant face with a crinkly smile. His native town is Colchester, his father a tailor, and he learned to read on Wycliffe's Gospel, which his father hid in their roof under the thatch. This is a new England, an England where Martin can dust the old text down and show it to his neighbours. He has brothers, all of them Bible men. His wife is just now confined with her 3rd child, crawled into the straw, as he puts it. Any news? Not yet. But will you stand godfather? Thomas if it's a boy, or if it's a girl, you name her, sir. A touch of palms and a smile. Grace, he says. A money gift is understood, the child's start in life. He turns back to the sick man who now slumps over his table. Sir Thomas says at night his breath comes short. Bring him some bolsters, cushions, whatever you can find. prop him up to ease him. I want him to have every opportunity to live, to rethink his position, show loyalty to our king, and go home. And now, bid you both good afternoon. Moore looks up. I want to write a letter. Of course. You shall have ink and paper. I want to write to Meg. Then send her a human word. Moore's letters are beyond the human. They may be addressed to his daughter, but they are written for his friends in Europe to read. Cromwell? Moore's voice calls him back. How is the Queen? Moore is always correct. Not like those who slip up and say Queen Catherine. How is Anne, he means. But what could he tell him? He's on his way. He's out of the door. In the narrow window a blue dusk has replaced the grey. He had heard her voice from the next room. Low, relentless. Henry yelping in indignation. Not me! Not me! In the antechamber, Thomas Boleyn, Monseigneur, his narrow face rigid. Some Boleyn hangers-on exchanging glances. Francis Weston, Francis Bryan. In a corner, trying to make himself inconspicuous, the lutenist Mark Smeaton. What's he doing here? Not quite a family conclave. George Boleyn is in Paris, holding talks. An idea has been floated that the infant Elizabeth should marry a son of France. The Boleyns really think this is going to happen. Whatever can have occurred, he says, to upset the Queen. His tone is astonished, as if she were the most placid of women. Weston says, It's Lady Carey. She is... That is to say, she finds herself... Bryan snorts. With a belly full of bastard. Ah, didn't you know? The shock around him is gratifying. He shrugs. I thought it a family matter. Bryan's eye patch winks at him, today a jaundiced yellow. You must watch her very closely, Cromwell. A matter in which I have failed, Boleyn says, evidently. She claims the child's father is William Stafford, and she has married him. You know this Stafford, do you? Just about. Well, he says cheerfully, shall we go in? Mark, we're not setting this affair to music, so take yourself off to where you can be useful. Only Henry Norris is attending the king. Jane Rochford, the Queen. Henry's big face is white. You blame me, madam, for what I did before I even knew you. They have crowded in behind him. Henry says, My Lord Wiltshire, can you not control either of your daughters? Cromwell knew, Bryan says. He snorts with laughter. Monseigneur begins to talk, stumbling. He, Thomas Boleyn, diplomat famed for his silver-tongued finesse. Anne cuts him off. Why should she get a child by Stafford? I don't believe it's his. Why would he agree to marry her unless for ambition? Well, he has made a false move there, for he will never come to court again, nor will she. She can crawl on her knees to me. I care not, she can starve. If Anne were my wife, he thinks, I'd go out for the afternoon. She looks haggard, and she cannot stay still. You wouldn't trust her near a sharp knife. What to do? Norris whispers. Jane Rochford is standing back against the tapestries, where nymphs entwine themselves in trees. The hem of her skirt is dipped in some fabulous stream, and her veil brushes a cloud from which a goddess peeps. She lifts her face. Her look is one of sober triumph. I could have the Archbishop fetched, he thinks. Anne wouldn't rage and stamp under his eyes. Now she has Norris by the sleeve. What is she doing? My sister has done this to spite me. She thinks she will sail about the court with her great belly and pity me and laugh at me because I have lost my own child. I feel sure, if the matter were to be viewed, her father begins. Get out, she says. Leave me, and tell her, Mistress Stafford, that she has forfeited any claim on my family. I don't know her. She is no longer a Boleyn. Wiltshire, go, Henry adds in the tone in which a schoolboy is promised a whipping. I shall speak to you later. He says to the king, innocent, Majesty, shall we do no business today? Henry laughs. Lady Rochford runs beside him. He does not slow his pace, so she has to pick up her skirts. Did you really know, Master Secretary? Or did you say that just to see their faces?
You are too good for me. You see through all my ploys.
Lucky I see through Lady Carey's.
It was you who detected her.
Who else, he thinks? With her husband George away, she has no one to spy on. Mary's bed is strewn with silks, flame, orange, carnation, as if a fire has broken out in the mattress. Across stools and a window seat trail lawn smocks, entangled ribbons and unpaired gloves. Are those the same green stockings she once revealed to the knee, running full tilt towards him on the day she proposed marriage? He stands in the doorway.
William Stafford, eh?
She straightens up, her cheeks flushed, a velvet slipper in her hand. Now the secret is out. She has loosened her bodice. Her eyes slide past him. Good girl, Jane, bring that here. Excuse me, master. It is Jane Seymour, tiptoeing past him with an armful of folded laundry. Then a boy after her, bumping a yellow leather chest. Just here, Mark. Behold me, Master Secretary, Smeaton says. I'm making myself useful. Jane kneels before the chest and swings it open. Cambric to line it? Never mind cambric, where's my other shoe? Best be gone, Lady Rochford warns. If Uncle Norfolk sees you, he'll take a stick to you. Your royal sister thinks the king has fathered your child. She says, why would it be William Stafford? Mary snorts. So much does she know. What would Anne know of taking a man for himself? You can tell her he loves me. You can tell her he cares for me and no one else does. No one else in this world. He leans down and whispers, Mistress Seymour, I did not think you were a friend of Lady Carey. No one else will help her. She keeps her head down, the nape of her neck flushes pink. Those bed hangings are mine, Mary says. Pull them down. Embroidered on them he sees are the arms of her husband, Will Carey, dead, 7 years now. I can unpick the badges. Of course, what use are a dead man and his devices? Where's my gilt basin? Rochford, have you got it? She gives the yellow chest a kick. It is stamped all over with Anne's falcon badge. If they see me with this, they'll take it off me and tip my stuff in the road. If you can wait an hour, he says, I'll send someone with a chest for you. Will it be stamped Thomas Cromwell? God save me, I haven't an hour. I know what. She begins to haul the sheets off the bed. Make bundles. For shame, Jane Rochford says, and run off like a servant who's stolen the silver. Besides, you won't need these things down in Kent. Stafford has a farm or something, hasn't he? Some little manor. Still, you can sell them. You'll have to, I suppose. My sweet brother will help me when he returns from France. He will not see me cut off. I beg to differ. Lord Rochford will be sensible, as I am, that you have disgraced all your kin. Mary turns on her, arms sweeping out like a cat flashing claws. This is better than your wedding day, Rochford. It's like getting a house full of presents. You can't love. You don't know what love is. And all you can do is envy those who do know and rejoice in their troubles. You are a wretched, unhappy woman whose husband loathes her, and I pity you, and I pity my sister Anne. I would not change places with her. I had rather be in the bed of an honest poor gentleman who cares only for me than be like the Queen and only able to keep her man with old horse tricks. Yes, I know it is so. He has told Norris what she offers him, and it doesn't conduce to getting a child, I can tell you. And now she's afraid of every woman at court. Have you looked at her? Have you looked at her lately? 7 years she schemed to be queen, and God protect us from answered prayers. She thought it would be like her coronation every day. Mary, breathless, reaches into the mill of her possessions and throws Jane Seymour a pair of sleeves. Take these, sweetheart, with my blessing. You have the only kind heart at court. Jane Rochford, in departing, slams the door. Let her go, Jane Seymour murmurs. Forget her. Good riddance, Mary snaps. I must be glad she didn't pick my things over and offer me a price. In the silence, her words go crash, flap, rattling around the room like trapped birds who panic and shit down the walls. He has told Norris what she offers him. By night, her ingenious proceedings. He is rephrasing it as, Surely one must. I'll bet Norris is all ears. Christ alive, these people. The boy Mark is standing, gawpy-faced behind the door. Mark, if you stand there like a landed fish, I shall have you filleted and fried. The boy flees. When Mistress Seymour has tied the bundles, they look like birds with broken wings. He takes them from her and reties them, not with silk tags, but serviceable string. "Do you always carry string, Master Secretary?" Mary says, "Oh, my book of love poems! Shelton has it." She pitches from the room. "She'll need that," he says. "No poems down in Kent." "Lady Rochford would tell her that sonnets don't keep you warm. Not," Jane says, "that I've ever had a sonnet, so I wouldn't really know." "Liz," he thinks, "take your dead hand off me. Do you grudge me this one little girl, so small, so thin, so plain?" He turns. "Jane." "Master Secretary?" She dips her knees and rolls sideways onto the mattress. She sits up, drags her skirts from under her, finds her footing. Gripping the bedpost, she scrambles up, reaches above her head, and begins to unhook the hangings. "Come down, I'll do that. I'll send a wagon after Mistress Stafford. She can't carry all she owns." "I can do it. Master Secretary doesn't deal with bed hangings." "Master Secretary deals with everything. I'm surprised I don't make the king's shirts." Jane sways gently above him. Her feet sink into the feathers. "Queen Catherine does, still." "The Dowager Catherine. Come down." She hops down to the rushes, giving her skirts a shake. "Even now, after all that has passed between them, she sent a new parcel last week." "I thought the king had forbidden her." "Anne says they shall be torn up and used for, well, you know what for, in a jakes." He was angry, possibly because he doesn't like the word jakes. "No more does he." The king deprecates coarse language, and not a few courtiers have been frozen out for telling some dirty story. "Is it true what Mary says, that the Queen is afraid?" "For now he is sighing over Mistress Shelton. Well, you know that. You have observed." "But surely that is harmless. The king is obliged to be gallant till he reaches the age when he puts on his long gown and sits by the fire with his chaplains." "Explain it to Anne. She doesn't see it. She wanted to send Shelton away, but her father and her brother would not have it, because the Sheltons are their cousins, so if Henry is going to look elsewhere, they want it to be close to home. Incest is so popular these days. Uncle Norfolk said, His Grace—" "It's all right," he says, distracted. "I call him that too." Jane puts a hand over her mouth. It is a child's hand with tiny gleaming nails. "I shall think of that when I am in the country and have nothing to amuse me. And then does he say, 'Dear nephew Cromwell'?" "You are leaving court?" "No doubt she has a husband in view, some country husband." "I hope that when I have served another season I might be released." Mary rips into the room, snarling. She juggles 2 embroidered cushions above the bulk of her child, a bulk which now seems evident. She has a hand free for her gilt basin, in which is her poetry book. She throws down the cushions, opens her fist and scatters a handful of silver buttons, which rattle into the basin like dice. "Shelton had these. Curse her for a magpie." "It is not as if the Queen likes me," Jane says, "and it is a long time since I saw Wolf Hall." For the King's New Year gift, he has commissioned from Hans a miniature on vellum, which shows Solomon on his throne receiving Sheba. It is to be an allegory, he explains, of the king receiving the fruits of the church and the homage of his people. Hans gives him a withering look. "I grasp the point." Hans prepares sketches. Solomon is seated in majesty. Sheba stands before him, unseen face raised, her back to the onlooker. "In your mind," he says, "can you see her face even though it's hidden?" "You pay for the back of her head, that's what you get." Hans rubs his forehead. He relents. "Not true, I can see her." "See her like a woman you meet in the street?" "Not quite like that,
More like someone you remember, like some woman you used to know when you were a child.
They are seated in front of the tapestry the king gave him. The painter's eyes stray to it.
This woman on the wall. Wolsey had her, Henry had her, now you.
I assure you she has no counterpart in real life. Well, not unless Westminster has some very discreet and versatile whore.
I know who she is.
Hans nods emphatically, lips pressed together, eyes bright and taunting, like a dog who steals a handkerchief so you will chase it.
They talk about it in Antwerp. Why don't you go over and claim her?
She is married. He is taken aback to think that his private business is common talk.
You think she would not come away with you?
It's years. I have changed.
Yeah, now you are rich.
But what would be said of me if I enticed away a woman from her husband? Hans shrugs. They are so matter-of-fact, the Germans. Moore says the Lutherans fornicate in church.
Besides, Hans says, there is the matter of the...
The what? Hans shrugs. Nothing.
Nothing? You're going to hang me up by my hands till I confess?
I don't do that. I only threaten to do it.
I meant only...
Hans says soothingly,
there is the matter of all the other women who want to marry you. The wives of England, they all keep secret books of whom they are going to have next, when they have poisoned their husbands. And you are the top of everyone's list.
In his idle moments, in the week there are 2 or 3, he has been picking through the records of the Rolls house. Though the Jews are forbidden the realm, you cannot know what human flotsam will be washed up by the tide of fortune, and only once for a single month in these 300 years has the house been empty. He runs his eye over the accounts of the successive wardens, and he handles, curious, the receipts for their relief given by the dead inhabitants, written in Hebrew characters. Some of them spent 50 years within these walls, flinching from the Londoners outside. When he walks the crooked passages, he feels their footsteps under his. He goes to see the 2 who remain. They are silent and vigilant women of indeterminate age, and the names they go by are Catherine Wheatley and Mary Cook. What do you do? With your time, he means.
We say our prayers.
They watch him for evidence of his intentions, good or ill. Their faces say, we are 2 women with nothing left but our life stories. Why should we part with them to you? He sends them presents of fowl, but he wonders if they eat flesh from Gentile hands. Towards Christmas, the prior of Christ Church in Canterbury sends him 12 Kentish apples, each one wrapped in grey linen of a special kind that is good with wine. He takes these apples to the converts, with wine he has picked out. In the year 1353, he says, there was only one person in the house. I'm sorry to think she lived here without company. Her last domicile was the city of Exeter, but I wonder where before that. Her name was Clarissa.
We know nothing of her, says Catherine, or possibly Mary. It would be surprising if we did.
Her fingertip tests the apples. Possibly she does not recognize their rarity, or that they are the best present the prior could find. If you don't like them, he says, or if you do, I have stewing pears. Somebody sent me 500.
A man who meant to get himself noticed, says Catherine, or Mary, and the other says, £500 would have been better.
The women laugh, but their laughter is cold. He sees he will never be on terms with them. He likes the name Clarissa, and he wishes he had suggested it for the jailer's daughter. It is a name for a woman you might dream of, one you could see straight through. When the king's New Year present is done, Hans says,
It is the first time I have made his portrait.
You shall make another soon, I hope. Hans knows he has an English Bible, a translation almost ready. He puts a finger to his lips. Too soon to talk about it. Next year, maybe.
If you were to dedicate it to Henry, Hans says, could he now refuse it? I will put him on the title page, displayed in glory, head of the church.
Hans paces, growls out a few figures. He is thinking of paper and printer's costs, estimating his profits. Lucas Cranach draws title pages for Luther. Those pictures of Martin and his wife, he has sold prints by the basketful. And Cranach makes everybody look like a pig. True. Even those silvery nudes he paints have sweet pig faces, and laborious feet, and grisly ears. But if I paint Henry, I must flatter, I suppose. Show him how he was 5 years ago. Or 10. Stick to 5. He will think you are mocking him. Hans draws his finger across his throat, buckles at the knees, thrusts out his tongue like a man hanged. It seems he envisages every method of execution. An easy majesty would be called for, he says. Hans beams. I can do it by the yard. The end of the year brings cold and a green aqueous light, washing across the Thames and the city. Letters fall to his desk with a soft shuffle like great snowflakes. Doctors of theology from Germany, ambassadors from France, and Mary Boleyn from her exile in Kent. He breaks the seal. Listen to this, he says to Richard. Mary wants money. She says she knows she should not have been so hasty. She says love overcame reason. Love, was it? He reads. She does not regret for a minute she has taken on William Stafford. She could have had, she says, other husbands with titles and wealth. But if I were at liberty and might choose, I assure you, Master Secretary, I have tried so much honesty to be in him, that I had rather beg my bread with him than to be the greatest queen christened. She dare not write to her sister the queen, or her father, or her uncle, or her brother. They are all so cruel. So she is writing to him. He wonders, did Stafford lean over her shoulder while she was writing? Did she giggle and say, Thomas Cromwell, I once raised his hopes? Richard says, I hardly remember how Mary and I were to be married. That was in other days than these. And Richard is happy. See how it has worked out. We can thrive without the Boleyns. But Christendom was overturned for the Boleyn marriage, to put the ginger pig in the cradle. What if it is true? What if Henry is sated? What if the enterprise is cursed? Get Wiltshire in. Here to the Rolls? He will come to the whistle. He will humiliate him in his genial fashion, and make him give Mary an annuity. The girl worked for him on her back, and now he must pension her. Richard will sit in the shadows and take notes. It will remind Boleyn of the old days now being approximately 6-7 years back. Last week, Chapuis said to him, In this kingdom now, you are all the cardinal was and more. It is Christmas Eve when Alice Moore comes to see him. There is a thin, sharp light, like the edge of an old knife, and in this light Alice looks old. He greets her like a princess, and leads her into one of the chambers he has repanelled and painted, where a great fire leaps up a rebuilt chimney. The air smells of pine boughs. You keep the feast here? Alice has made an effort for him, pinned her hair back fiercely, under a bonnet sewn with seed pearls. Well, when I came here before, it was a musty old place. My husband used to say, and he notes the past tense, my husband used to say, lock Cromwell in a deep dungeon in the morning, and when you come back that night, he'll be sitting on a plush cushion eating lark's tongues, and all the jailers will owe him money. Did he talk a lot about locking me in dungeons? It was only talk. She's uneasy. I thought you might take me to see the king. I know he's always courteous to women, and kind. He shakes his head. If he takes Alice to the king, she will talk about when he used to come to Chelsea and walk in the gardens. She will upset him, agitate his mind, make him think about more, which at present he doesn't. He is very busy with the French envoys. He means to keep a large court this season. You will have to trust my judgment. You have been good to us, she says, reluctant. I ask myself why. You always have some trick. Born tricky, he says. Can't help it. Alice, why is your husband so stubborn? I no more comprehend him than I do the Blessed Trinity. Then what are we to do? I think he'd give the king his reasons, in his private ear, if the king said beforehand that he would take away all penalties from him. You mean license him for treason? The king can't do it. Holy Agnes! Thomas Cromwell to tell the king what he can't do. I've seen a cock swagger in a barnyard, master, till a girl comes one day and wrings his neck. It's the law of the land, the custom of the country. I thought Henry was set over the law. We don't live at Constantinople, Dame Alice, though I say nothing against the Turk. We cheer on the infidels these days, as long as they keep the Emperor's hands tied. I don't have much money left, she says. I have to find 15 shillings every week for his keep. I worry he'll be cold. She sniffs. Still, he could tell me so himself. He doesn't write to me. It's all her, his darling Meg. She's not my child. I wish his first wife were here, to tell me if she was born the way she is now. She's close, you know. Keeps her own counsel and his. She tells me now he gave her his shirts to wash the blood out, that he wore a shirt of hair beneath his linen. He did so when we were married, and I begged him to leave it off, and I thought he had. But how would I know? He slept alone, and drew the bolt on his door. If he had an itch, I never knew it. He was perforce to scratch it himself. Well, whatever. It was between the two of them, and me no part of it. Alice, don't think I have no tenderness for him. He didn't marry me to live like a eunuch. We have had dealings, one time or another. She blushes, more angry than shy. And when that is true, you cannot help feeling it, if a man might be cold, if he might be hungry, his flesh being one with yours. You feel to him as you might a child. Fetch him out, Alice, if it is within your power. More in yours than mine. She smiles sadly. Is your little man Gregory home for the season? I have sometimes said to my husband, I wish Gregory Cromwell were my boy. I could bake him in a sugar crust and eat him all up. Gregory comes home for Christmas, with a letter from Roland Lee, saying he is a treasure and can come back to his household any time. So must I back, Gregory says, or am I finished being educated now? I have a scheme for the new year to improve your French. Rafe says I am being brought up like a prince. For now, you are all I have to practice on. My sweet father. Gregory picks up his little dog. He hugs her and nuzzles the fur at the back of her neck. He waits. Rafe and Richard say that when my education is sufficient, you mean to marry me to some old dowager with a great settlement and black teeth, and she will wear me out with lechery, and rule me with her whims, and she will leave her estate away from the children she has, and they will hate me and scheme against my life, and one morning I shall be dead in my bed. The spaniel swivels in his son's arms, turns on him her mild, round, wondering eyes. They are making sport of you, Gregory. If I knew such a woman, I would marry her myself. Gregory nods. She would never rule you, sir. And I dare say she would have a good deer park, which would be convenient to hunt, and the children would be in fear of you, even if they were men grown. He appears half consoled. What's that map? Is it the Indies? This is the Scots border, he says gently. Harry Percy's country. Look, let me show you. These are parcels of his estates he has given away to his creditors. We cannot let it continue because we can't leave our borders to chance. They say he is sick. Sick or mad. His tone is indifferent. He has no heir, and he and his wife never come together, so it is not likely he will. He's fallen out with his brothers, and he owes a deal of money to the king. So it would make sense to name the king his heir, would it not? He will be brought to see it. Gregory looks stricken. Take his earldom? He can keep the style. We'll give him something to live on. Is this because of the cardinal? Harry Percy stopped Wolsey at Cawood as he was riding south. He came in, keys in his hand, spattered with mud from the road. "My lord, I arrest you for high treason. Look at my face," the cardinal said. "I am not afraid of any man alive." He shrugs. "Gregory, go and play. Take Bella and practice your French with her. She came to me from Lady Lisle in Calais. I won't be long. I have to settle the kingdom's bills." For Ireland at the next dispatch, brass cannon and iron shot, rammers and charging ladles, serpentine powder and 400 weight of brimstone, 500 yew bows and 2 barrels of bowstrings, 200 each of spades, shovels, crowbars, pickaxes, horse hides, 100 felling axes, 1,000 horseshoes, 8,000 nails. The goldsmith Cornelis has not been paid for the cradle he made for the king's last child, the one that never saw the light. He claims for 20 shillings dispersed a Hans for painting Adam and Eve on the cradle, and he is owed for white satin, gold tassels and fringes, and the silver for modelling the apples in the Garden of Eden. He is talking to people in Florence about hiring 100 arquebusiers for the Irish campaign. They don't down tools like Englishmen do, if they have to fight in the woods or on rocky terrain. The king says, "A lucky new year to you, Cromwell," and more to follow. He thinks luck has nothing to do with it. Of all his presents, Henry is most pleased with the Queen of Sheba, and with a unicorn's horn, and a device to squeeze oranges with a great gold H on it. Early in the new year, the king gives him a title no one has ever held before, Vicegerent in Spirituals, his deputy in church affairs. Rumours that the religious houses will be put down have been running about the kingdom for 3 years and more. Now he has the power to visit, inspect, and reform monasteries, to close them if need be. There is hardly an abbey whose affairs he does not know, by virtue of his training under the cardinal, and the letters that arrive day by day, some monks complaining of abuses and scandals, and their superiors' disloyalty, others seeking offices within their communities, assuring him that a word in the right quarter will leave them forever in his debt. He says to Chapuis, "Were you ever at the cathedral in Chartres? You walk the labyrinth," he says, "set into the pavement, and it seems there is no sense in it. But if you follow it faithfully, it leads you straight to the centre, straight to where you should be." Officially, he and the ambassador are barely on speaking terms. Unofficially, Chapuis sends him a vat of good olive oil. He retaliates with capons. The ambassador himself arrives, followed by a retainer carrying a Parmesan cheese. Chapuis looks doleful and chilly.
"Your poor queen keeps the season meagerly at Kimbolton. She is so afraid of the heretic councillors about her husband that she has all her food cooked over the fire in her own room. And Kimbolton is more like a stable than a house." "Nonsense," he says briskly. He hands the ambassador a warming glass of spiced wine. "We only moved her from Buckton because she complained it was damp. Kimbolton is a very good house." "Ah, you say that because it has thick walls and a wide moat."
The scent of honey and cinnamon wafts into the room. Logs crackle in the hearth. The green boughs decorating his hall diffuse their own resinous scent.
"And the Princess Mary is ill."
"Oh, the Lady Mary is always ill."
"The more cause to care for her."
But Chapuis softens his tone.
"If her mother could see her, it would be much comfort to them both."
"Much comfort to their escape plans."
"You are a heartless man."
Chapuis sips his wine.
"You know, the Emperor is ready to stand your friend."
A pause, heavy with significance, into which the ambassador sighs.
"There are rumours that La Anna is distraught, that Henry is looking at another lady."
He takes a breath and begins to talk. Henry has no time for other women. He is too busy counting his money. He is growing very close. He doesn't want Parliament to know his income. I have difficulty getting him to part with anything for the universities, or to pay his builders, or even for the poor. He only thinks of ordnance, munitions, shipbuilding, beacons, forts. Chapuis turns down his mouth. He knows when he's been spun a line. If he didn't, where would be the pleasure in it?
So I am to tell my master, am I, that the King of England is so set on war he has no time for love?
There will be no war unless your master makes it, which, with the Turks at his heels, he scarcely has time to do. Oh, I know his coffers are bottomless. The Emperor could ruin us all if he liked. He smiles. But what good would that do the Emperor? The fate of peoples is made like this. 2 men in small rooms. Forget the coronations, the conclaves of cardinals, the pomp and processions. This is how the world changes. A counter pushed across a table, a pen stroke that alters the force of a phrase, a woman's sigh as she passes and leaves on the air a trail of orange flower or rose water. Her hand pulling close the bed curtain, the discreet sigh of flesh against flesh. The king, lord of generalities, must now learn to labour over detail, led on by intelligent greed. As his prudent father's son, he knows all the families of England and what they have. He has registered their holdings in his head, down to the last watercourse and copse. Now the Church's assets are to come under his control. He needs to know their worth. The law of who owns what, the law generally, has accreted a parasitic complexity. It is like a barnacled hull, a roof slimy with moss. But there are lawyers enough, and how much ability does it require to scrape away as you are directed? Englishmen may be superstitious. They may be afraid of the future. They may not know what England is. But the skills of adding and subtraction are not scarce. Westminster has 1,000 scratching pens, but Henry will need, he thinks, new men, new structures, new thinking. Meanwhile he, Cromwell, puts his commissioners on the road. Valor ecclesiasticus. I will do it in 6 months, he says. Such an exercise has never been attempted before, it is true, but he has already done much that no one else has even dreamed of. One day, at the beginning of spring, he comes back from Westminster chilled. His face aches, as if his bones lie open to the weather, and nagging at his memories that day when his father mashed him into the cobblestones. His sideways view of Walter's boot. He wants to get back to Austin Friars because he has had stoves installed and the whole house is warm. The Chancery Lane house is only warm in patches. Besides, he wants to be behind his wall. Richard says, "Your 18-hour days, sir, can't continue forever." The Cardinal did them. That night in his sleep he goes down to Kent. He's looking over the accounts of Bayham Abbey, which is to be closed by Wolsey's command. The hostile faces of the monks, hovering over him, cause him to swear and say to Rafe, "Pack these ledgers and get them on the mule. We'll examine them over our supper and a glass of white burgundy." 'Tis high summer. On horseback, the mule plodding after them, they pick a route through the monastery's neglected vineyards, dipping with the track into a sylvan dimness, into the bowl of broad-leaved green at the valley bottom. He says to Rafe, "We're like 2 caterpillars sliding through a salad." They ride out again into a flood of sunlight, and before them is the tower of Scotney Castle, its sandstone walls, gold stippled with grey, shimmer above its moat. He wakes. He has dreamed of Kent, or been there. The ripple of the sunshine is still on his skin. He calls for Christophe. Nothing happens. He lies still. No one comes. It is early. No sound from the house below. The shutters are closed, and the stars are struggling to get in, working themselves with steel points into the splinters of the wood. It occurs to him that he has not really called for Christophe, only dreamed he has. Gregory's many tutors have presented him with a sheaf of bills. The Cardinal stands at the foot of his bed, wearing his full pontificals. The Cardinal becomes Christophe, opening the shutter, moving against the light. "You have a fever, master?" Surely he knows, one way or the other. Have I to do everything, know everything? "Oh, it is the Italian one," he says, as if that discounts it.
So must we fetch an Italian doctor?
Christophe sounds dubious. Rafe is here. The whole household is here. Charles Brandon is here, who he thinks is real, till Morgan Williams comes in, who is dead. And William Tyndale, who is in the English house at Antwerp and dare not venture. On the stairs he can hear the efficient, deathly clip of his father's steel-tipped boots. Richard Cromwell roars. "Can we have quiet in here?" When he roars, he sounds Welsh. He thinks, on an ordinary day, I would never have noticed that. He closes his eyes. Ladies move behind his lids, transparent like little lizards lashing their tails. The serpent queens of England, black-fanged and haughty, dragging their blood-soaked linen and their crackling skirts. They kill and eat their own children. This is well known. They suck their marrow before they're even born. Someone asks him if he wants to confess. "Must I?" "Yes, sir, or you will be thought a sectary." But my sins are my strength, he thinks, the sins I have done, that others have not even found the opportunity of committing. I hug them close, they're mine. Besides, when I come to judgment, I mean to come with a memorandum in my hand. I shall say to my Maker, I have 50 items here, possibly more. If I must confess, I'll have Roland. Bishop Lee is in Wales, they tell him. It might take days. Dr. Butts comes, with other doctors, a swarm of them sent by the king. "It is a fever I got in Italy," he explains. "Let's say it is." Butts frowns down at him. "If I am dying, get Gregory. I have things to tell him, but if I am not, don't interrupt his studies." "Cromwell," Butts says, "I couldn't kill you if I shot you through with cannon. The sea would refuse you. A shipwreck would wash you up." They talk about his heart. He overhears them. He feels they should not. The book of my heart is a private book. It is not an order book left on the counter for any passing clerk to scrawl in. They give him a draught to swallow. Shortly afterwards he returns to his ledgers. The lines keep slipping and the figures intermingling, and as soon as he has totalled up one column, the total unmakes itself, and all sense is subtracted. But he keeps trying and adding, until the poison or the healing draught loosens its grip on him, and he wakes. The pages of the ledgers are still before his eyes. Butts thinks he is resting as ordered, but in the privacy of his mind, little stick figures with arms and legs of ink climb out of the ledgers and walk about. They are carrying firewood in for the kitchen range, but the venison that is trussed to butcher turns back into deer, who rub themselves in innocence on the bark of the trees. The songbirds for the fricassee refeather themselves, hopping back onto the branches not yet cut for firewood, and the honey for basting has gone back to the bee, and the bee has gone back to the hive. He can hear the noises of the house below, but it is some other house in another country, the chink of coins changing hands, and the scrape of wooden chests over a stone floor. He can hear his own voice, telling some story in Tuscan, in Putney, in the French of the camp and the Latin of a barbarian. Perhaps this is Utopia. At the centre of that place, which is an island, there is a place called Amorotum, the city of dreams. He is tired out from the effort of deciphering the world, tired from the effort of smiling at the foe. Thomas Avery comes up from the counting-house. He sits by him and holds his hand. Hugh Latimer comes and says psalms. Cranmer comes and looks at him dubiously. Perhaps he is afraid that he will ask in his fever, "How is your wife Greta these days?" Christophe says to him,
"I wish your old master the cardinal were here to comfort you, sir. He was a comfortable man."
"What do you know of him?"
"I robbed him, sir. Did you not know? I robbed his gold plate."
He struggles to sit up. "Christophe, you were the boy at Compiègne?"
"Certainly it was me. Up and down the stairs with buckets of hot water for the bath, and each time a gold cup in the empty bucket. I was sorry to rob him, for he was so gentil." "What, you again with your pail, Fabrice?" "You must understand, Fabrice was my name in Compiègne. 'Give this poor child his dinner,' he said. I tasted apricots, which I never had before.
But did they not catch you?
My master was caught, a very great thief. They branded him. There was a hue and cry, but you see, master, I was meant for greater fortune.
I remember, he says. I remember Calais, the alchemists, the memory machine. Guido Camillo is making it for Francois, so he will be the wisest king in the world, but the dolt will never learn how to use it. This is fantasy, But says, the fever rising. But Christophe says, no, I assure you, there is a man in Paris who has built a soul. It is a building, but it is alive. The whole of it is lined with little shelves. On these shelves you find certain parchments, fragments of writing. They are in the nature of keys, which lead to a box which contains a key, which contains another key. But these keys are not made of metal, or these enfolded boxes of wood. Then what, frog boy, someone says. They are made of spirit. They are what we shall have left if all the books are burned. They will enable us to remember not only the past, but the future, and to see all the forms and customs that will one day inhabit the earth. But says he is burning up. He thinks of little Bilney, how he put a hand in the candle flame the night before he died, testing out the pain. It seared his shrinking flesh. In the night he whimpered like a child and sucked his raw hand, and in the morning the city councillors of Norwich dragged him to the pit where their forefathers had burned Lollards. Even when his face was burned away, they were still pushing into it the emblems and banners of popery, their fabrics singed and fringes alight, their blank-eyed virgins cured like herring and curling in the smoke. He asks, politely and in several languages, for water. Not too much, But says, a little and a little. He has heard of an island called Ormuz, the driest kingdom in the world, where there are no trees and no crop but salt. Stand at its centre, and you look over 30 miles in all directions of ashy plain, beyond which lies the seashore, encrusted with pearls. His daughter Grace comes by night. She makes her own light, wrapped within her shining hair. She watches him steady, unblinking, till it is morning, and when they open the shutter the stars are fading and the sun and moon hang together in a pale sky. A week passes. He is better, and he wants work brought in, but the doctors forbid it. How will it go forward, he asks, and Richard says, Sir, you have trained us all, and we are your disciples. You have made a thinking machine that marches forward as if it were alive. You don't need to be tending it every minute of every day. Still, Christophe says, they say Le Roi Henri is groaning as if he were in pain himself. Oh, where is Cromwell? A message is brought. Henry has said I am coming to visit. It's an Italian fever, so I'm sure not to take it. He can hardly believe it. Henry ran away from Anne when she had the sweat, even at the height of his love for her. He says, send Thurston up. They've been keeping him on a low diet, invalid food like turkey. Now he says we're going to plan what? A piglet stuffed and roasted in the way I once saw it done at a papal banquet? You will need chopped chicken, lardo, and a goat's liver, minced fine. You will need fennel seeds, marjoram, mint, ginger, butter, sugar, walnuts, hen's eggs, and some saffron. Some people put in cheese, but we don't make the right kind here in London. Besides, I myself think it unnecessary. If you're in trouble about any of this, send out to Bonvisi's cook. He'll see you right. He says, send next door to Prior George. Tell him to keep his friars off the streets when the king comes, lest he reform them too soon. It's his feeling that the whole process should go slowly, so people will see the justice of it. No need to spill the religious out onto the streets. The friars who live at his gates are a disgrace to their order, but they are good neighbours to him. They have given up their refectory, and from their chamber windows at night drifts the sound of merry supper parties. Any day you can join a crowd of them drinking at the well with 2 buckets just outside his gates. The Abbey Church is more like a market, and a flesh market too. The district is full of young bachelors from the Italian merchant houses, who are serving their London year. he often entertains them, and when they leave his table, drained of market information, he knows they make a dash for the Friars' precincts, where enterprising London girls are sheltering from the rain and waiting to make amiable terms. It is the 17th of April when the king makes his visit. At dawn there are showers. By 10 o'clock the air is mild as buttermilk. He is up and in a chair from which he rises. My dear Cromwell. Henry kisses him firmly on both cheeks, takes him by the arms, and, in case he thinks he's the only strong man in the kingdom, he sits him back decisively in his chair. "You sit and give me no argument," Henry says. "Give me no argument for once, Master Secretary." The ladies of the house, Mercy and his sister-in-law Joanne, are decked out like Walsingham Madonnas on a feast day. They curtsy low, and Henry sways above them, informally attired, jacket of silver brocade, vast gold chain across his chest, his fists flashing with Indian emeralds. He has not wholly mastered the family relationships, for which no one can blame him. "Master Secretary's sister?" he says to Joanne. "No, forgive me. I remember now that you lost your sister Bet at the same time my own lovely sister died." It is such a simple human sentence, coming from a king. At the mention of their most recent loss, tears well into the eyes of the two women, and Henry, turning to one, then the other, with a careful forefinger, dots them from their cheeks and makes them smile. The little brides, Alice and Jo, he whirls up into the air as if they were butterflies and kisses them on the mouth, saying he wishes he'd known them when he was a boy. The sad truth is, do you not notice, Master Secretary, the older one gets, the lovelier the girls? Then 80 will have its advantages, he says. Every drab will be a pearl. Mercy says to the king, as if talking to a neighbour, "Give over, sir. You're no age." Henry stretches out his arms and displays himself before the company. 45 in July. He notes the incredulous hush. It does the job. Henry is gratified. Henry walks around and looks at all his paintings and asks who the people are. He looks at Anne Selmer, the Queen of Sheba, on the wall. He makes them laugh by picking up Bella and talking to her in Honor Lyell's atrocious French. Lady Lyell sent the Queen a little creature even smaller. He tips his head to one side and his ears prick up as if to say, "Why are you speaking to me?" So she calls him Pourquoi. When he speaks of Anne, his voice drips uxorious sentiment like clear honey. The women smile, pleased to see their king set such an example. "You know him, Cromwell. You've seen him on her arm. She takes him everywhere. Sometimes," and now he nods judiciously, "I think she loves him better than me. Yes, I am second to the dog." He sits smiling, no appetite, watching as Henry eats from the silver dishes Hans has designed. Henry speaks kindly to Richard, calling him cousin. He signals for him to stand by while he talks to his counsellor, and for others to retreat a little way. What if King Francis this and Francis that? Should I cross the sea myself to patch together some sort of deal? Would you cross over yourself when you are on your feet again? What if the Irish? What if the Scots? What if it all gets out of hand, and we have wars like in Germany and peasants crowning themselves? What if these false prophets? What if Charles overruns me and Catherine takes the field? She is of mettlesome temper, and the people love her. God knows why, for I do not. If that happens, he says, I will be out of this chair and take the field, my own sword in my hand. When the king has enjoyed his dinner, he sits by him and talks softly about himself. The April day, fresh and showery, puts him in mind of the day his father died. He talks of his childhood. I lived at the palace at Eltham. I had a fool called Goose. When I was 7, the Cornish rebels came up, led by a giant. Do you remember that? My father sent me to the Tower to keep me safe. I said, let me out, I want to fight. I wasn't frightened of a giant from the west, but I was frightened of my grandmother, Margaret Beaufort, because her face was like a death's head, and her grip on my wrist was like a skeleton's grip. When we were young, he says, we were always told, your grandmother gave birth to your Lord Father the King when she was a little creature of 13 years. Her past was like a sword she held over us. What, Harry, Are you laughing in Lent? When I, at little more years than you, gave birth to the Tudor? What, Harry, are you dancing? What, Harry, are you playing at ball? Her life was all duty. She kept 12 paupers in her house at Woking, and once she made me kneel down with a basin and wash their yellow feet. She's lucky I didn't throw up on them. She used to start praying every morning at 5. When she knelt down at her prie-dieu, she cried out from the pain in her knees. And whenever there was a celebration, a wedding or a birth, a pastime or an occasion of mirth, do you know what she did? Every time, without failing, she wept. And with her it was all Prince Arthur, her shining light and her creeping saint. When I became king instead, she lay down and died out of spite. And on her deathbed, do you know what she told me? Henry snorts. Obey Bishop Fisher in all things. Pity she didn't tell Fisher to obey me. When the king has left with his gentlemen, Joanne comes to sit with him. They talk quietly, though everything they say is fit to be overheard. Well, it came off sweetly. We must give the kitchen a present. The whole household did well. I am glad to have seen him. Is he what you hoped? I had not thought him so tender. I see why Catherine has fought so hard for him. I mean, not just to be queen, which she thinks is her right, but to have him for a husband. I would say he is a man very apt to be loved. Alice bursts in. 45? I thought he was past that. You would have bedded him for a handful of garnets, Jo sneers. You said so. Well, you for export licenses. Stop, he says. You girls. If your husband should hear you. Our husbands know what we are, Jo says. We are full of ourselves, aren't we? You don't come to Austin Friars to look for shy little maids. I wonder our uncle doesn't arm us. Custom constrains me, or I'd send you to Ireland. Joanne watches them rampage away. When they are out of earshot, she checks over her shoulder and murmurs, You will not credit what I am going to say next. Try me. Henry is frightened of you. He shakes his head. Who frightens the Lion of England? Yes, I swear to you. You should have seen his face when you said you would take your sword in your hand. The Duke of Norfolk comes to visit him, clattering up from the yard where his servants hold his plumed horse. Liver, is it? My liver's shot to pieces. And these 5 years my muscles have been wasting. Look at that. He sticks out a claw. I've tried every physician in the realm, but they don't know what ails me, yet they never fail to send in their accounts. Norfolk, he knows it for a fact, would never pay anything so mere as a doctor's bill. And the colics and the gripes, the Duke says, they make my mortal life a purgatory. Sometimes I'm at stool all night. Your Grace should take life more easily, Rafe says. Not bolt your food, he means. Not race about in a lather like a post-horse. I intend to, believe me. My niece makes it clear she wants none of my company and none of my counsel. I'm for my house at Kenninghall, and Henry can find me there if he wants me. God restore you, Master Secretary. St. Walter is good, I hear, the job's getting too much for you. And St. Eubald against the headache, he does the trick for me. He gropes inside his jacket. Brought you a medal. Pope blessed it. Bishop of Rome, sorry. He drops it on the table. Thought you might not have one. He is out of the door. Rafe picks up the medal. It's probably cursed. On the stairs they can hear the Duke, his voice raised, plaintive. I thought he was nearly dead. They told me he was nearly dead. He says to Rafe, Seen him off. Rafe grins. Suffolk too. Henry has never remitted the fine of £30,000 he imposed when Suffolk married his sister. From time to time he remembers it, and this is one of those times. Brandon has had to give up his lands in Oxfordshire and Berkshire to pay his debts, and now he keeps small state down in the country. He closes his eyes. It is bliss to think of. 2 dukes on the run from him. His neighbour, Chapuis, comes in. I told my master in dispatches that the king has visited you. My master is amazed that the king would go to a private house,
to one not even a lord, but I told him, you should see the work he gets out of Cromwell.
He should have such a servant, he says. But, Eustache, you are an old hypocrite, you know. You would dance on my grave.
My dear Thomas, you are always the only opponent.
Thomas Avery smuggles into him Luca Pacioli's book of chess puzzles. He has soon done all the puzzles, and drawn out some of his own on blank pages at the back. His letters are brought, and he reviews the latest round of disasters. They say that the tailor at Munster, the king of Jerusalem with 16 wives, has had a row with one of them and cut her head off in the marketplace. He re-emerges into the world. Knock him down and he will get up. Death has called to inspect him. She has measured him, breathed into his face, walked away again. He is a little leaner, his clothes tell him. For a while he feels light, no longer grounded in the world, each day buoyant with possibilities. The Boleyns congratulate him heartily on his return to health, and so they should, for without him, how would they be what they are now? Cranmer, when they meet, keeps leaning forward to pat his shoulder and squeeze his hand. While he has been recovering, the king has cropped his hair. He has done this to disguise his increasing baldness, though it doesn't, not at all. His loyal counsellors have done the same, and soon it becomes a mark of fellowship between them. "By God, sir," Master Risley says, "if I wasn't frightened of you before, I would be now." "But, Cornme," he says, "you were frightened of me before." There is no change in Richard's aspect. Committed to the tilting ground, he keeps his hair cropped to fit under a helmet. The shorn Master Risley looks more intelligent, if that were possible, and Rafe more determined and alert. Richard Rich has lost the vestiges of the boy he was. Suffolk's huge face has acquired a strange innocence. Monseigneur looks deceptively ascetic. As for Norfolk, no one notices the change. "What sort of hair did he have before?" Rafe asks. Strips of iron grey fortify his scalp, as if laid out by a military engineer. The fashion spreads into the country. When Roland Lee next pitches into the Rolls house, he thinks a cannonball is coming at him. His son's eyes look large and calm, still golden colour. "Your mother would have wept over your baby curls," he says, rubbing his head affectionately. Gregory says, "Would she? I hardly remember her." As April goes out, 4 treacherous monks are put on trial. The oath has been offered them repeatedly, and refused. It is a year since the maid was put to death. The king showed mercy to her followers. He is not now so disposed. It is the Charterhouse of London where the mischief originates, that austere house of men who sleep on straw. It is where Thomas More tried his vocation, before it was revealed to him that the world needed his talents. He, Cromwell, has visited the house, as he has visited the recalcitrant community at Sion. He has spoken gently, he has spoken bluntly, he has threatened and cajoled. He has sent enlightened clerics to argue the king's case, and he has interviewed the disaffected members of the community and set them to work against their brethren. It is all to no avail. Their response is, go away, and leave me to my sanctified death." If they think that they will maintain to the end the equanimity of their prayer lives, they are wrong, because the law demands the full traitor's penalty, the short spin in the wind, and the conscious public disemboweling, a brazier alight for human entrails. It is the most horrible of all deaths, pain and rage and humiliation swallowed to the dregs, the fear so great that the strongest rebel is unmanned before the executioner with his knife can do the job. Before each one dies, he watches his fellows, and, cut down from the rope, he crawls like an animal round and round on the bloody boards. Wiltshire and George Boleyn are to represent the king at the spectacle, and Norfolk, who, grumbling, has been dragged up from the country and told to prepare for an embassy to France. Henry thinks of going himself to see the monks die, for the court will wear masks, edging on their high-stepping horses among the city officials and the ragged populace, who turn out by the hundred to see any such show. But the king's build makes it difficult to disguise him. and he fears there may be demonstrations in favour of Catherine, still a favourite with the more verminous portion of every crowd. Young Richmond shall stand in for me, his father decides. One day he may have to defend in battle his half-sister's title, so it becomes him to learn the sights and sounds of slaughter. The boy comes to him at night, as the deaths are scheduled next day. "Good Master Secretary, take my place." "Will you take mine at my morning meeting with the king? Think of it like this," he says, firm and pleasant. "If you plead sickness, or fall off your horse tomorrow, or vomit in front of your father-in-law, he'll never let you forget it. If you want him to let you into your bride's bed, prove yourself a man. Keep your eyes on the Duke, and pattern your conduct on his." But Norfolk himself comes to him when it's over, and says, "Cromwell, I swear upon my life that one of the monks spoke when his heart was out. Jesus, he called. Jesus save us, poor Englishman." "No, my lord, it is not possible he should do so." "Do you know that for a fact?" "I know it from experience." The Duke quails. Let him think it, that his past deeds have included the pulling out of hearts. "I dare say you're right." Norfolk crosses himself. "Must have been a voice from the crowd." The night before the monks met their end, he had signed a pass for Margaret Roper, the first in months. Surely, he thinks, for Meg to be with her father when traitors have been led out to their deaths. Surely she will turn from her resolve. She will say to her father, "Come now, the king is in his killing vein. You must take the oath as I have done. Make a mental reservation. Cross your fingers behind your back. Only ask for Cromwell or any officer of the king. Say the words, 'Come home.'" But his tactic fails. She and her father stood dry-eyed at a window as the traitors were brought out, still in their habits, and launched on their journey to Tyburn. I always forget, he thinks, how Moore neither pities himself nor takes pity on others. Because I would have protected my own girls from such a sight, I think he would too. But he uses Meg to harden his resolve. If she will not give way, he cannot, and she will not give way. The following day he goes in to see Moore himself. The rain splashes and hisses from the stones underfoot. Walls and water are indistinguishable, and around small corners a wind moans like a winter wind. When he has struggled out of his wet outer layers, he stands chatting to the turnkey, Martin, getting the news of his wife and new baby. "How shall I find him?" he asks at last, and Martin says, "Have you ever noticed how he has one shoulder up and the other down?" "It comes from overmuch writing," he says. "One elbow on the desk, the other shoulder dropped." "Well, whatever," Martin says. "He looks like a little carved hunchback on a bench end." Moore has grown his beard. He looks as one imagines the prophets of Munster to look, though he would abhor the comparison. "Master Secretary, how does the king take the news from abroad? They say the Emperor's troops are on the move." "Yes, but to Tunis, I think." He casts a glance at the rain. "If you were the Emperor, wouldn't you pick Tunis rather than London? Look, I haven't come to quarrel with you, just to see if you're comfortable." Moore says, "I hear you have sworn my fool Henry Pattinson." He laughs. "Whereas the men who died yesterday had followed your example and refused to swear. Let me be clear. I am no example. I am just myself alone. I say nothing against the act. I say nothing against the men that made it. I say nothing against the oath or against any man that swears it. Ah, yes." He sits down on the chest where Moore keeps his possessions. "But all this saying nothing, it won't do for a jury, you know. Should it come to a jury. You have come to threaten me. The Emperor's feats of arms shorten the king's temper. He means to send you a commission who will want a straight answer as to his title. Oh, I'm sure your friends will be too good for me. Lord Audley and Richard Rich. Listen, ever since I came here, I have been preparing for my death at your hands, yes, yours,
or at the hands of nature. All I require is peace and silence for my prayers.
You want to be a martyr?
No. What I want is to go home.
I am weak, Thomas.
I am weak, as we all are. I want the king to take me as his servant, his loving subject, as I have never ceased to be.
I have never understood where the line is drawn between sacrifice and self-slaughter.
Christ drew it.
You don't see anything wrong with the comparison?
Silence.
The loud, contentious quality of Moore's silence. It's bouncing off the walls. Moore says he loves England, and he fears all England will be damned. He is offering some kind of bargain to his God who loves slaughter.
It is expedient that one man shall die for the people.
Well, I tell you, he says to himself, bargain all you like. Consign yourself to the hangman if you must. The people don't give a fourpenny fuck. Today is the 5th of May. In 2 days' time, the Commission will visit you. We will ask you to sit. You will decline. You will stand before us looking like a desert father, and we snugly wrapped against the summer chill. I will say what I say. You will say what you say. And maybe I will concede you have won. I will walk away and leave you, the king as good subject if you say so, till your beard grows down to your knees and the spiders weave webs across your eyes. Well, that's his plan. Events overtake it. He says to Richard, "Has any damnable bishop of Rome in the history of his pox-ridden jurisdiction ever done anything so stupidly ill-timed as this? Farnese has announced England is to have a new cardinal, Bishop Fisher." Henry is enraged. He swears he will send Fisher's head across the sea to meet his hat. The 3rd of June, himself to the Tower, with Wiltshire for the Berlin interest, and Charles Brandon, looking as if he would as soon be fishing. Rich to make notes, Audley to make jokes. It's wet again, and Brandon says, "This must be the worst summer ever, eh?" "Yes," he says. "Good thing His Majesty isn't superstitious." They laugh. Suffolk, a little uncertainly. Some said the world would end in 1533. Last year had its adherents too. Why not this year? There is always somebody ready to claim that these are the end times, and nominate his neighbour as the Antichrist. The news from Munster is that the skies are falling fast. The besiegers are demanding unconditional surrender. The besieged are threatening mass suicide. He leads the way. "Christ, what a place," Brandon says. Drips are spoiling his hat. "Doesn't it oppress you?" "Oh, we're always here," Rich shrugs. "One thing or another. Master Secretary is wanted at the Mint or the Jewel House." Martin lets them in. Moore's head jerks up as they enter. "It's yes or no today," he says. "Not even good day and how do you?" Somebody has given Moore a comb for his beard. "Well, what do I hear from Antwerp? Do I hear Tyndale is taken?" "That is not to the point," the Lord Chancellor says. "Answer to the oath. Answer to the statute. Is it a lawfully made statute?" "They say he strayed outside and the Emperor's soldiers have seized him." He says coldly, "Had you prior knowledge?" Tyndale has been not just taken, but betrayed. Someone tempted him out of his haven, and Moore knows who. He sees himself, a second self, enacting another rainy morning just like this, in which he crosses the room, hauls the prisoner to his feet, beats out of him the name of his agent. "Now, Your Grace," he says to Suffolk, "you are wearing a violent expression. Pray be calm." "Me?" Brandon says. Audley laughs. Moore says, "Tyndale's devil will desert him now. The Emperor will burn him, and the King will not lift a finger to save him because Tyndale would not support his new marriage." "Perhaps you think he showed sense there," Rich says. "You must speak," Audley says, gently enough. Moore is agitated, words tumbling over each other. He is ignoring Audley, speaking to him, Cromwell.
You cannot compel me to put myself in hazard. For if I had an opinion against your act of supremacy, which I do not concede, then your oath will be a two-edged sword. I must put my body in peril if I say no to it, my soul if I say yes to it. Therefore I say nothing. When you interrogated men you called heretics, you did not allow evasion. You compelled them to speak and racked if they would not. If they were made to answer, why not you? The cases are not the same. When I compel an answer from a heretic, I have the whole body of law behind me, the whole might of Christendom. What I am threatened with here is one particular law, one singular dispensation of recent make, recognized here but in no other country. He sees Rich make a note. He turns away. The end is the same. Fire for them, axe for you. If the king grants you that mercy, Brandon says. Moore quails. He curls up his fingers on the tabletop. He notices this, detached. So that's a way in. Put him in fear of the more lingering death. Even as he thinks it, he knows he will not do it. The notion is contaminating. On numbers, I suppose you have me beat. But have you looked at a map lately? Christendom is not what it was. Rich says, Master Secretary, Fisher is more a man than this prisoner before us, for Fisher dissents and takes the consequences. Sir Thomas, I think you would be an overt traitor if you dared. Moore says softly, Not so. It is not for me to thrust myself on God. It is for God to draw me to him. We take note of your obstinacy, Audley says. We spare you the methods you have used on others. He stands up. It is the king's pleasure that we move to indictment and trial. In the name of God, what ill can I effect from this place? I do nobody harm. I say none harm. I think none harm. If this be not enough to keep a man alive. He cuts in on him, incredulous. You do nobody harm. What about Bainham? You remember Bainham. You forfeited his goods, committed his poor wife to prison, saw him racked with your own eyes. You locked him in Bishop Stokesley's cellar. You had him back at your own house 2 days, chained upright to a post. You sent him again to Stokesley, saw him beaten and abused for a week, and still your spite was not exhausted. You sent him back to the Tower, and had him racked again, so that finally his body was so broken that they had to carry him in a chair when they took him to Smithfield to be burned alive. And you say, Thomas Moore, that you do no harm. Rich begins to gather Moore's papers from the table. It is suspected he has been passing letters to Fisher upstairs, which is not a bad thing, if collusion in Fisher's treason can be shown. Moore drops his hand on them, fingers spread, then shrugs, and yields them. Have them if you must. You read all I write. He says, Unless we hear soon of a change of heart, we must take away your pen and papers, and your books. I will send someone. Moore seems to shrink. He bites his lip. If you must take them now. For shame, Suffolk says. Do you take us for porters, Master Moore? Anne says, It is all about me. He bows. When finally you have out of Moore what troubles his singular conscience, you will find that what is at the root of it is that he will not bend his knee to my queenship. She is small and white and angry, long fingers tip to tip, bending each other back, eyes bright. Before they go further, he has to recall to Henry last year's disaster, remind him that he cannot always have his own way just by asking for it. Last summer, Lord Dacre, who is one of the northern lords, was indicted for treason, accused of collusion with the Scots. Behind the accusation were the Clifford family, Dacre's hereditary enemies and rivals. Behind them, the Boleyns, for Dacre had been outspoken in support of the former Queen. The stage was set in Westminster Hall, Norfolk presiding over the court, as High Steward of the kingdom,
and Dacre to be judged, as was his right, by 20 fellow lords. And then mistakes were made. Possibly the whole thing was a miscalculation, an affair driven too fast and hard by the Boleyns. Possibly he had erred in not taking charge of the prosecution himself. He had thought it was best to stay in the background, as many titled men have a spite against him for being who he is, and will take a risk to work him displeasure. Or else Norfolk was the problem. Losing control of the court, whatever the reason, the charges were thrown out, to an outpouring by the king of astonishment and rage. Dacre was taken straight back to the Tower, by the king's guard, and he was sent in to strike some deal which must, he knew, end with Dacre broken. At his trial, Dacre had talked for 7 hours in his own defence, but he, Cromwell, can talk for a week. Dacre had admitted to misprision of treason, a lesser offence. He bought a royal pardon for £10,000. He was released to go north again, a pauper. But the Queen was sick with frustration. She wanted an example made, and affairs in France are not going her way. Some say that at the mention of her name, Francois sniggers. She suspects, and she is right, that her man Cromwell is more interested in the friendship of the German princes than in an alliance with France. But she has to pick her time for that quarrel, and she says she will have no peace till Fisher is dead, till Moore is dead. So now she circles the room, agitated, less than regal, and she keeps veering towards Henry, touching his sleeve, touching his hand, and he brushes her away, each time as if she were a fly. He, Cromwell, watches. They are not the same couple from day to day, sometimes doting, sometimes chilly and distanced. The billing and cooing, on the whole, is the more painful to watch. Fisher gives me no anxiety, he says. His offence is clear. In Moore's case, morally our cause is unimpeachable. No one is in doubt of his loyalty to Rome and his hatred of your Majesty's title as head of the Church. Legally, however, our case is slender, and Moore will use every legal, every procedural device open to him. This is not going to be easy. Henry stirs into life. Do I retain you for what is easy? Jesus pity my simplicity. I have promoted you to a place in this kingdom that no one of your breeding has ever held in the whole of the history of this realm. He drops his voice. Do you think it is for your personal beauty, the charm of your presence? I keep you, Master Cromwell, because you are as cunning as a bag of serpents. But do not be a viper in my bosom. You know my decision. Execute it. As he leaves, he is conscious of the silence falling behind him, Anne walking to the window, Henry staring at his feet. So when Rich comes in, quivering with undisclosed secrets, he is inclined to swat him like a fly, but then he takes hold of himself, rubs his palms together instead, the merriest man in London. Well, Sir Perce, did you pack up the books, and how was he? He drew the blind down. I asked him why, and he said, the goods are taken away, so now I am closing the shop. He can hardly bear it, to think of Moore sitting in the dark. Look, sir. Rich has a folded paper. We had some conversation. I wrote it down. Talk me through it. He sits down. I am Moore, you are Rich. Rich stares at him. Shall I close the shutter? Is this better played out in the dark? I could not, Rich says, hesitant, leave him without trying once again. Quite. You have your way to make. But why would he talk to you if he would not talk to me? Because he has no time for me. He thinks I don't matter. And you, Solicitor General, he says, mocking. So we were putting cases. What, as if you were at Lincoln's Inn after supper? To tell the truth, I pitied him, sir. He craves conversation, and you know he rattles away. I said to him, suppose Parliament were to pass an act saying that I, Richard Rich, were to be king. Would you not take me for king? And he laughed. Well, you admit it is not likely. So I pressed him on it. He said, yes, majestic Richard, I so take you, for Parliament can do it, and considering what they have done already, I should hardly be surprised if I woke up in the reign of King Cromwell. For if a traitor can be king of Jerusalem, I suppose a lad from the smithy can be king of England. Rich pauses. Has he given offence? He beams at him. When I am King Cromwell, you shall be a duke. So, to the point, Perce. Or isn't there one? More said, Well, you have put a case. I shall put you a higher case. Suppose Parliament were to pass an act saying God should not be God. I said it would have no effect, for Parliament has no power to do it. Then he said, well, young man, at least you recognise an absurdity. And there he stopped, and gave me a look, as if to say, Let us deal in the real world now. I said to him, I will put you a middle case. You know our Lord the King has been named by Parliament head of the Church. Why will you not go with the vote, as you go with it when it makes me monarch? And he said, as if he were instructing some child, The cases are not alike. For one is a temporal jurisdiction, and Parliament can do it. The other is a spiritual jurisdiction, and is what Parliament cannot exercise, for the jurisdiction is out of this realm. He stares at Rich. Hang him for a papist. Yes, sir. We know he thinks it. He has never stated it. He said that a higher law governed this and all realms, and if Parliament trespassed on God's law, on the Pope's law, he means, for he holds them the same. He couldn't deny that, could he? Why is he always examining his conscience, if not to check day and night that it is in accord with the Church of Rome? That is his comfort, that is his guide. It seems to me, if he plainly denies Parliament its capacity, he denies the king his title, which is treason. Still, he shrugs, how far does it take us? Can we show the denial was malicious? He will say, I suppose, that it was just talk to pass the time, that he were putting cases, and that anything said in that wise cannot be held against a man. A jury won't understand that. They'll take him to mean what he said. After all, sir, he knew it wasn't some students' debate. True. You don't hold those at the Tower. Rich offers the memorandum. I have written it down faithfully to the best of my recollection. You don't have a witness? They were in and out, packing up the books in a crate. He had a lot of books. You cannot blame me for carelessness, sir, for how was I to know he would talk to me at all? I don't blame you. He sighs. In fact, Perce, you are the apple of my eye. You'll stand behind this in court? Doubtful, Rich nods. Tell me you will, Richard. Or tell me you won't. Let's have it straight. Have the grace to say so now, if you think your courage might fail. If we lose another trial, we can kiss goodbye to our livelihoods, and all our work will be for nothing. You see, he couldn't resist it, the chance to put me right. He will never let it drop, what I did as a boy. He uses me to make his sermon on. Well, let him make his next sermon on the block. The evening before Fisher is to die, he visits Moore. He takes a strong guard with him, but he leaves them in the outer chamber and goes in alone. I've got used to the blind drawn, Moore says, almost cheerfully. You don't mind sitting in the twilight? You need not be afraid of the sun. There is none. Wolsey used to boast that he could change the weather. He chuckles. It's good of you to visit me, Thomas, now that we have no more to say. Or have we? The guards will come for Bishop Fisher early tomorrow. I am afraid they will wake you. I should be a poor Christian if I could not keep vigil with him. His smile has seeped away. I hear the king has granted him mercy as to the manner of his death. He being a very old man and frail. Moore says with tart pleasantness, I'm doing my best, you know. A man can only shrivel at his own rate. Listen. He reaches across the table, takes his hand, wrings it, harder than he meant. My blacksmith's grip, he thinks. He sees Moore flinch, feels his fingers, the skin dry as paper over the bones. Listen, when you come before the court, throw yourself at that instant on the king's mercy. Moore says wonderingly, what good will that do me? He is not a cruel man, you know that. Do I? He used not to be. He had a sweet disposition, but then he changed the company he kept. He is susceptible always to a plea for mercy. I do not say he will let you live, the oath unsworn, but he may grant you the same mercy as Fisher. It's not so important what happens to the body. I have led, in some ways, a blessed life. God has been good and not tested me. Now he does, I cannot fail him. I have been vigilant over my heart, and I have not always liked what I have found there. If it comes into the hands of the hangman at the last, so be it. It will be in God's hands soon enough. Will you think me sentimental if I say I do not want to see you butchered? No reply. Are you not afraid of the pain? Oh, yes, I am very much afraid. I'm not a bold and robust man such as yourself. I cannot help but rehearse it in my mind. But I will only feel it for a moment, and God will not let me remember it afterwards. I'm glad I'm not like you. Undoubtedly. Or you will be sitting here. I mean, my mind fixed on the next world. I realize you see no prospect of improving this one. And you do. Almost a flippant question. A handful of hail smacks itself against the window. It startles them both. He gets up, restless. He would rather know what's outside, see the summer in its sad blowing wreckage, than cower behind the blind and wonder what the damage is. I once had every hope, he says. The world corrupts me, I think. Or perhaps it's just the weather. It pulls me down and makes me think like you, that one should shrink inside, down and down to a little point of light, preserving one's solitary soul like a flame under a glass. The spectacles of pain and disgrace I see around me, the ignorance, the unthinking vice, the poverty and the lack of hope, and oh, the rain that falls on England and rots the grain, puts out the light in a man's eye, and the light of learning too. For who can reason if Oxford is a giant puddle, and Cambridge is washing away downstream? And who will enforce the laws if the judges are swimming for their lives? Last week the people were rioting in York. Why would they not, with wheat so scarce and twice the price of last year? I must stir up the justices to make examples, I suppose. Otherwise the whole of the north will be out with billhooks and pikes. And who will they slaughter but each other? I truly believe I should be a better man if the weather were better. I should be a better man if I lived in a commonwealth where the sun shone and the citizens were rich and free. If only that were true, Master Moore. You wouldn't have to pray for me nearly as hard as you do. How you can talk, Moore says. Words, words, just words. I do, of course, pray for you. I pray with all my heart that you will see that you are misled. When we meet in heaven, as I hope we will, all our differences will be forgot. But for now we cannot wish them away. Your task is to kill me. Mine is to keep alive. It is my role and my duty. All I own is the ground I stand on, and that ground is Thomas More. If you want it, you will have to take it from me. You cannot reasonably believe I will yield it. You will want pen and paper to write out your defence. I will grant you that. You never give up trying, do you? No, Master Secretary. My defence is up here. He taps his forehead, where it will stay safe from you. How strange the room is. How empty without Moore's books. It is filling with shadows. Martin, a candle, he calls. Will you be here tomorrow for the bishop? He nods, though he will not witness the moment of Fisher's death. The protocol is that the spectators bow their knee and doff their hats to mark the passing of the soul. Martin brings a pricket candle. Anything else? They pause while he sets it down, When he is gone, they still pause. The prisoner sits hunched over, looking into the flame. How does he know if Moore has begun on a silence, or on preparation for speech? There is a silence which precedes speech. There is a silence which is instead of speech. One need not break it with a statement. One can break it with a hesitation, if, as it may be, if it were possible. He says, "I would have left you, you know, to live out your life, to repent of your butcheries, if I were king." The light fades. It is as if the prisoner has withdrawn himself from the room, leaving barely a shape where he should be. A draught pulls at the candle flame. The bare table between them, clear now of Moore's driven scribblings, has taken on the aspect of an altar. And what is an altar for but a sacrifice? Moore breaks his silence at last. "If at the end and after I am tried, if the king does not grant, if the full rigour of the penalty—" "Thomas, how is it done?" "You would think when a man's belly was slashed open he would die, with a great effusion of blood. But it seems it is not so. Do they have some special implement that they use to pith him while he is alive?" "I am sorry you should think me expert." But had he not told Norfolk, as good as told him, that he had pulled out a man's heart? He says, "It is the executioner's mystery. It is kept secret, to keep us in awe." Let me be killed cleanly. I ask nothing, but I ask that. Swaying on his stool, he is seized between one heartbeat and the next, in the grip of bodily agitation. He cries out, shudders from head to foot. His hand beats weakly at the clean tabletop, and when he leaves him, "Martin, go in, give him some wine." He is still crying out, shuddering, beating the table. The next time he sees him will be in Westminster Hall. On the day of the trial, rivers breach their banks. The Thames itself rises, bubbling like some river in hell, and washes its flotsam over the quays. It's England against Rome, he says, the living against the dead. Norfolk will preside. He tells him how it will be. The early counts in the indictment will be thrown out. They concern sundry words spoken at sundry times about the act and the oath, and Moore's treasonable conspiracy with Fisher. Letters went between the two of them, but it seems those letters are now destroyed. Then, on the fourth count, we will hear the evidence of the Solicitor General. Now, Your Grace, this will divert Moore, because he cannot see young Rich without working himself into a fit about his derelictions when he was a boy. The Duke raises an eyebrow. Drinking, fighting, women, dice. Norfolk rubs his bristly chin. "I have noticed. A soft-looking lad like that. He always does fight. To make a point, you see. Whereas we damn slab-faced old bruisers who are born with our armour on, there's no point we need to make." "Quite," he says. "We are the most pacific of men. My lord, please attend now. We don't want another mistake like Dacre. We would hardly survive it. The early counts will be thrown out. At the next, the jury will look alert. And I have given you a handsome jury. Moore will face his peers, Londoners, the merchants of the livery companies. They are experienced men with all the city's prejudices. They have seen enough, as all Londoners have, of the Church's rapacity and arrogance, and they do not take kindly to being told they are unfit to read the Scriptures in their own tongue. They are men who know Moore, and have known him these 20 years. They know how he widowed Lucy Pettit. They know how he wrecked Humphrey Monmouth's business, because Tyndale had been a guest at his house. They know how he has set spies in their households, among their apprentices whom they treat as sons, among the servants so familiar and homely that they hear every night their master's bedside prayers. One name makes Audley hesitate. "John Parnell? It might be taken wrong. You know he has been after Moore since he gave judgment against him in Chancery. I know the case. Moore botched it. He didn't read the papers. Too busy writing a billet doux to Erasmus, or locking some poor Christian soul in his stocks at Chelsea. What do you want, Audley? Do you want me to go to Wales for a jury, or up to Cumberland, or somewhere they think better of Moore? I must make do with London men, and unless I swear in a jury of newborns, I cannot wipe their memories clear. Audley shakes his head. I don't know, Cromwell. Oh, he's a sharp fellow, the Duke says. When Wolsey came down, I said, mark him, he's a sharp fellow. You'd have to get up early in the morning to be ahead of him. The night before the trial, as he is going through his papers at the Austin Friars, a head appears around the door. A little narrow London head with a close-shaved skull and a raw young face. Dick Purser. Come in. Dick Purser looks around the room. He keeps the snarling band-dogs who guard the house by night, and he has not been in here before. Come here and sit. Don't be afraid. He pours him some wine into a thin Venetian glass that was the Cardinal's. Try this. Wiltshire sent it to me. I don't make much of it myself. Dick takes the glass and juggles it dangerously. The liquid is pale as straw or summer light. He takes a gulp. Sir, can I come in your train to the trial? It still smarts, does it? Dick Purser was the boy whom Moore had whipped before the household at Chelsea for saying the host was a piece of bread. He was a child then. He's not much more now. When he first came to Austin Friars, they say he cried in his sleep. Get yourself a livery coat, he says, and remember to wash your hands and face in the morning. I don't want you to disgrace me. It is the word disgrace that works on the child. I hardly minded the pain, he says. We have all had, saving you, sir, as much if not worse from our fathers. True, he says. My father beat me as if I were a sheet of metal. It was that he laid my flesh bare, and the women looking on, Dame Alice, the young girls. I thought one of them might speak up for me, but when they saw me unbreeched, I only disgusted them. It made them laugh. While the fellow was whipping me, they were laughing. In stories, it is always the young girls, innocent girls, who stay the hand of the man with the rod or the axe. But we seem to have strayed into a different story. A child's thin buttocks dimpling against the cold, his skinny little balls, his shy pricks shrinking to a button, while the ladies of the house giggle, and the men servants jeer, and the thin wheels spring out against his skin and bleed. It's done and forgotten now. Don't cry. He comes from behind his desk. Dick Purser drops his shorn head against his shoulder and bawls in shame, in relief, in triumph that soon he will have outlived his tormentor. Moore did John Purser to death. He harassed him for owning German books. He holds the boy, feeling the jump of his pulses, his stiff sinews, the ropes of his muscles, and makes sounds of comfort, as he did to his children when they were small, or as he does to a spaniel whose tail has been trodden on. Comfort is often, he finds, imparted at the cost of a flea or two. I will follow you to the death, the boy declares. His arms, fists clenched, grip his master. Knuckles knead his spine. He sniffs. I think I will look well in a livery coat. What time do we start? Early. With his staff, he is at Westminster Hall before anybody else, vigilant for last-minute hitches. The court convenes around him, and when Moore is brought in, the hall is visibly shocked at his appearance. The Tower was never known to do a man good, but he startles them with his lean person and his ragged white beard, looking more like a man of 70 than what he is. Audley whispers, "He looks as if he has been badly handled." And he says I never miss a trick. "Well, my conscience is clear," the Lord Chancellor says breezily. He has had every consideration. John Parnell gives him a nod. Richard Rich, both court official and witness, gives him a smile. Audley asks for a seat for the prisoner, but Moore twitches to the edge of it, keyed up, combative. He glances around to check that someone is taking notes for him. Words, just words. He thinks, I remembered you, Thomas Moore, but you didn't remember me. You never even saw me coming. Chapter 3. To Wolf Hall, July 1535. On the evening of Moore's death, the weather clears, and he walks in the garden with Rafe and Richard. The sun shows itself, a silver haze between rags of cloud. The beaten-down herb beds are scentless, and a skittish wind pulls at their clothes, hitting the backs of their necks and then veering round to slap their faces. Rafe says, it's like being at sea. They walk at either side of him, and close, as if there were danger from whales, pirates and mermaids. It is 5 days since the trial. Since then, much business has supervened, but they cannot help rehearse its events, trading with each other the pictures in their heads. The Attorney-General jotting a last note in the indictment, Moore sniggering when some clerk made a slip in his Latin, the cold, smooth faces of the Boleyns, father and son, on the judge's bench. Moore had never raised his voice. He sat in the chair Audley had provided for him, attentive, head tipped a little to the left, picking away at his sleeve. So Richard's surprise when Moore turned on him was visible. He had taken a step backwards and steadied himself against the table. I know you of old, Rich. Why would I open my mind to you? Moore on his feet, his voice dripping contempt. I have known you since your youth, a gamer and a dicer, of no commendable fame even in your own house. By St. Julian! Just as James had exclaimed. It was ever his oath. Under his breath to him, Cromwell says, will he gain by this? The jury had not liked it. You never know what a jury will like. They took Moore's sudden animation to be shock and guilt at being confronted with his own words. For sure, they all knew Richard's reputation. But are not drinking, dice and fighting more natural in a young man on the whole than fasting, beads and self-flagellation? It was Norfolk who had cut in on Moore's tirade, his voice dry. Leave aside the man's character. What do you say to the matter in hand? Did you speak those words? Was it then that Master Moore played a trick too many? He had pulled himself together, hauling his slipping gown onto his shoulder. The gown secured, he paused, he calmed himself, he fitted one fist into the other. I did not say what Rich alleges, or if I did say it, I did not mean it with malice, therefore I am clear under the statute. He had watched an expression of derision cross Parnell's face. There's nothing harder than a London burgess who thinks he's been played for a fool. Audley, or any of the lawyers, could have put the jury right. It's just how we lawyers argue. But they don't want a lawyer's argument, they want the truth. Did you say it, or didn't you? George Boleyn leans forward. Can the prisoner let us have his own version of the conversation? Moore turns, smiling, as if to say, a good point there, young Master George. I made no note of it. I had no writing materials, you see. They had already taken them away, for if you remember, my Lord Rochford, that was the very reason Rich came to me, to remove from me the means of recording. And he had paused again, and looked at the jury as if expecting applause. They looked back, faces like stones. Was that the turning point? They might have trusted Moore, being, as he was, Lord Chancellor at one time, and Perce, as everybody knows, such a waster. You never know what a jury will think, though when he had convened them, of course he had been persuasive. He had spoken with them that morning. I do not know what his defence is, but I don't hold out hope we will be finished by noon. I hope you all had a good breakfast. When you retire, you must take your time, of course. But if you are gone more than 20 minutes by my reckoning, I will come in to see how you do, to put you out of doubt on any points of law." 15 minutes was all they needed. Now, this evening in the garden, July the 6th, the feast day of St. Godelva, a blameless young wife of Bruges, whose evil husband drowned her in a pond, he looks up at the sky, feeling a change in the air, a damp drift like autumn. The interlude of feeble sun is over. Clouds drift and mass in towers and battlements, blowing in from Essex, stacking up over the city, driven by the wind across the broad soaked fields, across the sodden pasture land and swollen rivers, across the dripping forests of the west, and out over the sea to Ireland. Richard retrieves his hat from a lavender bed, and knocks droplets from it, swearing softly. A spatter of rain hits their faces. "Time to go in. I have letters to write." "You'll not work till all hours tonight?" "No, Grandfather Rafe. I shall get my bread and milk and say my Ave and so to bed. Can I take my dog up with me?" "Indeed, no. And have you scampering overhead till all hours?" It's true he didn't sleep much last night. It had come to him the wrong side of midnight, that Moore was no doubt asleep himself, not knowing that it was his last night on earth. It is not usual, till the morning, to prepare the condemned man. So he had thought, any vigil I keep for him, I keep alone. They hurry in. The wind bangs the door behind them. Rafe takes his arm. He says, "This silence of Moore's, it was never really silence, was it? It was loud with his treason. It was quibbling as far as quibbles would serve him. It was demurs and cavils, suave ambiguities. It was fear of plain words, or the assertion that plain words pervert themselves. Moore's dictionary against our dictionary. You can have a silence full of words. A lute retains in its bowl the notes it has played. The viol in its strings holds a concord. A shriveled petal can hold its scent. A prayer can rattle with curses. An empty house, when the owners have gone out, can still be loud with ghosts." Someone, probably not Christophe, has put on his desk a shining silver pot of cornflowers. The dusky blueness at the base of the crinkled petals reminds him of this morning's light. A late dawn for July, a sullen sky. By 5, the lieutenant of the tower would have gone into Moore. Down below, he can hear a stream of messengers coming into the courtyard. There is much to do, tidying up after the dead man. After all, he thinks, I did it when I was a child, picking up after Morton's young gentleman, and this is the last time I will have to do it. He pictures himself in the dawn, slopping into a leather jug the dregs of small beer, squeezing up the candle ends to take to the chandlery for remelting. He can hear voices in the hall. Never mind them. He returns to his letters. The Abbot of Rewley solicits a vacant post for his friend. The Mayor of York writes to him about weirs and fish traps. The Humber is running clean and sweet, he reads, so is the Ouse. A letter from Lord Lisle in Calais, relating some muddled tale of self-justification. He said, then I said, so he said. Thomas Moore stands before him, more solid in death than he was in life. Perhaps he will always be here now, so agile of mind and so adamant as he appeared in his final hour before the court. Audley was so happy with the guilty verdict that he began to pass sentence without asking the prisoner if he had anything to say. Fitzjames had to reach out and slap his arm, and Moore himself rose from his chair to halt him. He had much to say, and his voice was lively, his tone biting, and his eyes, his gestures, hardly those of a condemned man, in law already dead. There was nothing new in it. Not new anyway to him. I follow my conscience, Moore said. You must follow yours. My conscience satisfies me, and now I will speak plainly that your statute is faulty, and Norfolk roars at him, and that your authority baseless. Norfolk roars again. Now we see your malice plain. Parnell had laughed, and the jury exchange glances, nodding to each other. And while the whole of Westminster Hall murmured, More profit again, speaking against the noise, his treasonable method of counting. My conscience holds with the majority, which makes me know it does not speak false. Against Henry's kingdom I have all the kingdoms of Christendom. Against each one of your bishops I have 100 saints. Against your one parliament I have all the general councils of the church, stretching back for 1,000 years. Norfolk said, Take him out, it is finished. Now it is Tuesday, it is 8 o'clock. The rain drums against the window. He breaks the seal of a letter from the Duke of Richmond. The boy complains that in Yorkshire, where he is seated, he has no deer park, so can show his friends no sport. Oh, you poor tiny Duke, he thinks, how can I relieve your pain? Gregory's dowager, with the black teeth, the one he is going to marry, she has a deer park, so perhaps the princeling should divorce Norfolk's daughter and marry her instead. He flips aside Richmond's letter, tempted to find it on the floor. He passes on. The Emperor has left Sardinia with his fleet, sailing to Sicily. A priest at St. Mary Woolchurch says Cromwell is a sectary, and he is not frightened of him. Fool. Harry, Lord Morley, sends him a greyhound. There is news of refugees pouring out of the Munster area, some of them heading for England. Audley had said, Prisoner, the court will ask the king to make grace upon you, as to the manner of your death. Audley had leaned across. Master Secretary, did you promise him anything? On my life, no. But surely the king will be good to him. Norfolk says, Cromwell, will you move him in that regard? He will take it from you, but if he will not, I myself will come and plead with him. What a marvel! Norfolk asking for mercy. He had glanced up to see Moore taken out, but he had vanished already. The tall halberdiers closing rank behind him. The boat for the Tower is waiting at the steps. It must feel like going home. The familiar room with the narrow window, the table empty of papers, the pricket candle, the drawn blind. The window rattles, it startles him, and he thinks, I shall bolt the shutter. He's rising to do it when Rafe comes in with a book in his hand. It is his prayer book that Moore had with him at the last. He examines it. Mercifully no blood specks. He holds it up by the spine and lets the leaves fan out. I already did that, Rafe says. Moore has written his name in it. There are underlinings in the text. Remember not the sins of my youth. What a pity he remembered Richard Riches. Shall I have it sent to Dame Alice? No. She might think she's one of the sins. The woman has put up with enough. In his last letter, he didn't even say goodbye to her. He shuts the book. Send it to Meg. He probably meant it for her anyway. The whole house is rocking about him. Wind in the eaves, wind in the chimneys, a piercing draught under every door. It's cold enough for a fire, Rafe says. Shall I see to it? He shakes his head. Tell Richard tomorrow morning go to London Bridge and see the bridge master. Mistress Roper will come to him and beg her father's head to bury it. The man should take what Meg offers and see she is not impeded, and keep his mouth shut. Once in Italy, when he was young, he had joined a burial party. It isn't something you volunteer for, you're just told. They had bound cloth across their mouths and shovelled their comrades into unhallowed ground, walked away with the smell of putrefaction on their boots. Which is worse, he thinks, to have your daughters dead before you, or to leave them to tidy away your remains? There's something... He frowns down at his papers. What have I forgotten, Rafe? Your supper? Later. Lord Lisle? I've dealt with Lord Lisle. Dealt with the River Humber. With the slanderous priest from Mary Woolchurch. Well, not dealt with him, but put him in the pending pile. He laughs. You know what I need? I need the memory machine. Guido has quit Paris, they say. He has scuttled back to Italy and left the device half-built. They say that before his flight, For some weeks he had neither spoken nor eaten. His well-wishers say he has gone mad, awed by the capacities of his own creature, fallen into the abyss of the divine. His ill-wishers maintain that demons crawled out of the crannies and crevices of the device, and panicked him so that he ran off by night in his shirt, with not even a crust and a lump of cheese for the journey, leaving all his books behind him, and his Magus's robes. It is not impossible that Guido has left writings behind in France. For a fee they might be obtained. It is not impossible to have him follow to Italy, but would there be any point? It is likely, he thinks, that we shall never know what his invention really was. A printing press that can write its own books? A mind that thinks about itself? If I don't have it, at least the King of France doesn't either. He reaches for his pen. He yawns and puts it down and picks it up again. I shall be found dead at my desk, he thinks, like the poet Petrarch. The poet wrote many unsent letters. He wrote to Cicero, who died 1,200 years before he was born. He wrote to Homer, who possibly never even existed. But I have enough to do with Lord Lisle and the fish traps and the Emperor's galleons tossing on the Middle Sea. Between one dip of the pen, Petrarch writes, between one dip of the pen and the next, the time passes. And I hurry. I drive myself and I speed towards death. We are always dying. I while I write, you while you read, and others while they listen or block their ears. They are all dying. He picks up the next batch of letters. A man called Batcock wants a license to import 100 tons of woad. Harry Percy is sick again. The authorities in Yorkshire have rounded up their rioters, and divided them into those to be charged with affray and manslaughter, and those to be indicted for murder and rape. Rape? Since when do food riots involve rape? But I forget. This is Yorkshire. Rafe, bring me the King's itinerary. I'll check that, and then I'm finished here. I think we might have some music before we go to bed. The court is riding west this summer, as far as Bristol. The King is ready to leave, despite the rain. They will depart from Windsor, then to Reading, Missenden, Abingdon, moving across Oxfordshire, their spirits lifting, we hope, with the distance from London. He says to Rafe, if the country air goes to work, the Queen will return with a big belly. Rafe says, I wonder the King can stand the hope each time. It would wear out a lesser man. If we ourselves leave London on the 18th, we can aim to catch up with him at Hewdley. Will that work? I'd better leave a day earlier. Consider the state of the roads. There won't be any short-cuts, will there? He will use no fords but bridges, and against his inclination he will stick to the main roads. Better maps would help. Even in the Cardinal's day he was asking himself, might this be a project we could undertake? There are maps of a kind. Castles stud their fields, their battlements prettily inked, their chases and parks marked by lines of bushy trees, with drawings of harts and bristling boar. It is no wonder Gregory mistook Northumbria for the Indies, for these maps are deficient in all practical respects. They do not, for example, tell you which way is north. It would be useful to know where the bridges are, and to have a note of the distance between them. It would be useful to know how far you are from the sea. But the trouble is, maps are always last year's. England is always remaking herself, her cliffs eroding, her sandbanks drifting, springs bubbling up in dead ground. They regroup themselves while we sleep, the landscapes through which we move, and even the histories that trail us. The faces of the dead fade into other faces as a spine of hills into the mist. When he was a small child, 6 years old or about that, his father's apprentice had been making nails from the scrap pile. Just common old flatheads, he'd said, for fastening coffin lids. The nail rods glowed in the fire, a lively orange. What for do we nail down the dead? The boy barely paused, tapping out each head with 2 neat strokes. It's so the horrible old buggers don't spring out and chase us. He knows different now. It's the living that turn and chase the dead. The long bones and skulls are tumbled from their shrouds, and words like stones thrust into their rattling mouths. We edit their writings. We rewrite their lives. Thomas More had spread the rumour that little Bilney, chained to the stake, had recanted as the fire was set. It wasn't enough for him to take Bilney's life away. He had to take his death, too. Today, More was escorted to the scaffold by Humphrey Monmouth, serving his turn as Sheriff of London. Monmouth is too good a man to rejoice in the reversal of fortune, but perhaps we can rejoice for him. More is at the block. He can see him now. He's wrapped in a rough grey cape that he remembers as belonging to his servant John Wood. He is speaking to the headsman, apparently making some quip to him, wiping the drizzle from his face and beard. He is shedding the cape, the hem of which is sodden with rainwater. He kneels at the block, his lips moving in his final prayer. Like all the other witnesses, he swirls his own cloak about him and kneels. At the sickening sound of the axe on flesh, he darts one glance upwards. The corpse seems to have leapt back from the stroke and folded itself like a stack of old clothes, inside which, he knows, its pulses are still beating. He makes the sign of the cross. The past moves heavily inside him, a shifting of ground. "So, the king," he says. From Gloucester, he strikes out to Thornbury, then Nicholas Poyns's house at Iron Acton. Does Poyns know what he's letting himself in for? From there to Bromham. Just this last year a scholar, a foreigner, has written a chronicle of Britain, which omits King Arthur on the ground that he never existed. A good ground, if he can sustain it. But Gregory says, no, he is wrong. Because if he is right, what will happen to Avalon? What will happen to the sword in the stone? He looks up. "Rafe, are you happy?" "With Helen?" Rafe blushes. "Yes, sir. No man was ever happier." "I knew your father would come round, once he'd seen her." "It is only thanks to you, sir." From Bromham, we are now in early September, towards Winchester. Then Bishop's Waltham, Alton to Farnham. He plots it out across country. The object is to get the king back to Windsor for early October. He has his sketch map across the page, England in a drizzle of ink, his calendar quickly jotted running down it. I seem to have 4 or 5 days in hand. Ah, well. Who says I never get a holiday? Before Bromham, he makes a dot in the margin, and draws a long arrow across the page. Now here, before we go to Winchester, we have time to spare. And what I think is, Rafe, we shall visit the Seymours. He writes it down. Early September. 5 days. Wolf Hall. Author's note. In parts of medieval Europe, the official New Year began on the 25th of March, Lady Day, which was believed to be the date when an angel announced to Mary that she was carrying the child Jesus. As early as 1522, Venice adopted the 1st of January as the start of the new year, and other European countries followed at intervals, though England did not catch up till 1752. In this book, as in most histories, the years are dated from the 1st of January, which was celebrated as one of the 12 days of Christmas and was the day on which gifts were exchanged. The gentleman usher, George Cavendish, after the death of Wolsey, retired to the country, and in 1554, when Mary came to the throne, began a book, Thomas Wolsey, late Cardinal, His Life and Death. It has been published in many editions, and can be found online in an edition with original spelling. It is not always accurate, but it is a very touching, immediate, and readable account of Wolsey's career and Thomas Cromwell's part in it. Its influence on Shakespeare is clear. Cavendish took 4 years to complete his book, and died just as Elizabeth came to the throne.